and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju kuladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam, lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang sambil bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me a good sing sana. Aku sintam the queen, feel the aura. Menjajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit no ema. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali. Don't try me ni, aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan buatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Dia menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive.
surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, on my way. Find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight and never fail. I'm a contender. And challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Turn it back. Gear out a weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor of Kings.
Guess we're gonna burn up.
Honor of Kings.
On a killing spree, I could do violence. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor.
You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta show that. We got no cry. We barely fight as one. Crash in pieces, you can cheat.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me stay with the rain.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
down.
pace.
We the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a river, tiny bed. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire growing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night, you know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high.
two members of RRQ, Lex and Lex, moving away.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story? Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Kami di sini berjuang untuk mempertahankan mara negara dari tahun lepas.
우리의 목표는 간단해. 쟤들을 끌어내리고 그 자리에 우리가 앉는 거야. Kapag naaganti na kami, patutunayan namin na kami ang pinakamagaling.
Tapos na kaming manood lang sa gilid. kumandaan ako sa isang explosive na palabas. Inilah peluang pertama untuk kita, peluang untuk pertunjukan kepada dunia kemampuan Malaysia.
Kami akan membuktikan nama kami dan menguasai permainan. Kebanggaan nasional kami dipertaruhkan.
Kami kembali, lebih kuat dari sebelumnya. Indonesia punya banyak tim, tapi kita bisa bersatu. Coba ragu sama kami kalau berani.
Tim kami telah kembali pulih. Kandang ini milik kita. Bhinneka Tunggal Ika, kami akan menunjukkan kemampuan terbaik yang dimiliki Indonesia.
Nusantara. Once this land was the birthplace of a kings, a realm where earth and sky were bound by an oath of honor. Every step was a command, every breath carried glory, not born from power, but from responsibility held sacred. But time moved on, and humanity began to forget. The crown fell, not because it was seized by an enemy, not because it was conquered by the blade, but because we forgot how to protect it. Trade honor for arrogance, wisdom for ambitions, and as those values collapsed, the kings fell into slumber in a silence without an end. This land wept without a voice. Temples stood as silent witnesses. Dust buried the trace of greatness, and the fire of honor slowly faded. Yet kings never truly die. And when all seemed nearly lost, one remained awake. I know man. He is unwavering resolve. He stands when others fall. He moves when the world stands still. And when the crown struck to the ground, he did not leave it to claim power, but he destroyed it. For honor is not forged from legends or gold, but from the courage to begin again. Listen, the land begins to tremble. The blood of the ancestors flows once more. The fire that nearly died now burns brighter than ever. This is not the end. This is a calling. A call to rise. A call to protect. A call to remember who we truly are. And tonight, the Guardian stands once more. A nomad has risen. with his every step, with Honor of Nusantara rise again. Merrier stage. This is a proving ground. From the past to the present, from myth to reality, I call upon those who are ready to stand. The new kings, you who were forged by the feet, who rose from the fall, choose to fight when another path was unfair. Because king is a symbol of someone who rejects to surrender. You do not chase the crown, but honor. You do not seek a name, but proof. In this arena, focus is put on the line. Courage becomes the prize. Carry discipline. Carry loyalty. Carry the fire that never fades. For tonight, destiny is not inherited. It is claimed. And let the world witnesses the birth of the new kings.
After a phenomenal run last year, they stand among the greatest in Honor of Kings. Tournament favorites, born from a supernova, from the House of Champions, Nova Esports! From the strongest region emerges a new contender. The first brawl begins now as they rise to showcase the power of their nation. Yibambe Team Hawk! The beast from the Philippines return for redemption. Get ready for explosive plays from Boom Esports! A new mission takes shape as the agents rise towards the peak of Honor of Kings. With every step forward, they establish themselves as top contenders and the most dangerous threat to the House of Champions. This is Blacklist International! From the greatest red to the ultimate red, a new roster steps forward, ready to redefine their legacy. Let us all welcome Nongshim RedForce! The reigning kings of IKL, now a fusion of veterans and Indonesia's rising stars. Can they defend their nation's honor on home ground at KIS4? Let us all shout, V for victory! Bigetron by Vitality! At their peak, they stood on the grand final stage of the HOK Championship 2024 here in Jakarta, Indonesia. Now, they return to the world stage, hungry for domination. Let us welcome DOMINATOR Esports! Ever present on the world stage, always ready for the challenge. With renewed strength, can El Manuk soar higher than ever? Rise for KAGENDRA! These 8 teams step forward to battle for the coveted title of the KIS4 champions. Rivalries reignite, while new ones will take form. Every match carves a path of their own towards victory. Prepare for the ultimate battle that will unfold right before us. It's our time to show the world what they're made of. It's our time to make history. Welcome to the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. It's our game!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. We are live from Jakarta, Indonesia. We're bringing you the action of the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4, the KIS4. We're live. I'm gonna be your caster for today, Isaac Peña, and with me, the one and only Sagi. Sagi, how you doing, man?
Absolutely excited here, Isaac. The last time I casted with you, it was all the way back in 2025's EWC at the Honor of Kings World Cup, and yet again, at another international event, we reunite again, this time bringing the viewers live at KIS4. So for this event, Isaac, I do think it's definitely a breath of fresh air coming in as the opening event of 2026.
2026 is going to be such a big year, I'm telling you, man. Like, you need to really count how many tournaments we're going to have, the changes in our game, the changes on the rosters of the teams. There's so much things changing, so many moving pieces that are going to make this 2026 what I hope is going to be the biggest year in history of Honor of Kings.
It's a breakthrough year, right? You have so many regional leagues lined up that we can discuss about later on. You have multiple big events coming in like KIS4. Later on, we have EWC. Then in the year end, we have KIC. Then mid-year in, we have KNC as well. So a lot of these events start pummeling in for all these players, aspiring pros and current pros. So their calendars, I would say, pretty packed.
I'm gonna tell you, man, I'm really looking forward to see some surprises this year. Most likely, we're gonna start seeing some other new clubs just coming in and taking dominance. Maybe we're gonna start seeing some specific clubs, I'm not gonna call names, just really calling for the place that they actually need. Maybe this is gonna be the year where we're gonna have new champions out there, no? It could actually be. And KIS4 is gonna give us a very big opportunity to see what they are made of. The teams need to really fight it out for one little piece of that total of $100,000 prize pool, Sagi.
Yep, with the champions taking home a 35,000 USD, second place 17,000, third and fourth each taking 14,000, and fifth to eighth place the participation prize 5,000 each towards the last three places here. So these teams, every single win matters to them in the knockout stage.
It is not only about the money, I would dare to say. It is a matter of just starting 2026 with the right foot. Just really, they want to really make this their year. Starting with a strong performance in KIS4 is going to set them up for that. And setting them up into two groups is what we have already done Group A with Blacklist, Nova, Nongshim, RedForce, and Bigetron by Vitality. And Group B on the other side, Boom Esports, Team Hack, Dominator, and KAGENDRA. These last two are going to be our opening match for this KAS4.
And this is selected by the group leaders here. Blacklist International, leader of Group A. Boom Esports, leader of Group B. So all the teams that are in the group for Group A and Group B, those are selected by those two teams.
Exactly. It's one of those beautiful things, right? Like that we got in this tournament, a lot of different elements, new factors that allow us to have new surprises. We're gonna have 3 matches every single day for this group stage. Today, we're gonna have Dominator against KAGENDRA, Blacklist against Nova, and Nongshim RedForce against Bigetron by Vitality. Those are gonna be our 3 games today, all of them best of 5.
And best of 5 with global ban pick, with a single round robin format here. They only play once. Yes, you can say that, oh, but they don't get like knocked out in group stage. But hey, you gotta play for that proper seeding going into knockout stage. And today, it's such a wonderful day as an IKL fan because the opening match is 2 IKL teams, Dominator going up against KAGENDRA, and the final series of the day for day 1, it will be Nongshim RedForce taking on Bigetron by Vitality. All of these teams, solid teams in IKL.
Talking a little bit about KAS4 and one of the things that make it such a different tournament. When we had the draw to make those 2 groups, Group A and Group B, you were completely in charge of that part, right, Sagi?
Yeah. We did the live draw. So what happened was, it became a race to the top in the star value in-game. So for those who don't know star value, check out the National Star Rise Up event under the events tab where you can rack that star value, get those good events like the New Year skin that you talked about and the Dragon entrance effect. And that star value actually, for Blacklist International, they ranked first and Boom Esports came in second. That's why they got the privilege to select teams in their groups.
Of course, and as they get privilege to select those teams, they're completely just in control of just telling us what matches they want to take. This group stage is very interesting because no one is going to be eliminated. So you get to have 3 games against teams that you get to choose, you get to pick, and teams in your group, you will not have to see them in the first round of best of 7s. So strategically speaking, picking someone in your group allows you to play them first, understand what they have, and understand exactly where this is gonna go.
That is a very strategic choice, right? Especially for these 2 teams. But talking about 2 teams, let's welcome our first series of the day. Brothers collide on home ground between Dominator Esports and KAGENDRA, both from IKL. One, a regional dominator. One, an international achiever who draws first blood in the opening match of KAS4.
This is going to be such an amazing way to start because we are in Jakarta, Indonesia. And having 2 Indonesian teams come in here and just battle it out in match number 1 is the best way to start this tournament. We have fans right over there in the GBK basketball hall where we're going to be hosting all these games from January 31st to February 8th. It's going to be amazing 9 to 10 days full of energy. These 2 teams are fighting not only to see exactly what they can do for 2026, but they're fighting just for Indonesian glory as well.
And to talk about what is like shown on the screen, in spring, Dominator had a fantastic run. Everyone thought they were going to be the champions of IKL Spring. But KAGENDRA had a miraculous El Manu Balagendra lower bracket run that eliminated Dominator's hope. And going to fall, KAGENDRA still beat them once again in playoffs. So right now it's in IKL. It's in their own region, Indonesia. Is this still considered a regional tournament or international tournament? What is it going to be?
That is going to be a very important point to analyze when we have already the head-to-head. When we're talking about national tournament, when we're talking about IKL, when we talk about IKL, KAGENDRA clearly, historically, has been more consistent than Dominator Esports. But that's just IKL. When we talk about international tournaments, on the other hand, Dominator has been able to do something that KAGENDRA can only dream about, which is making it to the KIC finals. In KIC 2024, Dominator made it all the way to 2nd place, making it to be the runner-ups of that tournament. KAGENDRA, on the other hand, every single time that they go for international tournaments, what happens to that team that completely just falls apart, Zaki?
That's the thing, right? How do you convert that local success into high-stake pressure games to convert those wins? When you talk about this pressure point, you have to see their captains, their main shot callers here. It is between DMT's Gerald and KAGENDRA Senko, the day one mid laners of both respective teams.
These are going to be the shot callers, right? Like they're the people in charge of just making the decisions that they define the destiny of their teams. Both of them are consistent. They are the anchors for their teams. And the winner of this lane most likely will have control of the map rotations. We know that in this patch, in this meta, that match rotation is going to be vital, not only to be able to collect the gold, but to collect all the dominance either on the clash lane or in the farm lane as well.
Yeah, mid lane is the core essence of the map. Whoever controls that mid lane gains access to not only the side lanes, but also the enemy's jungle. So these two mid laners, exceptionally important like what you mentioned, and I can't wait to see how they are battling out between the two hero pools, because I would say that with the recent introduction of the Haya, the new mid lane Evernight Aspiration, that's gonna be yet another important pick coming into the pick and bans later on.
Haya is gonna take the spotlight in this whole KIS4. I'm really sorry to just put it out there like that. I'm gonna be very radical. I'm gonna say that Haya is gonna be a priority pick because of the mechanics, because of the design of that hero. Haya, when you're thinking about big fight, when you're talking about mid to late game 5v5s, having that Haya in there with that ulti available allows you to take it from a 5v5 to a 4v4. And we know that strategically, depending on who Haya is going to proc that ulti on and who's she's gonna take into the third dimension, the fight can change completely.
I like how you bring it up, right? Where it's not only the mid to late game, isolating for that 4v4. Imagine when you're going for those shadow objectives, Tyrant, Overlord, it's a 10-minute mark, the most important one in the game. Haya just pulls you into the ultimate and forces you into a 100-0 smite war. But hey, Isaac, this is Dominator Esports' new and revamped roster for this 2026 season. In the jungle, TNX, Clash Lane, Hub Z, Gerald as the mid lane, L as the roamer, and the recent introduction, CC as their farm lane here. So CC, to those who are new to the scene, he's from KGL and he was a champion in that region.
When you have had that experience over there in KGL, coming in here, you have very big shoes to fill in because a lot of people have high expectations of you. So you better come here and demonstrate. And demonstrate is what KAGENDRA was gonna want to do. Zan, Senku, Lu, Solid, and Facer. Facer is gonna come in and is gonna be taking that jungling position. Something that in the past was such a solid performance by Wiro, but right now Facer coming in, what can he do different that Wiro was actually failing at?
I think maybe if we look into a deeper perspective, maybe is the mastery on Jing, the assassin jungles, the smite wars. Maybe that's something that Facer can actually provide KAGENDRA, the Elma Nukes, to a different level. But we haven't seen the performance of this team, so we have to figure out through this BO5 in the opening match how well these new imports, these new players actually get to mend well with the team, because on paper it may look strong, but execution wise it's really up to them.
It's gonna be difficult. There is some certain synergy that comes from years and months and games playing with the same people. So when you're coming new to a new team where most likely the language is going to be a barrier, how do you actually face that? That is going to be one of the problems that the coaches are going to have to really think about.
I think this also covers a few things, like language can be a very big issue, I would say, for some of these imports. But hey, when you have players from Malaysia like Lu, like TNX, they're bilingual.
Yeah.
They know Chinese, they know English, they know Bahasa Melayu, so they can probably be the anchor and bridge that these team needs to allow the imports to learn faster, to merge better with the teams.
Yes. So let's just imagine that just the language is not a barrier. Let's just start talking about the understanding of the game. When you look at Dominator Esports, they have 2 new players coming in for their roster. So that's already a 35% of their roster that's going to be completely new. A 40% of them new that is going to just disbalance. It's going to change the way that they have actually been playing before. Is that going to be a positive, or could it be a negative, Sagi? What do you think?
Okay, let's justify the change of players first. So when you do a change, you're expecting an improvement compared to your past results. Maybe past results didn't look too good for Dominator. They couldn't dominate the regional tournament. That couldn't push them to more of these international tournaments. That's why they were absent in KIC. So maybe with this new and addition roster with like a better side, potentially better side lanes, it could maybe allow them to reach even further. Now, for KAGENDRA, same could be said. Instead of 40%, they went with a 60%. 3 players changed up in their roster. We have Soleh in the Clash lane, replacing Ihans. We have Facer in the jungle, replacing Reroll. We have Zan in the farm lane, replacing Lan Feng. So that's also a very big overhaul. So it's really down to whichever team had more time and whichever team has the better synergy between the entirety of the roster.
We talked a lot about mid lane, how Gerald and Senku were going to be very important players in terms of just controlling the mid lane and controlling the movements. Let's put our focus on the Clash lane for a second. Tops and Soleh. Both of them, they have this BTR connection that is actually a very interesting thing to talk about, right, Sagi?
Like, if we look back to history, right, the entire year back in, if I'm not mistaken, 2025, it was Tough Z, the primary X-Clash lane for BTR, on the solid seat as the main player. As Soleh, always at the back end as the sub. Now, both are out of Bigetron and both are on opposing teams. Still, as a competitive position, because even if you're sub and main player, there's still definitely a connection whereby I need to be better than you to take your spot. I need to be better than you to protect my spot. It's just a common thing in traditional or esports.
It is just so hard when you have someone that they might like each other, man. Like they might actually be friends and just be really wishing the other person to do well. But at the same time, if you do well, then it means that I don't get to play. But today, that's going to be completely away, man. They're going to be on opposite ends and they're going to be fighting each other. So that Clash lane matchup is going to be one of these highlights of today's game.
It's like a grudge match, right? I wouldn't say grudge match, but it's like a proving ground where like, hey, they're both proving to BTR, say like, hey, I'll make you regret for not fielding me as the sub instead of Tough Z. Or Tough Z can say that I'll prove it to you that why they put me as the main player instead of you, Soleh.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen right over there. We're live from the GBK basketball hall. You can see the fans over there on your screen. They are ready. They've got the drums. They've got the cosplays. And look at that. Garuda over there, ready to go. The fans are ready to go. I hope that the players are going to be ready to go as well soon.
Yeah, man, we're just getting ready to go in towards the game here. That's a very nice cosplay. The Majestic Guardian Garuda, the Philippines icon. No, sorry, the Indonesia icon. Sorry, very sorry about that. And we have cosplayers as well. Look at that. Everyone filled up in the venue for that energy.
Sagi, have you ever been in Indonesia before?
Sadly, no. I've heard that many of the casters visited KC 2024 back in Jakarta, but I wasn't privileged to actually visit there. I hope I can visit Indonesia.
I'm telling you, man, I was there for Asian Games in 2018 in Jakarta. And it was such a great environment. Beautiful people, beautiful food, amazing environment. I'm really hoping that one day we can get back right over there, because what you could see over there from the people over there on the stands, they really love the game.
Of course, we love the game, the viewers love the game, and to start off this first series, the first game of KIS4, we have KAGENDRA on towards the blue side and Dominator Esports on towards the red side. The bans have started. It is Luna removed from the pool.
Luna is just one of those heroes that it does not matter how the patches change, it does not matter how the meta changes, it's always Luna being over there on the ban and pick. It's always the participation. It's either being taken, it's being put away. When is this going to change? I don't see that changing ever, man.
I think it's really like the strength of the jungle assassins in the global patch.
Yeah.
We have Luna, we have Jing, we have Pei, and recent introduction of Yang Jian after the rework Twilight in the jungle. He's been on a roll right now. That's why you see a lot of the bans are targeted on towards these jungle. And of course, Forge Maiden Chicha, one of these strong flex. You can play it in the Clash lane, you can play it in the jungle, you can play it in the farm lane. A very flexible pick being locked in for KAGENDRA as their first pick.
The versatility of the hero, and that allows it to be a perfect first pick. That first pick for a lot of people, when you are in the blue side and you have that first pick, you need to be either just going to one of the two ways. You either want to just pick a meta hero or you want to pick a versatile pick. That versatile pick right over there still hides everything, and right now Dominator Esports is going to have the ball on their court.
And this specific DMT 1-2 traces back to their 2024 KC 2024 run, where they always love to force this Mai Shiranui with Zhang Fei composition for those hard engages. And KAGENDRA, they are like welcoming you in their arms, like, hey, you want a hard engage? You know what's the new hero that we have? It's Haya, the Evernight Aspiration, locked in for Senko in that mid lane. So both mid lanes have a very aggressive setup. Haya, strong bush control, strong initiation on that ultimate. The Mai Shiranui on the hands of Gerald, perfect as well to get those big knockups and big knockbacks. So it really comes down to whoever pulls the trigger first between these two mid lanes.
Right now, if we just analyze like the first round of picks, a lot more aggression coming in from Dominator Esports. They've got initiations, they've got nice run of burst damage. KAGENDRA on the other side, a very KAGENDRA pick. That Agudo over there, a very KAGENDRA pick. The Haya and the Chicha, the early game does not look very strong for them though.
Fully agreed with you.
They might want to
And
revamp that a little bit more.
Yeah, like it could be safe for both teams. Like KAGENDRA, the only early game PowerPoint that I see right now is Senko on that Haya, and whoever gets their hands on this Chicha. Chicha's laning phase is extremely strong. That could mitigate the early game pressure. But when we talk about that after 4 minute, that mid game breakpoint, that's when you see DMT's draft starts to come online even more, forcing that initiation, play around that push power coming in from the DRNG and Magistrate. That's how you pummel the game into a 10-minute break or dead situation. But same can be said also. DMT, where does the late game come from? They have no late game.
But up until right now, they do not have anything, and they might want to just fix that with their last pick. They first come in and they take that Dharma. They're gonna lock in that Clash laner. Very strong pick. You can see that on the other side, they might answer that with a Charlotte. That Charlotte against Dharma matchup in there, I don't know exactly who might be able to take the upper hand.
Both are traditionally not the strongest laners, I would say. But when we talk about laning phase as well, Lu is on Brush Strider, another strong roam in the early game to match up the tempo that DMT is proposing right now. And the Lam, Stelfin, being locked in by DMT to counteract against the Agudo pick. But here's the thing. I'm not sure if KAGENDRA plays the jungle Chicha, because the Agudo and Chicha can still flex between farm lane or jungle for the side of KAGENDRA.
What are they going to try to do? I love the way that they picked a lot of versatile picks right over there. They decide to go with Aguto over there in the jungle. It's going to be Facer, the person that's going to be managing on that. I love the way that they are picking Dominator Esports, very strong counter. Every single move that KAGENDRA made, Dominator Esports counter it in a very, very, very exquisite way.
Okay, Isaac, given the 10 picks being locked in for you, who do you give the upper edge to in terms of draft?
In terms of draft, it's gonna depend. I am a very big Lamb. I'm very big Lamb fan. I love Lamb. It is just a hero that needs a lot of mechanics. Not only mechanics, you need to understand the timing of the fights really well. You cannot just really come in and initiate the fights. You need to have an understanding with your team of who's going to initiate, who is going to actually just deal some damage, and then halfway through it, you need to come in. Can they really understand that timing? If they can understand that timing, that Lamb is going to have an amazing day.
I think with the amount of setup coming in from Dominator Esports, you have the Zhangfei,
Yes.
you have the Fire Ninja Maestro Nui. A lot of the times, TNX can just sit back on the Lam, wait for that prime time to enter, like you mentioned here, so that wouldn't be much of an issue coming in from DMT's draft. But my only concern for Dominator Esports is they need to end the game with little to zero mistakes, because their composition isn't really strong going into the late game.
It is going to be a very difficult one for them. No mistakes on the first game of 2026 when your hands are still cold, when everything is still like a little bit rusty and stiff. That's difficult to say and that's difficult to do, Sagi, because this is going to be the first game of 2026. It's difficult not to make no mistakes.
Yeah, a very good point, right? Especially it's the first game, hands are cold. It makes you want to rethink your choices here. But hey, picks are locked in, heroes are locked in, drafts are finalized. Let's head into game one between KAGENDRA and Dominator Esports as the opening match for our Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4 in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. This is going to be KIS for first game. You can start seeing already the rotations. Sakir coming into the mid lane just to kind of like get the vision, understand what's going on, and then just makes the rotation down to one.
And top lane, 1v1 scenario here might be broken apart coming in for Senko here. This is the strength of the higher Evernight Aspiration. 3 stacks on your spell, what immediately clears the wave. For those who don't know how it actually functions, you see the white bar below Haya. She can cast 3 spells, spell 1 or spell 2, and then it goes on to cooldown.
Lovely movement there by Gerald. Comes in and then she's able to steal a little bit of the farm. That's going to put Facer on his back heel. And right now it's going to be Lamb the one that's going to make it first to 4 and the rotation to the mid lane. Look at that.
It's a cause and effect. You lose out the early piggies, and then you are slowed to level 4, and then the enemy gets the mid lane priority before you, hence they get more map control. But so far in the early game, nothing too much of a war happening around the map. It's more on give and take. Bot lane winning the 2v2, top side is solidly winning over that 1v1 against Tough C.
Mid lane activity one more time right over here. We get already to the 2 minutes mark. When we get already to the 2 minutes mark, we need to start looking at where the junglers are going to be. You can start seeing the rotations. We have timers on the first blue box that they're going to start spawning because the fight might start immediately. Look at that, I'm calling it.
We see a counter engage coming in from Lu. KNX has no mobility, has to back away towards safety here, but good initiation on towards Senko. No flash coming in for that Tyrant.
So wait. We need to understand the timings of that. Look at that. Agudor needs to proc his ulti in order to just clean that wave and being able to run away. That was a great movement coming in for Dominator Esports.
Yep, for now, game is really starting to pace into that 4th minute mark, getting control, finding the engage on towards Lu. But of course, everyone, if you're into free stuff, if you're into CD keys, click in that wildfire with that 1 instead of the I into your CD key redemption to get that 1000 honor pass EXP.
Firestorm is going to be one more of our CD keys right over there, ladies and gentlemen. You can always go in game, use them, and who does not like free stuff? I love free stuff. Get me some of that, please.
Same here. Like, if I can get the Anuma for a cheap price, sign me up as well. And you can see the early game aggression coming in for both teams is really just poke, get map control, and don't go for those big fancy plays. But I'm still waiting to see who Senko decides to ult on that first ultimate. Is it going to be mirroring Tyrant? Is it going to be the jungler during the Smite War contest? I want to see how he plays the first ever game of Haya in pro play for Global.
30 seconds to the objectives to be online. We can start seeing a very clear trend. Both the Clash lane and the farm lane is just 1v1s, and then the rest of that is just a 3v3 rotation around the river, around the brush, just trying to get a little bit of an advantage. That advantage is not being open, and both teams are being extremely careful with their movement.
At the very least, this time KAGENDRA gets the first mid push here, already setting the Hyatt into a very comfortable place here. L getting some vision, forcing KAGENDRA to back off from this choke point.
Tyrant already on. He's gonna come into 50%. It's gonna be Dominator, the one that has the advantage over that. And look at the fight starts.
Yeah, Bridal Outburst whiffs onto entirely of the team here. No one gets caught in the Beast's ultimate. But, you know, it's a handshake. DMT gets the objective and is back to a farming tempo. Bot side here. Grandmaster Forge, caught by Zan, forcing the cleanse to be committed coming in from CC. You can see a lot of the spells are being channeled in towards the bot side here. Kachusa is landing on towards Lu, forcing yet another retreat from both sides.
That Tyrant is going to be an amazing objective for Dominator. They took it almost for free. And that was great news for them, as right now, that gap, that little experience gap, might start building up and might start opening opportunities for them.
Knock up on towards L here. The Moonscape Mirage captures the enemy Zhang Fei into a 1v1 here. It's Senko versus L in that Mirage. But outside of here, there's 4 people waiting for him. The troop matches on the 2. Gets Senko, gets Blue, and that's not over yet. As TNX finds his prey. Make that a 3-4.
Look at that!
Late to the fight. Gets punished immediately by Jurl on that Maishu engage.
Dominator Esports comes in, gets that fight, a 4-0 trade. This is amazing news for them. They came in. It was the Hyatt that started this whole situation, and it was Dominator Esports just saying, if you want to give me those kills, give them to me, and they collect 4 of them.
But that's the thing about Hyatt, right, Isaac? Yes, on paper, it's really good to isolate that 1v1. But if your team is not ready outside of the Moonscape Mirage ultimate, you better be ready for that counter initiation the moment you come out.
That's the issue. Like, we need to understand when to proc your abilities and onto whom, right? Like, taking that Heia, taking that Moonscape Mirage, taking that Tramfei out of the mix so early in there, was that the best choice? They come out of it, they do not have abilities no more, and then they start falling one after the other. It allowed enough time for the Lamb to come in and just collect 3 kills. That is going to be very painful for them later on.
We also saw the counter initiation coming in from Tough Z's Dharma. That flash mantra in towards the wall was just beautiful to set those 2 players from KAGENDRA and make it already a 3v5. And here's the question. Where was the Charlotte in this exchange? Where was the teleportation coming in from the top side?
Of course, like that's the issue. The rotations, right? Like the movement right over here. It's not like that Charlotte can always make that rotation over there all the time, every single moment. Can you actually take on that 4v4 fight? And when we talk about that 4v4 fight, it was the chain control order, the one that defined that Dominator Esports was going to have the upper hand. They have a better composition in terms of sustain, right? If they can sustain a little bit of the damage and allow Lamb to come in late, it is going to be bad news for the opposing side.
And that is exactly what happened in that early initiation. Yes, KAGENDRA got the first initiation on El Zhang Fei, but the assistance coming in by the side of KAGENDRA in Senko's 8 wasn't as fast as Dominator to be in standby position against Senko. So that's what really allowed Dominator to pick up those quick 4 kills in their favor. 4 kills, 1 tower, and right now, the game is wide open for Dominator.
Sagi, I'm telling you, I think that out of those 4 kills, 3 of them, I think they were for the Lamb. And if Lamb can just can connect those 3 kills, that's going to start snowballing really badly for them.
Yeah, just check out the goal lead right now. It's a almost 3K goal lead in favor of Dominator Esports. And this is what we talk about during the pick and bans. DMT's draft is very aggressive and needs to win all the little skirmishes to get that 10-minute comfortable domination. And right now, it's looking extremely good for the side of DMT.
Well, right now we're gonna have to move our attention over here to the mid lane. It's gonna be 4 people against 1. The 4v1 gang against the Charlotte, and the Charlotte is gonna have to run away.
But look at TNX's position here. He's camping. He's looking for Saule here. Space getting to. Then from below pushes back to the team here. But there's no follow-up. TNX going extremely low. Gets hit by knockup coming in from Lu on the Boost Strider.
KNX thought that he was gonna come in and do some hunting, and then they just returned back the favor, telling him, you think you're big enough, you're not there yet, boy.
And we see a 1v1 towards the bot side here. Zon pumps the Grandmaster Force into 1v1 against Top Z. But it's just a handshake between ultimates here. Ultimate for ultimate gets the disengaged to go back towards safety.
Alright, let's wait and see what's gonna happen. They need to slow down a little bit right now. Dominator Esports do not want to just waste all this advantage that they have in the moment, right? Like, they had already almost a 3,000 gold advantage, came into this fight a little bit too eager, and they just lost a little bit of that bag. They need to slow down and understand that when you look at the items right now, they're still not here in their power spike.
Fully agreed. Consistent pressure needs to be generated by DNT while acknowledging the fact that you cannot play over eager because there's so much counter engage coming from KAGENDRA's draft. Yes. We do see Feishi utilizing the Deep Frost Siege, slowly chunking L's health bar, forcing him away from that brush. But back to our topic here. Two different playstyles. DMT needs to press the pedal, but not too fast. KAGENDRA needs to slow down DMT's pace and make sure this game goes slightly later compared to them.
We're gonna make it to the 8 minutes mark right now. You can see that the whole map right now is in control of DMT. KAGENDRA right now just doing a little bit of a running around, trying to just turn off the fires, just trying to put fires out. They have no control of the map right now. What do they need to do to turn things around? It's gonna depend a lot on what Feishi can do on that Agudo.
He's pulling a lot of pressure as well. Aggressively cleaning those bushes, getting the vision that KAGENDRA needs. That also goes into the drop that we talked about, but Unbridled Outburst catches on towards Lu. Lu forces to burn the flash, but this gives a direct angle towards the mid lane for that mid tower here. Death from below, catches on, pushes in into the hungry mouths of DMT, but Feishi gets a beautiful knockup here, but that wasn't enough at all as 4 members fall for the side of KAGENDRA as they are losing hope in every single exchange. CC just toying around with that low health bar. That is a clean ace for the side of DMT Esports.
DMT comes in, takes a 5-0 trade. It is going lovely for Dominator Esports. They came in, they took the turrets, they take the kills. Ace in their bag, and this game at 9 minutes mark, it's looking like for Dominator Esports completely. Look at the replay. Just the way that they initiate right over there, the truth mantra against the wall is what sets them up for success.
That was a 3-man truth coming in from Top Z, and when everybody fall, only Saule arrived late. This is like a statement match for Top Z saying like, hey, there's a reason why you're my sub.
Your words not mine,
catches
look at that one more time.
Immediately with the Ryu engine, catches on towards Feishi, and Feishi is annihilated from the map. CC gets the kill on towards Zon. The 1v1 concludes, but no one falls in the Moonscape Mirage. Saule has no flash, has to escape, gets tagged by the token coming in. See, that's a triple kill. 3 waves marching in. 2 waves already knocking on the tier 3. But once again, death from below. Rampage for TNX.
That's gonna be it. Look at that. It's only gonna be one more person. The Sakir is going to fall. The minions are gonna come in. The crystal's gonna fall. Congratulations to Dominator Esports taking game 1 of our KIS4.
It's like a storyline here, Isaac. To dominate or be dominated. Dominator showcased a game 1 that was absolutely beautiful. The engages were so solid coming in from the side of Top Z on that Martial Monk Dharma. So beautiful. 2, I counted 2 amazing ultimates was enough to just seal the game for DMT.
The Dharma is gonna have to take the spotlight in here, right? Like, hopefully we'll be able to see the highlights very soon. The way that the Dharma just started just setting up all the team for success, it was the real key for the victory of Dominator Esports in what I think was not even 10 minutes. We did not make it even to the 10 minutes mark, I believe.
I don't think so. Wait, maybe 9 or just nice at 10?
something like that.
Yeah, something like that. That was how aggressive that DMT actually played. That's why you don't ever give them the holy trio. Mai Shinui, Zhang Fei, and also Dharma. This is the bread and butter of Dominator Esports since 2024.
I just love the way the Dominator Esports play, the rotations and everything, the communication between them. It just felt like everyone was very in sync. Something that we discussed at the beginning was how could these teams actually show us that they can be in sync when you have so many different roster changes. The way that they played tell us that they have already set a very clear plan. How do we actually be able to come in? They take the first turns, they take the first blood in amazing way. This might just show us a little bit, those first signs of what kind of team Dominator Esports is going to be for this 2026.
It's very aggressive playstyle with coordinated plays. We can say that, okay, every single play, I won't say every single, but one or two plays were initiated by the side of KAGENDRA on that Haya's ultimate. But the assistance coming in from the 4 other members were not as quick compared to Dominator. The moment that Zhang Fei got caught by the Boostgate Mirage coming in by Senko, you can see immediately everybody just appeared on the doorstep waiting for the ultimate to finish.
Yes, exactly. And the way that the game finishes at the end, right? Like, it was just 2 big fights. I would dare to say. The first one I wouldn't even count it as a big fight. I would say just these 2 big fights. One over there in the mid lane, just coming in, just taking in the big fight, winning the mid lane turret, and then the last one over there where they just come in, push it in, destroying on the high ground. Those 2 big fights was more than enough for them just to claim this game in such a destructive fashion.
Yeah, just look through the stats. On the side of KAGENDRA, they only got only one kill out of the entirety of that onslaught coming in by Dominator Esports. You can see the fights are always revolving around 2 players, L and CC, the farm roam duo. 0014 on towards the Zhang Fei roam, and 4010 on towards CC's Magistrate.
The way that they set it up in here, I would dare to say that it was a little bit more of KAGENDRA providing the opportunities for Dominator Esports, and Dominator just being able just to capitalize out of those. Doing a very good performance in here. Only 10 minutes long for that first match tells you a lot about the pace that Dominator Esports wants to play for this KIS4.
And this is the damage distribution, the stats that we see so far. Actually, it looks really good if you don't see the game winnings, kill scores, and everything. Everything is like very maxed out between all players. But it's really down to what we say, coordination. You can have the best of the stats, but when you're not coordinated as a team and you don't play as a team, you are always down specific numbers in big team fights.
Look at the gold graph and the way that it just started just going up. It starts ramping up. There's a little spike after they have that first fight before the technical pause. And then after that, they just go exponential growth all the way till 10 minutes, finishing with a 9,500 lead. Even if they would have decided not to push in toward the crystal and going back and take the Overlord, they would have actually won the game 2 minutes after.
That's the thing, right? When you continuously snowball against the enemy team, and KAGENDRA gave you opportunity as Tubzy, the man on our screen on that Dharma, the way that he initiated those big fights around turrets was just magnificent in allowing Dominator to get those big leads that we talk about in that goal graph.
Yes, completely. Yes, I completely agree with you, man. Like, the difference of the way that they played those 2 heroes is what made a very big difference. Let's think about how we can just turn things around and look at what KAGENDRA tried to do in this game. KAGENDRA comes in with trying to show that FaZe can actually be the new motor that they need in order to move forward. FaZe with that Agudo pick, losing that advantage so early in the game might have just slowed him down a lot. So we cannot even just say that whose bad performance it was. I do believe that it was just Dominator Esports taking control of everything. It was very difficult for Senku as well on that Heya.
I fully agree to you, where we cannot nitpick on a specific player. It's more of a collaborative team effort that allowed DMT to play much better compared to KAGENDRA, at least in this game one, because we saw in multiple occasions, Soleil's Charlotte was either too slow to the fight, or the other 4 members of KAGENDRA was too early to initiate or be initiated by DMT.
This first game gives me a little bit of a feeling at KAGENDRA, even though they're right over there in Jakarta, international stage. Are we talking about like going back to old habits maybe from KAGENDRA?
Still too early to say, but we do have to award the MVP to.
I needed to fish a little bit. Sorry, man. I needed to fish to see if you came in with me.
I mean, it's too early to say, right? But with that game 1 performance coming in from TNX on the Lam Stelfin, that was really magnificent. Every single play that his team has set him up, he followed it with precision and perfection. Just like what you mentioned here during the pick and bans. Like Lam cannot just dive in without a motive or without a proper angle. But every little play that we saw in that game 1, he found beautiful ones to set the players back in towards his pockets, and this was one of the few ones.
And that's what I'm talking about. Like just that. Look at that. Like the Drum Fate has the ulti, even though they have been sustaining damage already for a while, and the Drum Fate can still sustain to give time to TNX to join into the fight. This one right over here, on the other hand, I think that it was a little bit of too big of an overstep.
Oh, look at this one though. Look at Tough C's positioning here. That Dharma flash spell one in towards 3 people, setting up that big knockout. Such a disgusting one if you're a KAGENDRA fan.
It is just a beautiful. That's one of the things I love about the Dharma, just the flash and then the truth arm, the mantra coming in immediately after that. Being able to just connect it like that in such a beautiful synergy is important. Triple kill coming in here from CC. In the moment that he needed to stand up, he stood up as well.
He played really the textbook style of how you need to play a marksman. Nothing too flashy, very consistent positioning, and always at the enemy's edge of the screen, doing DPS either on your turret or the big plays that his team has set him up for success. That's why farm lanes, you don't have to be the most flashy, but you need to be the most consistent in your team.
Consistency is key. That is something when you're playing at the top level, you need to be extremely consistent. That is for sure something that the coaches are going to have to talk to them about. Consistency is going to be important, and what is going to be important is going to be to turn things around for KAGENDRA. They do not want to start thinking about the past. They need to just flip the page and just move into this game number 2 with a completely new strategy. They've already tried to use the Heya, they already tried to use the Agudo. It didn't work out. What else is out there? Maybe they're going to try to change to a jungle core that might allow them just to change the script a little bit.
Well, it really depends on what Coach C. Shuai and also Coach Muffers coming in from both teams really decide the composition for the upcoming game that we are looking at. And especially if you're on Dominator, you'll be feeling really good about that game 1 because it's not a close one, it's an absolute domination. But hey, Isaac, we're playing on the global ban pick rule, so whatever that we see on our screen, KAGENDRA can no longer pick those 5 heroes, Dominator Esports can no longer pick those 5 heroes as well, so that gives KAGENDRA a bit of a sign of relief. At the very least, they don't need to see the exact same comp for the remaining game.
I just love global ban pick because of that. Not only because it just makes the game a lot harder for the players and a lot harder for the coaches, but also because it makes it a lot more, it gives us a lot more variety for the spectators, for the commentators, for everyone else, because we get to see a lot more heroes, right? So everything that you already saw over there on the screens is gonna be scrapped, and then the coaches cannot use it again. This is the moment where the man in the suits are gonna have to really start thinking about what they want to do differently.
At the very least, from the facial expression coming in from the side of KAGENDRA's coach Muffers, he doesn't seem too pressured. He's still laughing, he's still cheering on his players here. That's what I like about good mentality when it comes to high-stake games in international scenes.
I like that Dominator Esports jersey. It's actually very pretty. Look at that. The way that the logo is shining in there. Very, very pretty. I like that. I like when teams use fashion. And that's actually a very fashionable choice. I like it.
Okay, at the end of the day, I will ask you after we see all 6 teams play in all the BO5s. Then you need to give me a ranking of who you put the best design t-shirt, esports jersey at 1 to 6.
I'll take you on that. I'm gonna start taking screenshots right now just so I can actually go back and do my homework. Let's jump into the ban and pick right now, all right?
Yep.
Let's see. Right
this
now,
time,
Dominator Esports is going to be on the blue and KAGENDRA is going to be on the red. Now, Dominator Esports, they have the opportunity. They will for sure start banning the things that they're either meta or the things that they've already played with.
Now, they start out the banning phase with a Liang. Usually when you ban a Liang, you're looking to play things like the jungle assassins, the Jing, the Luna, even the Yangjin, for example here. So, pretty interesting stuff so far, and KAGENDRA answering with the Forged Maiden, Chicha, as their first ban.
Yeah, of course, they've already played that chat. They don't want to give it out. But as you mentioned, maybe what we're looking in here, Dominator Esports, is going to be something very mobile, something very core in the jungle, maybe something that's going to be flashy.
Thinking about the Luna here, we might see a Luna, we might see a Dolia Yangjin. These are potential picks here because so far, as we see towards the draft right now, Luna seems to be a priority for South Dominator Esports, and it has been locked in. And a bit of a backstory, if I'm not mistaken, back into IKL Spring 2025 Grand Finals Game 7. It was Dominator Esports, TNX picking the Luna, and they lost against KAGENDRA. This might be a redemption match for TNX himself.
Redemption, I love that. There's so many. That is going to be a word that we're going to be using a lot during 2026. This is going to be the year for a lot of the redemption arcs for all of these clubs are going to start. A lot of these clubs in here, Dominator and KAGENDRA are not the exception, are going to try to just erase the mistakes from the past and try to start making big steps forward. KAGENDRA chooses Diadia and Arlie just as a good combo to try to answer back to that Luna on the other side.
It's a very strong counter, I would say. Like, you have the Diadia, the spell to Bittersweet Farewell to lock you down on a spell and knock you back with the passive kick. And you have Harley, which essentially can do 2 things. Spell 2 blocks your mark, Ultimate pushes you away when you are dashing towards the early. So it's really down to the early game pressure that's going to be generated by the Tigris that's going to be on the hands of Feishu. You were talking about like, hey, maybe KAGENDRA don't put Feishu on things like a utility jungle or a non-tempo jungle. So they heard Isaac in towards the mic. It's like, okay, Isaac said this, let's implement that in game 2. Let's put Feishu on one of the most, I would say, strongest tempo junglers in HOK.
They gotta go with what Unc Isaac says, man. Like they know that there's some years in here. I'm telling you, man. I love when the players are just taking confidence, and they're just the confidence of saying like, you know what, like trouble is here. Give me the spotlight. I'm going to solve the problems. I like that. That just tells you there's some kind of voice in there that tells you that I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. Give it to me. I love the pressure. What is pressure?
Pressure is something that either hits or miss. For some players, pressure elevates you into a stronger position. It forces growth. For some players, in a certain scenario, it succumbs you into tilt. It succumbs you into overextension, tunnel vision. So it's very speculative on how you see it. It's really down to the players and the coaching staff.
Love and war both require bravery.
Flowborn and Xiaoqiao over there for Dominator Esports. Xiaoqiao is a very good pick against that Arlie, right? That Xiaoqiao on the pick against the Arlie brings you the burst damage, putting a little pressure over there on the Parasola.
Well, that's definitely one thing, that we have the Steady Will, Flowborn Marksman, Breeze Heart, Xiaoqiao. These are really good counters in terms of team fights, in terms of late game, in towards the Arlie. Like KAGENDRA, you're going to have a solid front line in your draft. So who's it going to be? They pick by two. I think we never seen a single by two in the Clash lane in 2025. We see some jungle Baichi, but this is the first Baichi of 2026 in KIS.
We have not seen Baichi. Baichi has been one of those OG Honor of Kings heroes that they're always around there. When they're meta, man. Like the way that they can actually use their ultimate in order to stun and immobilize a lot of enemies. It is a great initiation strategy. It's very beautiful the way that it can also do a lot of sustain. It can regenerate as well. So Baichi is a very good pick. In this patch right now with that Baichi, is it gonna be one of those new picks that we will start seeing a lot more in 2026? And with this specific composition, can he actually find the moment to catch on that Luna? Would that Baichi be able to do that?
Yeah, I'm interested to see as well, like you mentioned, right? Can he catch? How does he catch? So Luna is going to be dashing around, flying around with those unlimited resets. So Baichi might be changing his target to the backline here. Those without mobility, like full-ball marksman, no solid mobility unless you react to your spell too. And the Breeze Heart Xiao Qiao, no solid mobility as well. So if he takes the flash on the Baichi, the ultimate weapon, maybe he out-flashes in towards the backline to get that surprise factor.
A lot of pressure that KAGENDRA is going to be pushing on Dominator Esports, so they can be more meticulous with their movements, their rotations, how they can always keep an eye over there on their flowborn marksman. It's going to put a lot of pressure on L, right? Because right now L is going to have to always keep an eye on what's going on with CC. So CC and L, they're going to be a pair right now. It's going to be a different game to what happened in the previous one, for sure.
Enemy minions
And
will
it's
arrive in
flipping
5
sides
seconds.
of the draft, right? Where in game 1, it's Dominator picking a hyper-aggressive early to mid-game draft. This time, it's KAGENDRA taking their draft, implementing on their own. And for Dominator, it's a very well-rounded one. You have strong tanks in the form of Top Z and L. You have strong late game in the form of Jurl and CC on Xiao Qiao and also full-ball marksman. So that really flips the script. Like, who plays it better and who needs to prove themselves?
Look at the blue side right now. It's going to be Pei, the one that's going to try to do the invasion over there on that blue buff. Very dangerous movement over there, very early from the Pei.
I mean, you need to do whatever you can to stop this Luna from getting that comfortable level 4 mark right here. That's why you see the early game rotation coming in from the side of DMT. It's not to put the Xiao Qiao mid, it's to match whatever that KAGENDRA is looking to offer. Make sure that they sit themselves at top and mid lane, make that 3v3 happen, and make sure that TNX doesn't get invaded level 1.
Let's wait and see what's gonna happen. TNX right now has already an advantage. He has more gold because that Faceless Pei has been just making extra movements, not being able to just really focus on his jungle. That's gonna give an advantage for TNX to make it to level 4 earlier.
They did spend some time trying to look for that invade here. So both junglers are sitting at level 3 on the 1 minute 30 mark. Heading towards the top side here. Both of these battle tanks in this patch, none of them can kill each other in lane. There's not going to be any sort of solo kills. I do think that they will need to get that priority on the push and see how they can affect the map with their movement.
At the beginning, in the early stages of the game, it's going to be very difficult for them to kind of like leave that clash lane. But look at that, Solid takes in and he's going to find TNX in the mid lane. He made it to level 4 and then he used his ulti for a 2v1 in the mid lane. Hopefully we'll see those highlights really quickly in the replay.
That's why we say priority is important. We saw Solid get the early push, immediately roam towards the mid, ultimate flash on towards TNX, and mid lane once again, Facial forcing the flash on towards Jurl. TNX going in with the reset here, getting the kill on the Facial. Facial's dropping solo. Will he get burned down? He doesn't get burned down, and TNX has no ultimate here, but the cavalry is here. The sprightly enhancement bailing him out safely.
Wow, Facer going out of there with 1 HP, running away, still forcing TNX to lose his composure. He saw the Baichi coming in and that gave him a little bit of PTSD as well.
Oh, that's just scary here. L here getting poked yet a bit by the hands of Blue on that Bond Weaver here. It's just standard stuff. Global Marksman just wins early in that early 2v2. We need to see how the early converts that 2-3 item power spike against CC. But once CC scales to 4 to 5 items, that's where the Global Marksman outscales the Parasola.
that's gonna be a completely different game. But to make it to 4 or 5 items, we're gonna have to push it all the way to 12, 13 minutes. Can we already push it there? We know that the pay has the momentum at the beginning of the game. We are 30 seconds away from those first objectives battles. And I know that TNX and Facer right now, they're just counting gold, counting coins to see if they can actually get in there.
We need to see who slips up first, who falls in terms of that focus here, but we see a bit of a camp here. Flash engage doesn't catch on towards Zan. Zan dodges the multiple knockups here, has the parasol to get himself to safety, but he's so low, he cannot sniff this EXP. But panning towards mid lane here, 4v1 against TNX. TNX has to clear the waves, has already successfully been doing so. The refreshes are coming in, forcing both teams to take the handshake.
Look at that, it's just a matter of the tempo. Look at this, we have a 3v1 over there in the bottom lane, and then we come into the mid lane just to see a 1v4. It is just counting down to the movements, to how they're gonna give the keys, because we are making it in here. The turrets are going to fall over there for the farm lane in terms of KAGENDRA, and that is bad news for them.
Yeah, a bit of an extension coming in from Top Z here. Solé playing the Baichi to a masterclass, just out tanking the Spark base coming in from Dominator Esports with the 4v5 on towards the map. This should be a free Tyrant coming in for KAGENDRA, and yet another kill thanks to the fact that Senko pulled Gerald into the welcoming hands of Solé's Baichi.
KAGENDRA right now with that Solé's Baichi pick completely has Dominator with no answer to this. They do not know exactly how to face this Baichi, and that Baichi right now, due to its mechanics, it's just putting Dominator in a little bit of a corner.
And this is in towards KAGENDRA's power spike right now. Arlie is out of the lane jail. Facer gets to have so much farm on towards the map. It's really down to Solé and Senko to continuously push on towards the pedal here. Mid lane here, Solé forces to pop the ultimate to escape for safety. But look at the pull! Once again, on towards Gerald. Punishing for that over-eagerness. Top Z, no flash on cooldown. Gets taken down as well. Facer checks into TNX, but look at the pull once again. Almost getting hit, but gets pummeled by 3 members here as it is an odd number fight coming in for KAGENDRA.
It is a 2-1 trade for KAGENDRA. It's going to be good for them, but right now as they're trying to push away, the fight starts back one more time in the river.
Zan catches on towards CC. CC overextends. Zan, after taking down that tier 2 in towards the bottom lane, gets that rotation, gets the flank, and that's 2 quick kills in towards the pockets of KAGENDRA. Jungle is wide open for the buffet.
KAGENDRA is right now controlling the game. They are on the driver's seat. They've got control of the waves and they've got control of the fights. You can see it's not looking really good for Dominator Esports. Pay right now, and all KAGENDRA on their power spike.
That's a worrying factor coming in from DMT. It sort of looked like the game 1 situation where Dominator kept pressing KAGENDRA in that mid game, which allowed KAGENDRA almost no room to breathe for that late game. And right now, KAGENDRA is doing the exact same thing against Dominator in this game too.
Yes. So you see, like, at the end of the day, it's just gonna be coming down to the teams and being able to understand the tempos. Look at TNX in there, just trying to come in, trying to find in Zan. Zan is not gonna allow him, and he's gonna be able to put some pressure over there on the farm lane, on the clash lane, sorry.
Yep, right now is down to the tempo of the strong power spike. Facer and Zan, definitely the 2 members that Dominator needs to look out for. They are super well farmed up, and if they're on those side lanes, you better bring more people to actually capitalize on their mistakes, because that may be a window for DMT to come back in towards this game too.
So you see, like, right now, the decisions that come in from KAGENDRA, they understand that they've already got an advantage. They do not need to go and try to make the fights without the objectives. They come in, they take the Overlord, and right now when they have the fight, they might be able to take that as well.
Flash engage coming in from Solé, catches on towards TNX though. TNX already escaping with those refreshes here. Top Z, no flash. Where is the follow-up? There will be no follow-up. That does make sure that it's a handshake between these 2 teams. But DMT, they get a good rotation, forcing the recuperation coming in from the side of KAGENDRA on that mid lane, so they get a free mid tower.
Free mid tower, they get in here, then putting so much pressure. TNX has not been able to control his blue buff no more. And his blue, the mana is such an important element for that Luna. Without that blue buff right now, that TNX Luna is gonna be unable to fly around.
It's like Marco Polo without a Crimson Golem. It's like Marksman without a Crimson Golem. Luna without a Azure Golem. You can't make those refreshes as smooth as before.
That's the thing, right? Like if you want to play the Luna, there's so many different elements that they need to align for you to have a real domination, for you to have a real advantage. There's so many different elements that they need to be there. And not being able to control your own Azure Golem, it's going to be really bad for Dominator. Look at this, KAGENDRA one more time, understanding the game. It's a gold game. They take the last one of these Tyrants.
Yeah, the regular Tyrant will despawn at the 9 minute 30 seconds mark, so getting that last one before the Shadow objectives will definitely put you at ease. But talk to me about this Baichi coming in from Solé. He's everywhere from minute 1 until now. He's been all over the place getting those big setups.
And the important thing about that, like, it's just gonna be Baichi as he grows old, stronger and stronger. Baichi is one of those very late game heroes, right? The more items that he's going to have, the bigger a tank that he's going to be, the more HP that he's gonna have, and the easier that it's gonna be for him to sustain into the late fights.
Look at it once again, the engaged anyways coming in onto a Solé, but not enough players are around that ultimate weapon here. So a 1-for-1 exchange between L and also Solé here, but look at the counter initiation here. Hellfrost are going blinking low. That's the full-ball marksman late game potential here, but with the superior positioning coming in from KAGENDRA, it seems like they can get access towards this Crimson Golem and potentially that Shadow Tyrant.
Solid comes in, he jumps in with his ulti, he gets onto 3, but there's no follow-up in there. There's no follow-up damage, and that was a very big problem and mistake. Right now, as they want to come in for this Dark Tyrant, we can see that Dominator is not gonna let it go for free.
Yeah, Destined Encounter cast just on towards full 4 members here. That's a lot of poke damage here. So RedForce are a bit of a worry coming in from DNT. Who does this Tyrant go towards here? It goes towards the TNX! He lands the steal, but has no way of escaping here. He has already burned the new moon. The fight is all over the place right now. 2 men down already for the side of Dominator. Gerald answers one on towards Solé here. Senko gets the pull, but doesn't answer anything for the side of DNT.
DMT comes in, they take the Dark Tyrant, but to what cost? It's gonna be a 2-1 trade for them. They lose Top Z and they lost TNX as well. That is not a good trade in my opinion, because at the end of the day right now, KAGENDRA is gonna have a green light to come in and take this Overlord.
Gerald off the ultimate. Forces the positioning coming in from Facial. Facial jumps in with the Tigeress here. Gets the first steal on towards Joe here. Joe overstayed his welcome here, and L is the second one to fall. Double kill going in the hands of Zon as Facial still wants to play for aggressive approach here. 3v5 once again. How do they play this? I don't think they actually can even face check this.
They have no priority over here towards the Overlord. If you know that you cannot contest it, why Gerald and L are jumping in to try to fight that? They were unable to stop the Overlord. They did not win any time, and at the end of the day, they end up just going back to the fountain because they lose their lives.
I was gonna say that DMT, after stealing the Shadow Tyrant, they were looking really good because they are looking to outscale KAGENDRA's comp. But after that play, after Shadow Overlord right now, is accelerating KAGENDRA's push for that high ground.
Right now, Baichi already pretty charged, and it's gonna have a lot of magic resistance. That Luna has nothing to do against the tank coming in from KAGENDRA.
Right now, we're just waiting for the waves to crash in coming in from the side of KAGENDRA. If Dominator can pull this game into a 14 to 16 minute mark, then we will see the late game full-ball marksman and Xiao Qiao come into action here. They have solid front lines, beautiful Tub C and L, but if they cannot hold their horses in this high ground push, then we won't see the late game.
We can see that right now the ultimates are available for KAGENDRA, as we can see the bangers coming in. They're going to crash over here at the bottom lane.
Bottom lane right
Pressure
now.
against the high ground turret right now. It's going to be easy to claim that dragon. There's a second banger coming in. It's not going to be too much pressure. There's nothing for Kagendra here. They need to push back.
It's a very good defense coming in from Dominator Esports because that's the difficulty of Kagendra's draft. If this game goes later on, where we have 4 to 5 items, that's not going to be easy for Kagendra to actually end the game. But late flash coming in onto CC. No follow-up, a 3-man knockup coming in from L as members of Kagendra are slowly falling one by one. That was beautiful by L.
One more time, Baiti comes in, gets the stun onto 3, and there's no follow-up damage. Gotta be careful, Kagendra, because right now you have the upper hand. You cannot keep missing these dunks.
Well, they didn't even get the high ground end towards the top side. That's just bad news for Kagendra.
It is not looking good. They need to really finalize this game. They need to really just start pulling up things together, talk to each other, calm down and breathe. Because if they keep making these mistakes, look at this. Right now it's going to be Dominator, the ones that are going to have the priority over this Dark Tyrant.
It's just looking so dire for the side of Kagendra. They were controlling the game so well for the first 8 minutes until they lost that Shadow Tyrant steal to TNX. And they didn't get any sort of value with the Shadow Overlord push, which led to that team fight.
Yes.
And right now, DMT, in terms of scaling, Xiao Qiao, CC on the floorboard, Markman Steady Will is way ahead of Zan and also Face. To check out mid lane though, as we see Top Z getting the engage on towards Zan, forcing the retreat. But look at the top side, minions piling through, getting that tier 3 is a freebie.
It's just looking crazy. It is just looking insane. Right now, Kagendra trying to just clean things around, but Dominator having control of the map. Sadly for them, they lose that high ground turret, and that's gonna bring them super minions. One more question and one more ball of stress for them to try to fix.
But if we look at this top side tier 3, we think towards TNX history, he had lost a game to the Dominator, which is the team he was in last time because of that. And right now, we see a bit of a poke and prod towards the top side here, forces up some flash, Solid flashes in, looks for a target, but there's no follow-up, there's no teammates here. He's left there to dry, Blue is down, and Zon, where are you going? That personal dance towards the wall. That is just 3 members, and with waves marching through top side, this might just spell the end of Kagendra in this game too.
Sagi, look at that. The minions are coming in. The high ground is going to fall. It's going to be a 5 against 2. Can Kagendra just be able to keep their dream going on a little bit longer?
There's no wave clear here, Isaac.
No.
First wave through. Okay, wave is secured. But Beishu does fall. Nice pull on towards TNX. TNX has to commit the new move. 5 seconds on towards the timer. Dominator, they're going ham. They want to go for the end. Can they do it? They got it. That disadvantage in game 2. They forced the comeback and they take game 2. 2-0 for Dominator Esports.
Dominator Esports coming in and telling us that it is not done until they say it's done. Lovely performance by them. They came in, they were losing the whole game. 80% of the game, they were down by a lot. Kagendra starts missing the dunks, start losing, giving gold away. And Dominator Esports says, if you're gonna give me a prize, wrap it up, give it to me, and I'm gonna be taking it extremely gladly.
That is why composure is really important. The first time that we see Kagendra showed some signs of flaws in their gameplay was when they had so much lead, but they still gave up their tier 1 tower, the mid lane, the most important one. That is unexcusable. And the next one is when they did the Shadow Tyrant dance. They got stolen by TNX. That's how the game extended for the side of Dominator Esports. If that didn't get stolen, it's gonna be simple. Kagendra's gonna get that Shadow objective, pushes the first wave, pushes the first 90 seconds, and then revisit back to the Shadow Overlord, and it is done and dusted for Dominator. But due to the fact that that specific scenario, that list of event actually ticked off for the side of Dominator Esports, they just set themselves for a beautiful comeback.
I loved this game a lot. It was a lot better than game 1. it shows us that Kagendra has something up their sleeves, like it's actually that they can actually come and fight. The problem in here is that you cannot have such a big advantage and not finish the game. It's just that simple. I want to understand that there's a little bit of mistakes and the miscommunication, but you come in during your power spike and allowing the Flowborn marksman to get online at the end. I don't think that it was for Kagendra to lose this match.
That's the problem, right? Because we saw the same draft being executed. I mean, not the same exact heroes, but it's the style of draft. In game one, the way the Dominator played was like, hey, we will pick this super aggressive early game draft, and we will try to make sure that all our fights, all our rotations are in sync to chunk out the enemy to make sure that there's no comeback. But in game two, Kagendra tried to repeat the same success with the same style. Yes, the first 8 minutes, beautiful stuff by Kagendra. But when you falter in the early game, the beautiful stuff, when you falter in the late game with such a strong early to mid game draft that falls off in the late game, that's how you know that you have already messed up and the enemy Flowborn marksman and Xiao Qiao is already online.
Look at that, look at the Flowborn marksman over there, 5-1 and 4. Nothing that CC could have done at the beginning of the game. It was not going really well for him, but as time passes, he got bigger and bigger and bigger and stronger and stronger and stronger. I don't want to sound like a broken record because I know that I've mentioned this multiple times, but it cannot be possible that Solid is having such a great performance on the Bitesy. The Bitesy is just having such a great, amazing look at the damage taken in there.
I gotta cut you off there, Isaac. I gotta cut you off, Isaac.
Go ahead, Sagi. Go.
Look at CC's damage! 218,000 on a Flowborn marksman. Wow.
It is not working, man. Look at that. Beautiful digits from CC.
That's Zan and Facia's damage combined, and it's still not enough to beat a Flowborn marksman damage. That's how strong Flowborn marksman is as a late game farm lane in this patch right now. It's really good if you're playing towards the 14 to 16 minute mark. That's why we were discussing back in the pick and bans. If DMT skills, they win. If DMT doesn't skill, they lose. But DMT makes such a marvelous comeback that he showed that they have composure that they didn't know. I mean, not didn't know. They didn't acknowledge that, hey, we're losing, chill. No, they were saying like, okay, everything is in control. Just make sure that CC is controlling the resources well. Make sure that CC gets the final few items. That's where immediately Solid, even though he dunks on towards CC, it's not enough.
Up until the 12th minute of the game, Kagendra had a 7,000 gold advantage. And it was right over there where CC just started just piling up gold, piling up items, turning it into into his spike, and then just having the digits that he had. How much was that at the end? 220,000 damage?
Yes, sir. It was.
That is insane. That is crazy.
So if we were to look at TNX, sorry, not TNX, Facia's damage plus Zan's early damage, if they plus together, it's about 211,000, give or take. But the single man, CC, out-damaged both carries coming in from Kagendra. That's how you know how crazy that is coming in from a farm lane player.
Love this second match. If the whole KIS 4 is going to be the same as these two games that we just watched, this is going to be such a beautiful 10 days of competition. I'm telling you, ups and downs, upsets, big fights, tactical movements, good strategy. It is gonna be a lovely tournament. Look at it here, like when you analyze Gerald and Senku. Senku tried to use that shit as just having more initiation, having a little bit more control, but I don't think that the coordination of the whole chain of control was on point for Kagendra. And probably Senku is gonna have to talk to the boys to get them in the right place, to get them completely online.
That's the painful part, right? When you are down 0-2, the mental pressure is really prominent already on towards your shoulders and your mind. So you need someone like a big brother of the team, someone like Senko, someone like Muffers in the team to calm the nerves of Kagendra's players here. Because right now, do or die. Okay, you don't really lose out the entire tournament if you lose out that single BO5, let alone that this KIS4, no one gets eliminated in the group stage.
Yes, no one gets eliminated, but at the end of the day, you don't want to be picked by someone. You want to be the one making the calls. You want to be the one just picking on your opponent. So at the end of the day, like, you want to really win this first match. And talking about this match number 1, this match number 2, it is going to be our MVP from Dominator. Wow. It's going to be CC on the Flowborn Marksman, Steady Will.
I think steady will is a very good word to describe Dominator Esports. Their will was unshaken throughout the entirety of the game. It was steady, composed performance coming in from DMT to slowly but surely claw their way back. Because if we were to give props towards KAGENDRA, first 8 minutes, beautiful stuff from Soleh and also Senko in getting those early leads. That's what you see right now on the replay. 1-5, 2-3,000 goal lead already for KAGENDRA, but still, sadly to say, they fumbled the bag.
They did, man. Like, it's just difficult to digest just the whole concept of having such a big advantage and not being able to just win the game at the end. It's very
this was a key
This one right over here.
Yeah, key turning point.
KNX just coming in and just taking that Dark Current. They do lose the fight at the end, but just negating KAGENDRA of that Dark Tyrant was actually very critical for all.
Look at that knockup coming in from L, the 3-man ultimate coming in from the Reef Hub Datu. And as of this point, even though that Soleh got in towards the backline, check out the Flowborn Marksman damage here. That Arrow Storm just piercing through the backline coming in from KAGENDRA.
It was over there, like you can see that in that moment, KAGENDRA did not have one person that they wanted just to completely just focus their damage on. They were just thinking about just running away. It was just every man on their own.
You can see the sign of relief and the excitement coming in from the coaching staff. Like, that was a crazy game, by the way. Everybody thought, like, oh, it's a repeat of Game 1's script. Game 1 was fast, so Game 2 is the same thing for KAGENDRA as they want to look for control. But, hey, that was a pretty good comeback. And this is just first series of the day, by the way. And that was already chef's kiss by Dominator Esports.
Chef's kiss indeed, man. Like, this is going to be top level performance, and I hope that we're gonna keep seeing more of that, not only today but tomorrow and on the days to come. Now, we leave Game 1 and Game 2 behind, and we're gonna move into Game 3. We're playing best of 5 for this whole group stage, which means that if Dominator Esports takes one more game, that's gonna be a 3-0 clean sweep, sending KAGENDRA back home to think about how they want to keep working on this group stage. They don't want to lose 3-0, not only because of the fact that they lose, but because of the fact that the morale hit in there is the worst way to start a tournament.
Sorry, Isaac, do you have to send them home when they're already home?
Well, you still need to take a car, mate. I don't even if they need to take the bus back home, they need to go home.
I'm sorry, KAGENDRA fans. I'm sorry. Please don't come after us. Please don't come after us. This is the updated global bans and pick coming in for the game so far. So both sides, 10 picks automatically banned away from both teams.
I have it right over here, right? And it's gonna be really difficult. I love the way that the idea and the Arlie play together in here, like just one of those last points before we move into the next game. I did like a lot the idea and the Arlie coming in from KAGENDRA. It was very interesting to see how those two heroes played together against Dominator Esports. So Diadea and Arlie plus the Bitesy, that might be something for us to keep over there in our notes for 2026.
It's a smart pick and bans, and with the items revamp coming in for the fighters and tanks items in towards the clash lane, it really opens up different choices, especially this patch, because there's definitely nerfs, there's definitely buffs that allows a bigger variety of heroes to be debuting in the international stage. And I'm loving KAGENDRA's creativity and bringing that Bai Chi, because even though they did lose, it's still a spectacular performance by Soleh at the very least in that first 8 minutes.
Extraordinary, man, extraordinary. And I know that a lot of people are gonna say, like, okay, can you please stop with the glaze for Soleh? I'm just gonna keep glazing where glazing needs to be given, man. I'm so sorry.
Exactly.
It was a great performance. it's got to be something for us to just come there and just put over there on our notes. Everyone, when you go back and watch the game one more time, just pay attention to those specific moments. All right, game number 3. What they need to do different right now, because KAGENDRA, it worked really well in this. When you analyze the 2 compositions that they have had, they played with a very strong jungler, Lamb, at the game number 1. Did not work really well. No, they played Aguto in game number 1. Did not work really well for them. Moving into something a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more powerful, like the pay, worked better for KAGENDRA. Does that say that maybe they need to, in this game number 3, try to continue with that jungle core element?
I don't really think so here. As much as I would like to say that draft was an issue, draft was not an issue at all, because it was really down to a few things. KAGENDRA's composure and the way that they position and the communication, these 3 things. So to break it down, in game 1, KAGENDRA's assistance for Senko after he ults was too slow. That's number 1. Maybe it's communications. Maybe it's like disagreement on whether to engage or not to engage. Second one is composure. When we see a lot of mistakes in the mid-game to close off game 2, that's where you know they are still having doubts. They're still having some errors in their planning phase. They need to play more flawlessly. I mean, it's expected stuff, right? You need to be flawless to close off games, especially when you're playing such a low error margin hero like your draft, right? Like Arlie, Pei, and also Shi.
Exactly.
One wrong move, your entire lead is blown out right through the window.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen for this next game. Look at that. KAGENDRA might go and lock in that Jing. It is going to be a lock. It's going to be their first pick. They want to keep playing on that big core jungle assassin. Let's play the Jing. The problem over here is the Dominator Esports. They have the Liang as an option against that Jing.
Yeah, it's very wide open here, but if you pick the Liang, there's still the likes of the Guigutsu, the Guan Yu, all these potential counters that could really impact the Liang's out succession, right? When we talk about Liang, it's really good against assassins, but if you fall off, if you can't get like big plays like Dihaya, it's not really that good going towards the late game. And I like the pickup here coming in from Dominator Esports, Long and also Twilight. So this Long, we might see the tank build Long, where first item like Frostcast Embrace into the Axe of Torment, the physical defense boots come into pro play.
Look at that, KAGENDRA on the other side. They do not want to allow the Yanji and Dolia combo, and they decide, okay, let me have that Dolia for myself, and I'm gonna get a little bit more of sustain, even more sustain over there in the mid lane with the Yuhuan.
Yeah, that's a very strong late game carry composition as well. You are taking away the Dolia combo with the Yangjin and also pumping up extra damage in towards the hands of Senko here. So you have a strong early to mid game jungle in the hands of Fei Shi with the Jing, Broken Mirage, and you have a mid to late game tempo mage on the hands of Senko with a lot of pressure that's being generated, because you can use double Unending Sorrow, which is Yuhuan's ultimate, to force positions, to force engages on towards the backline.
The mods pick over here on Dominator Esports, are they looking for poke? Are they looking for control? I think I'm not against the mods pick, but I think that so early in here just to go for that mods, it's not something that they could have prioritized. They could have prioritized other things instead of that.
I think it's more towards a lane and 2v2 counter, because when we talk about the Dolia, she works on sustain. But when we talk about the Mozi and also the Long, these two are very aggressive lane setups that's looking to dominate 2v2.
I see. So you think that it's just gonna be more not thinking about the big fights, but just thinking about the small 2v2s and 3v3s instead.
Courage is me
That's true. Correct.
That makes a lot of sense.
And for the side of Dominator, they're saving their mid lane all the way to that final pick here, hovering that Cascada Ladies in for the hands of Jorl here. So we are looking at a rather interesting one for Dominator Esports. If the Long goes for the physical defense build, the tank build, they're gonna lack a lot of damage in that late game. So it's down to CC to see which build he wants to go for. Is it the traditional crit build with the Eternity Blade, or is it the Axe of Torment plus the Frostguard Embrace build that we see a lot recently?
I don't like Dominator Esports composition a lot. I'm not very fond of it. I feel like it's missing a lot of initiation. Like the initiation, it's gonna come with some poking and some slowing down coming in from the mods, and then just the pressure that my Yin can put on the back lane. But on the other side, Kagendra with the double ulti that you can get coming in from the Dolia, and then just being able just to have sustain because of the Yuhuan, it's gonna allow the channel to have a very consistent, a very stable environment for him to just keep farming and move forward and just burn minutes until it's gonna scale up. In terms of composition, I'm liking Kagendra's composition a lot more. Would you agree, Sagi?
I think it's much more, I would say, solid, right? It's like we see everything that we need. Okay, tempo in terms of the Dolia Yuhuan combo, and also the likes of the late game environment coming in with the channel late game power spike, and then you have the early game that's being covered by the Byron and also Broken Mirage Jing. And then you take a look at Dominator Esports draft, Engage, maybe we see it coming in from Twilight with the dog on towards the enemy first spell, or we see the Peacekeeper spell 2 on towards the zap on towards the enemy. Is it the best one? Not necessarily. So that puts a lot of pressure on towards Tough Z on that martial genius Mayin to look for those backline assassination, which is not the most consistent engage coming in from DMT.
Not the most consistent here from DMT, and that's gonna just give Kagendra an opportunity for them to be a little bit more on the attacking end, right? Like I hope that Kagendra in this game, they can be a little bit more dynamic, try to be a little bit more aggressive, try to control the tempo and the decisions of the game. They did not do badly when they had the opportunity in game number 2. Let's see if in game number 3 they can keep polishing that strat, and if it is gonna give them a little bit more records.
And my worry for DMT's draft, they have essentially 3 losing lanes in terms of push. So Channel doesn't do well. Channel does extremely well into Long. Senko and Lu dominates that mid 2v2 in terms of pushing power. Solé, technically, on that Byron is super strong in that early game, which allows things like this. Feishu on that Jing has exceptionally high smite rate. Because why? When you have the Mirage separated between Jing and the Mirage, which is the mirror, you double your smite.
I am going to expect to see in these first 2 minutes Feishu just showing us a little bit of the experience that he has got, right? Like just for him to show us how he can just put KX into a little bit of a problem. You already saw just Feishu just coming and taking control of that red buff, and right now it's going to be KNX, the one that is going to be extremely behind in terms of gold and farming. Look at that, comes in, takes that blue buff, and it's only level 3. When on the other side, Feishu is already level 4. Look at that.
Yeah, very painful stuff, especially in the early game. That's why Jing is such a strong jungler when you have lane priority here. We see Tough Z on towards the top side here, being forced away by Senko. And towards the back line here, we see Feishu popping that Broken Mirage. Does get pushed out by L here. Good play coming in from the Dominator roamer to cancel off that engage.
They needed to cancel that up so they could actually go back. Sadly for them, Senko did not have his ult available in there because he could actually follow up and force something against DMT. Look at that, Tubbs is just having such a difficult laning stage against the Byron. Solid right now just having the time of his life because there's nothing that Majin can do against the Byron at this stage.
Yeah, that's the early game for you, the Byron into the Mayin matchup. It's only about farming. And once again, Feishu coming in with the Mirror Domain into the smite, getting that double smite value, stealing away yet another Crimson Golem from the hands of TNX.
There's nothing that TNX can do right now at the moment. It is going to be Feishu just collecting and snowballing a lot more and more and more. He already has 1 level advantage, probably is going to end up being 2 in any moment. What is Kagendra supposed to do with this? We're making it all the way to 3 minutes mark. If they can continue with this kind of pace, the 4 minutes milestone is going to be completely for them.
is looking really good for Kagendra as of this point right now, but the only one suffering right now in all these exchanges is actually Zan in that 1v1.
Yes. Zan is the one that should actually have a little bit of a better time in there, right? Like CC just flexing in his mechanics, showing us how that Loom is going to take out of that situation.
And we're looking at an interesting build as well coming in from CC. It's not the traditional crit build that we talk about, it's the tank build that we suggested for the recent long build. It's really good when we are fighting multiple assassin team compositions here, but TNX is a bit behind on farm, 2 levels down, so where does the late game damage come from? Because Z's losing lane, Gerald's a control mage, so who's gonna do consistent DPS?
There is no damage coming in right now. There's nothing that they can do. They can only pray right now that Gerald is gonna be able just to land his ulti into multiple members. Look at that, the Mirror Domain is gonna be propped.
Got Mirror Domain prop here, but think inside the box, catching on towards Face Shield here. Gets the refresh on towards Dolia here. Has the second Mirror Domain. L, first to fall, so this should be a free objective for the side of Kagendra. Face Shield hyper aggressive on this Jing right now. Gerald has no flash, and we see the members of Dominator trying to look for an engage, but that's solid. He's so tanky. He's almost going down, but has the heal. Forced to pop the flash and walk away for safety.
It is going to be a great start over here for Kagendra one more time. They not only start taking the kills, they take the Tyrant as well. That's going to give them a bit of an advantage. They can start putting some more pressure, and it's going to be TNX, the one that's going to have to try to find a solution. He cannot just keep letting Jane coming in and take that golem for free every single time.
This is not a TNX fumble. This is a, sorry to say, a draft issue, because you have 3 losing lanes. Who's gonna defend TNX jungle?
There's nothing that they can do at the moment. It's gonna just completely depend on Kagendra just being able just to capitalize out of this advantage that they have. Look at that. If they decide just to take that over there, it's gonna have to be Majin. It's gonna have to proc. Majin has no ulti, flashes straight into the wall.
Yeah, he has to pop the flash here because that's so much damage coming in from Facier. Look at the gold graph right now. Facier is rocking 4.7k, almost 1.5 ahead of his jungle opponent and everybody on the map.
Has destroyed a tower. Red team
having the
has
time of his
destroyed
life.
a
That is the kind of debut that he wanted to have right now, right?
Yeah.
That is the exact kind of debut that we wanted to see.
For now,
look at that, the pressure coming in.
Pops the mirror domain on towards Tubzy here. Tubzy, no flash, caught in the middle of 2 people, and a mirror domain gets executed, and that top turret will be fallen down as an additional prize for Kagendra.
And the problem in here is that when you see that Tubzy is being just ganked in there, there's nothing that any of the other members from Dominator Esports can do. Look at that, right now it's going to be the next target is going to have to be that high ground turret. Nothing that Dominator Esports can do at the moment.
And although I am a fan of the tank lane build, but the problem is, if you are the sole carry of your team and you decide to go to tank build, you don't have enough damage to handle Byron and a double one that we talk about here. Solé going in a bit aggressive here. TNX with the Heaven and Earth form catches on towards the backline here. Senko gets the refresh coming in by the Celestial Melody. We see Tubzy going in 1v1 against Solé. Limps away with a sliver of health here, but that is already mission accomplished coming in for Kagendra, already securing that mid-tier 1.
This is looking exactly as the previous game. Kagendra fully in control of the map, fully in control of the goal. They have an advantage. Let's see if they can learn from their mistakes and see exactly what they want to do. Look at this on the other side though. The damage dealt, CC and Gerald are gonna be the only options of damage coming in from Dominator.
Facier going in with the mirror domain here forces the infinite bastards away from the hands of CC, but Facier, you are caught in a middle of 4 Dominator members here. That's already the first fumble here, but they do get yet another kill on for Solé. Big mistake coming in from KAGENDRA. We talk about how strong their composition is, but if you fumble plays like this, that's gonna be detrimental here. And Zan in a bit of a long lane here with no back off, but hey, he still managed to get the turret and managed to limp away for safety. But you have such a strong lead. You cannot afford these mistakes here, Solly and Facial.
Let's take a step back and let's start to breathe a little bit in this situation, because KAGENDRA, they need to be careful in there. Facial cannot just keep dying like that, because then that's gonna be the same scenario as we had in the past. We don't want that right now. Good from Zan that was able just to capitalize out of the pressure being over there on the clash lane. He came in and took that tier 2 farm lane with turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, turret's looking really good so far for the side of KAGENDRA, but in terms of gold lead, 2,000 solid for the side of the El Manute. I need to see how they play the 10th minute mark to a perfection to further pull apart the game. In terms of composition, they're looking really good. They're outscaling, they're out damaging. Facial goes in with the mirror domain, forces out the Splendor coming in from Jurl. Still has it, uses it. Facial gets the first assassination here. The Tyrant goes over and hands on TNX. Fight continues on, but Senko uses the ultimate, keeps all the members alive. Health bars are blinking low, but no one on the side of KAGENDRA is to fall. First one to fall is Blue. CC forces to use the Infinite Bastard, but that's 3-4-1, a valid exchange for the side of KAGENDRA.
KAGENDRA right now, one more time, just coming in. They know that they have the advantage over here in these fights. They have the gold. They need to start just winning them. 9 minutes and 30 seconds. They're gonna have priority over the objectives. Let's look at that instant replay one more time. We know that TNX is the one that claims that Tyrant, but to that, what cost in there?
I think Tyrant or not doesn't really matter, because this is still not the Shadow variant.
Exactly.
We have to see Senko provide so much value through the healing. Because why? Facial took off the only member that had healing reduction coming in from DMT, which led to the heals coming in from the Dahlia, the heals coming in from the Yuhuan to be exponentially high. And right now you see Senko going super aggressively with that aggressive unending sorrow. TNX will be the first to fall coming in from Dominator Esports. PUBG, no flash. Senko doesn't continue the chase, but they have already came and they have already conquered. But through the middle of this trade, Lu does fall. So it's a 1-for-1, still okay for Dominator.
When I start analyzing here, what is Dominator missing from their composition? It needed to be the Dahlia Yanjian over there. That needed to be the first 2 picks that they needed to have in there. I do believe that Yanjian with a Dahlia would have given TNX a lot more stability to use his ultimate to regenerate a little bit more, because right now he's being very aggressive, but he every single time that jumps in is falling again and again.
Fully agreed, right? But you still have to give props towards Facial. Even without the Dahlia, he still engaged that early game super well in getting those early game Crimson buffs from the hands of TNX as the fight does break off in towards the red side Crimson area. We see Zan flashes away towards safety here, limps away with a sliver of health. That does leave no DPS for the side of Dominator Esports here. Look at Solly, undamaged, not even the shield, not a single bit of health removed from this Byron. That's the problem coming in from Dominator's Esports draft. There's no consistent DPS.
Byron over here is just such a big problem for them. Right now it's going to be KAGENDRA, the ones that they're going to pocket in that Dark Overlord. It is going to be tough right now for DMT to try to continue the fight, as right now the pressure on their high ground turrets is going to be completely on.
Yeah, 5,000 gold lead. Overlords marching down towards the bottom side here. If KAGENDRA can look to end the game with this Overlord, it's definitely good news. If they cannot, just tear down all the tier 3 towers, and it's already going to be a good setup coming in for that final few push, because this is not 16 minutes, this is 12 minutes, and it's already looking super well on for Zan, for Facial. Items are starting to come in.
The big difference between this game and the previous one is that in the previous one, Dominator had a hero that could, at the 30-minute mark, just completely carry the team. They do not have that kind of composition right now, so it's looking very, very green for them.
You see Solé flashing in, goes for the backline immediately here. But hey, he's a Byron, he's tanky here. Meanwhile, he's soaking all the damage. TNX is picking off in towards the front line here. Dropping one member for a high ground. 1-for-1 trade is super worth it coming in for the Kagendra draft. They can rotate towards the top side, pick off that top tier tree, and then recuperate for the farm in the enemy jungle.
Look at that, they're going to brute force their way through that turret, and it's going to be only one more high ground turret that is going to be standing. The last fight might be this.
Yeah, Mirror Domain pop chunks out all the remaining members' health here. Double Unending Sorrow to chunk off the all health bars coming in from Dominator. A well-played game coming from Kagendra in this game tree, denying the 3-0 win for DMT. This is the start of comeback for the El Manu.
This is not going to be a clean sweep, and it might be Kagendra just going from a 0-2 to a 3-2. Which of these is going to be? They are set the scenario to look at this amazing game. Game 3 is bringing us top level performances.
I think in terms of game 3, from the draft, from the early game planning, all the way to the mechanics showcased in this game, Kagendra, from coaching staff all the way to the full members, did exceptionally well. From coaching staff, they drafted 3 winning lanes, and then they made sure that Fisher had direct access towards the jungle, making sure that every single Crimson Golem from minute 1 to I think minute 6, all 3 of them was stolen away from the hands of TNX. And then you see the side of Dominator's draft, it's alone. And no constant DPS, no carry mid, no carry clash lane, no carry jungle, because the carry jungle was already eliminated in that early phase. So where's the DPS to realistically take down tanks like Soleil's Byron? There's no DPS. It's just a tank lone build. Exactly.
There was nothing that they could have done against that Byron. That Byron could actually just completely just walk through the mid lane, just walk through the river, looking and staring at people in the eyes, and then no one would dare to stand in front of him. Nothing they could have done against him. It was just very poor decisioning from Dominator in terms of the BP. It is a best of 5. Game 3, maybe they did not want to completely just burn out all of their options. But Kagendra in game 2 and game 3, they have been the better team. So the fact that they are down right now to 1, it does not say that Dominator has been actually better. Because if you look at most of the time, it has been Kagendra having a better control of the game. So Dominator Esports, they should have wanted just to end things quickly in this one. But they're just giving one more hope to Kagendra, and let's see what they can do. Let's see what they can do in the next game.
I think BP will be a really important factor coming in for these both teams. Because we saw Game 2, Kagendra leading, but they played towards their composition, which allowed Dominator to claw back into that late game phase. Now in Game 3, like you mentioned, there's no late game scenario for the side of Dominator because all the heroes don't really do that compared to a flowable marksman. So this allowed Kagendra to fully utilize that lead that they generated in the early game to close off that game that we saw. Everyone did their parts in this. Fisher from early to finish, consistent jungle invasion against TNX, and then when Senko and Lu is online, we start to see double and ending sorrows bombarding the backline.
Just the area of effect of those abilities is just so big, man. Like it's just in terms of that, like when you understand the abilities of your heroes, when you understand the abilities of the options that you have, you can actually open a big variety of options on how to win the games. Kagendra comes into the match already having a very big advantage since the beginning. Then hopefully when we see the gold graph, you will be able to see that gold graph gap, that window started opening since probably what, minute 2, minute 3? Look at that. Since minute 2, it just started opening there for Kagendra all the way. There was no way for them to stop it. Immediately, very early in the game.
There wasn't enough constant crowd control to really lock Fisher down on the Broken Mirage. And then we keep seeing the same thing happen, right? Okay, we leave the 1v1 towards the farm lane. We consistently invade the side lane that had the winning matchup. Byron into the Mayin. Yes, you cannot compare them in the mid game. They have different duties. But in the early game, Byron, one of the strongest 1v1 machines that could 1v2 in lane, got the priority, mid lane 2v1 against the Lady Zun. Even if it's 2v2, 2v3, Yu Huan Dolia, one of the strongest pushing powers in the first wave. And then immediately you see 4 members charging in to help Fei Shi invade that early Azure Golem, the Crimson Golem.
It was just good synergy from them, right? And I love to see that because it just says that Fei Shi is just kind of like just reactivating that fire inside of KAGENDRA. It's just completely giving them a completely new life in here. And that is important. When we analyze the one-to-ones in here, like when we get the head-to-head and we start looking at the data in there, it is just very interesting just to see that in terms of vision, there is a very big difference between what Top Z and Solid were able to do. They had different responsibilities. So that is why they completely, when you analyze their graphs, they don't even replicate each other at all.
That's the thing, and we have to give props to Coach Muffers for drafting a solid draft for KAGENDRA in this game 3. Because from start to finish, he really outdid the BP for exactly this game. But this needs to continue for 2 more games if KAGENDRA wants to complete that miracle reverse sweep that we are talking about here.
Let's wait and see what KAGENDRA can do in there. I really hope that they can, regardless of the result, I really hope that they can keep playing the way that they're doing it right now. Very aggressive, very dominant in terms of what they want to do in terms of the game. I hope that they can keep entertaining us like that. Zan and CC. CC, he had an amazing second game. In this one, it was a lot harder for him to actually carry the team.
I think it's down to itemization, right? Like we talk about pick and bans. You have so many tanks. I mean, not so many tanks. You have like decent tanks coming in from the side of KAGENDRA. And you don't have like strong DPS or late game aside from the Lung. So maybe that Lady Zun in that last pick, maybe consider changing it to a newer Celestial or a stronger late game mage. Maybe that could elevate CC's pressure on being a single source of damage because no one expected Fei Shi to dominate the jungle matchup so hard.
No one was expecting that. No one was expecting that. And no one but Fei Shi himself. Fei Shi himself, he actually knew that he had total control over this. So he was the only person here that knew exactly what was going on. Hopefully we will be able to see him in one more of those big jungle core heroes. There's still a very big variety of them out there that he could actually choose from. Now let's see. From KAGENDRA, the MVP for this game, number 3, is going to be Fei Shi on that Jing, Broken Mirage.
A beautiful execution coming in from Fei Shi. Aside from that single play towards the top side, where both Solid and Fei Shi went out of tempo and actually faltered to the enemy hands, I think all his mirror domains were effective. Every single one is either to catch up the enemy, or it is to chunk off the enemy's health bar, or is it to single out a single target. He was really active on this Jing.
And when you have the option of just having the Dolly out there just to provide you a second mirror domain, you don't have to be so much pressured in terms of the timing, right? Like you can be a little bit more loose in just the way that you actually are playing your ultis.
You can be flexible, right? Because first remote domain goes in, and then you abshift the enemy, and then use it to bail off or to continue for that engage. But this is the fight that we talk about here. Because of Fei Shi removing Drill on towards the map, you don't have Venomous Staff or Imperial on any single member coming in from DMT except for Drill. That's why Senko and Lu just piled in all the heals on towards the teammates, which led to no single member falling for KAGENDRA on that previous fight.
I mean, here in this one right over here, as we come into the high ground battles, right, like TNX not being able to sustain at all, and then you just lose your jungler very early in this matchup, in this fight, creating just a power play very early for KAGENDRA.
Yeah, KAGENDRA playing the composition to a perfection, executing the coach's game plan to a very high level as well. From level 1 all the way to the finishing mark, they did it with a level of expertise. So now we need to see Does Dominator continue their dominance from Game 1 and Game 2? Or will KAGENDRA ride on the momentum that they just started off in Game 3 to look for that potential reverse sweep? All I can say, this series is looking really good for the viewers.
It is looking really good for all of us because there's a lot of things that we can analyze out of it, right? I love the way that KAGENDRA came in the game number 1 and their first pick was the Tricha. And then after that, they just keep banning it again and again and again. So they just keep giving that Tricha over there, always a ban. Well, we're gonna keep analyzing all this. What about we go to a short break, and as we come back, we're gonna bring you game number 4 of this matchup.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go! Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku Woman Army, satu orang 1000 nyali, Bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Akulah mastermind di balik kekacauan, satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata hingga sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tu kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tukar baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di sing sana. Aku cinta, I'm the queen, feel the aura. Orang jajali, tanya lain dah. If you want me, profit me mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my melody, you can touch me.
And KAGENDRA dominating right now with a 2-1 advantage. With me, we have Sagi. Sagi, 2-1 right now, Dominator advantage over KAGENDRA. Would you say that this is reflecting exactly what we're seeing in game?
Now. Game 2, Game 3 is looking really good for KAGENDRA in the early game. But still, Game 3, we still saw when KAGENDRA has the lead, they tend to falter once or twice, which cannot be really accepted if you are drafting on a 50-50 equal ground. So at the very least, for this Game 4, if KAGENDRA wants to force this into a Game 5, full BO5, they need to, first thing, coaches need to outdo the enemy, which is pretty hard, but in terms of players, you need to stabilize your lead on your hands and make sure you don't fumble the bag.
It's very simple, man. Hold up. I don't want to sound like that. I think that in competitive sports, call it traditional sports, call it esports, it's just something about the winning teams are those who can see the advantage, control the advantage, and just capitalize out of that. It's just that simple. In any sport, in any competition that you're going to be given, as long as you can see an advantage, you can have the cold mind. If you can see actually just having the cool perception of what is happening in the moment, you will end up winning. It's just that. The problem is that a lot of times when we have the advantage, we just want to do too many things. Take one thing at the time. That's why it's important for you to be present in there. And hopefully KAGENDRA can start being present, because if they can just keep playing the way that they're playing, having advantage, and just making one decision at the time, it's going to be really good, man. Like, they're going to end up being a very strong team in 2026.
I mean, they're pacing themselves, right? Like, pacing is so important in all aspects of life. And in esports itself, there are different paces in game. Like we talk about, like, okay, what are paces? Pacing yourself in the draft. Cannot be too greedy, cannot be too ambitious. You need to make sure that you have enough heroes to survive for a full BO5 or BO7, because it's global ban pick in HOK Esports. And then we'll go in towards game. Know when to stop, know when to retreat, know when to engage. That's pacing as well. So for players, for coaches, pacing is also really super duper important. How they pace themselves in this game 4 will show the results. Is it going to be a 3-1 for Dominator? Is it going to be a game 5 for the series? It's for them to tell.
When we get into game 4 and game 5, well, I do believe that game 4 is a lot harder than game 5. I'm sorry, like that's just the way that I see it. Game 4 is so much more harder than game 5, because game 5 is just like toss whatever that you have. But game 4 this has the level of complexity of, do I keep options open for the next game, or do I go all in? That is something that coaches and players need to start thinking. Let's jump into the beep here real quick. KAGENDRA is going to be on the blue side, and Dominator Esports is going to be on the red. KAGENDRA is going to show us the main prio ban that they have over that chat. They will not allow that Dominator Esports to put their hands on it.
And Dominator Esports answering the same. It's like, hey, you can ban out CC, who had an amazing performance in the first 2 games. You can ban out Chucha, you can ban out Arlie. We can do the same as well. Fisher had an amazing performance last game, so we're banning out, okay, I think you said core carries, Luna, and also Fane. 2 of the biggest ones in global after Jing. So we might see a potential hero like Hansen. I think this will come out. I think so.
What? Hansen coming up?
I'm not kidding. I have a feeling.
Again, it's one of those OG heroes that I love. But really? Hansen? I don't know, man. I don't know. There's still other options right out there. Musashi, one of them. Musashi is a very interesting hero, because if you know how to play it well, you can get a very big advantage, but it's very difficult to play it well. That is the very big problem with Musashi.
Ooh, but look at the setup here. It's looking like Dominator Esports could go for 2 angles. 1, assassin versus assassin. 2, they could go for the monkey to counteract against the sword master, but they picked the first route that we mentioned. It's gonna be TNX going on the broken Mirage Jing to rival against Fisher's sword master Musashi. This is gonna be an epic one. Assassin versus assassin setup. We love those.
Show me assassins against assassins every single day. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my preferences, Sagi, and I know that it might not please a lot of people. For me, jungle is for the assassins. For me, jungle is not for the tanks, and jungle is not for the big people. Jungle is for the ones that can come in, clean, and move out. That is just how I see the game, and that's just the game that I love and that I fell in love with.
Yeah, you know, remember the days where it's like jungle versus jungle assassins, Luna versus Jing, Luna versus Levi, Hansing versus Jing. Oh my god, those are nice. And right now we're getting it as well. Dominator Esports drafting a cheeky mid-roam composition here. We have the Bond Weaver plus the Princess Frost. You CC with the Bond Weaver spell too, and go in with the Princess Frost Freeze. So if they can pull that off multiple times in the early game, that could be pretty big. But check out KAGENDRA here. The delivery system being hovered and locked in. So we will see Fisher with that Sword Master popping the duel to the death towards the backline, carrying the ultimate on that Liu Bang, immediately exploding them. But check out Dominator too. Look at that Fuzi.
Wow, Fuzi. The wise sage Fuzi. I love the Fuzi because it has one of the very interesting mechanics in the game, right? Like Fuzi is just the master of those 1v1s. You take a 1v1 against the Fuzi and it's very difficult to beat him because of the nature of the design of the hero. It can just sustain a lot, it can deal a lot of damage. It has in his ultimate, it has a very nice control. It is a beautiful, beautiful hero. And when you play it in different strategies, you can actually use it not only for fighting, but just to split push, destroy turrets, and then just for him to run away. Very mobile, very strong pick.
And to your point as well, let's add on one more.
Yeah.
If Liu Bang wants to ult away to help Fisher, Ozzy's like, hey, go away. I'm just gonna pummel all your towers in that one lane.
That's it. Done. You're gone. Turrets are gone in there. It's just a matter of destruction. It just completely depends on the strategy that you want to play, right? Because if you are able to do that, it's gonna have to be an answer. Imagine this. Let's just draw it. Let's just draw the two options in here. Let's imagine that they're just gonna be having a 1v1 over there on the clash lane. Liu Bang has the upper hand because he can actually use his ultimate, his battle command, in order to move himself, TP himself into the fights. So then they can start winning the fights. But if they start winning the fights and Futsu decides not to join, they're gonna start losing the lanes. And we know that losing the lanes and getting super minions too early in the game is going to be bad news for Dominator.
So, like that mentioned, right? Every single engage that's being committed by KAGENDRA needs to be getting more value. Meaning that, let's say, if we go for the engage, we cannot just get one. We need to get more than one. If we get more than one, sure, then we can mitigate the turret loss in the side lane. But if we go for the engage, we get 0 or only 1, turrets are not going to be a happy one in this game for the side of KAGENDRA.
Let's look at the mid lane right now, the matchup between Senku and Gerald that we highlighted at the beginning of the stream. It's going to be a Nuwa against a Princess Frost. The Princess Frost with the very strong, very big aerial effect with the winters here. But the Nuwa, as the time goes, with the inhalation, the amount of damage that the Nuwa can deal makes it a very mid to late game hero.
Yeah, the Celestial is one of the...
Very different styles.
For me, the Celestial on the hands of Senko, it's actually one of the prime picks in this meta. I would say that she's definitely S tier in terms of late game. Sure, you can say that early game, her wave clear is pretty bad, not to say good, but if you're into certain matchups like a Princess Frost, it's still okay because both of your wave clears are pretty mediocre, which equates it into a 50-50.
Let's look at the rotations in here. Look at that. Like they clean wave and then immediately come and try to put pressure over here on CC on the channel. So we will be seeing a lot of that. Junglers just doing what the junglers do. But look at that, Lu being taken extremely low. He's gonna have to run away of that.
Yeah, no common spells being popped by both ends here, but Lu getting the better end of that trade. Gerald has to limp away back towards mid lane with a sliver of health here as we see towards the bottom side here. L getting pushed back by the creation block here, going dangerously low here, so both roamers have to back off here. But Zan and also Lu, they don't have innate healing like L on the Diadea Bong Weaver, so that's gonna be a relatively good news for the Dominator duo.
Is to give.
Playing at the edge of the HP bars right now, and like they're just trying to calculate all of the damage. They're playing the numbers game right now at this moment in time. Look at that, they've moved and it's already been a whole minute that they have had that 3v3 over there at the farm lane. Nothing that, no rotations whatsoever to the mid, allowing TLX just to take full control of the gold.
I think that's a scary thing about CC, right? Every single rotation that we've seen from KAGENDRA is to suppress CC, making sure that Zan doesn't have a horrible time in farm lane. As long as Zan safely scale 3 items, then laning phase doesn't really matter. But if Zon falters in laning phase, that's gonna be a pretty big issue, especially if you're playing a hero that's super late game here. Lu checks the bush, has the invincible passive on towards the spell, doesn't get crowd control here. CC spawns the wolf pack here, forces Zon to back away towards safety here. We see this 3v3 yet again. Isaac is revolving around the farm lane.
It's just revolving around here, and the problem is that Facer cannot make it on time just to try to capitalize out of those fights, right? Like it's been very difficult for Facer to really understand the timing of those little fights, because if he could actually come in with his ulti, he could have caught 1 or 2 kills at least.
That's the thing, right? Whereby early game jungle actually doesn't gank that much. It's really revolving around the mid and roam to create chances for the team. And once after 4 minutes, that's where junglers start having the Axe of Torment, the first 2 items Power Spike. That's where they actually start being more active on the map. So it's down to the mid and roam this game. Jurl, L from the side of Dominator, Senko and Lu from the side of Kagendra to look for those early plays. And at the very least, this early game is that 3v3 in towards the bottom side. No one is giving a single edge towards either side.
No one is just allowing an option here. Look at that, the mirror domain is going to be proc one more time. It is just trying to force them away. For TNX, that mirror domain is going to be a very important skill. It's not going to happen ulti, and right now in 8 seconds, the objectives are going to be online.
Yeah, that's a painful cooldown to be committed coming in from the Dominator jungler. But we do see Facer not putting too much focus on towards the Tyrant here. We do see Due to the Death pop over towards top Z. Have to force the flash, but a good Sage Might locks Facer in place. And on towards the flip side here, we see TNX securing the objective safely for the team. Pops the mirror domain, locks on towards Lu. Lu using the Tremor Smash to bail himself out towards safety here. Jurl has a position, freezes Lu, drops the Winters here, gets the first blood for Dominator Esports, opens up the bot side of the map.
Right over there on the edge of that frigid prison, Lu thought that he was safe, but he was caught in day by Gerald. Gerald with that millimetric precision allows him to take that first blood in here for Dominator Esports.
Top side here, Solé has to commit the flash here. Top Z using the Sage Might, locking Solé in towards its place here. But still early game Futsu doesn't commit too much of the damage here. But hang on a moment though, with those passive refreshes here, this is super duper close. Is he going for the dive here? He's capable of doing so. But check out the rotations here. Kagendra needs to defend their Clash lane here. So a big rotation bails Solé out, and he is alive for another day.
Right over here, Dominator Esports a little bit with the advantage. I'm not loving the performance by Facer on that Musashi right now. He had a very big advantage over here for the objectives, and he decided not to take that. Of course, top Z came in, but look at that.
On towards PNX, and right now we see Solé being frozen in the midst of everything here, but no real follow-up here. Not enough members here. Well, we do see a pause coming in at the 5th minute mark. We do need to check out what sort of difficulties we will be having right now.
Let's wait and see. We love having a fair game, and we love having clean games. That's why in the moments that we have this kind of situations, we can always go into a technical pause, and then the referees are going to be in charge of fixing any technical issues that we have with our game. That allows us a little bit more time just to kind of analyze what is going on in this match at the moment. What do you think it is giving right now, Dominator Esports, the advantage that they have against Kagendra?
I think Dominator, they are more, how would I say, direct, and their initiations are more cleaner compared to Kagendra. Like we see Kagendra, their first Due to the Death plus the Liu Bang ultimate was on towards Tough Z's Futsu, but Tough Z managed to get himself out towards safety, neutralize that 2v1. Wow! Dominator successfully caught Lu and the Tyrant at that 4th minute mark. So that's a very, don't want to say horrible, but it's not worth it, you know?
Yeah. Of course. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, I don't think that it was a worth exchange right over there. One of the good things that I am liking a lot about Dominator is that TNX on the Jhin is being extremely mobile, and it's got a very big advantage right now. Right when we go back into the game and we're able to see the gold, you will be able to see that TNX at the moment, not only with the level advantage, but with the gold advantage on top of what the other KAGENDRA members can do.
Yeah, and we saw the second ultimate just now in the middle tower before this pause. It was good, but there's just no follow-up, because if you see towards the KAGENDRA's draft in the early game, the only person that could realistically assist the team was maybe the Annihilation coming in from Senko. But still, early game Nuwa, there's no damage until that 12 to 14 minute mark, where Nuwa and Flowball Marksman Steadywell starts ramping those third and fourth items here. So this early game is gonna be quite quiet for KAGENDRA if Facier and Sale doesn't find those markers.
It is one of the beautiful things about mobile games, right? Like just the trade-offs that you need to be doing. And in Honor of Kings is not an exception. Nuwa just being able to, in the early game, not be that dominant, just having to play a little bit more of a tactical game. But then as the time passes and as we go into the later games, the damage that can be dealt by that Nuwa is incredibly high.
One of the best late game mages, I would say, Celestial Nuwa. I think it's even stronger than a God and Mo because of how strong her range actually is. So that's gonna be something we want to check out later on when it goes into that marker. But so far in this early game, it has been the jungle showdown with the Clash laners. Both Sale and also Facier, and also Tough Z and TNX looking for those big map plays on those engages that we're seeing.
All right, I know that the players are getting ready just to go back. You can see them already set, and we are back. We're back online. It's our game, KAS4. We are gonna retake the game back again over here as we hit the 6 minutes mark.
At the 6 minute mark, we do see KAGENDRA losing out a 1,000 gold deficit in towards the hands of Dominator Esports. Topside turret looks to be in shambles coming in from KAGENDRA, and on the flip side, TNX perfectly catches the wave crumbling into that bot tower. So at the very least, this part of the game is looking very Dominator heavy, and take a look at this part of the map. They're looking to invade this Crimson Gold. TNX gets it, swaps out with the mirror, and it's out alive. A smooth criminal.
It's smooth, very, very suave over there. Look at that solo as well, just coming in, being taken extremely long. That's gonna be Tough Z, the one that's gonna be ganking some 3v1. He's gonna have to flash away. Zan is going to take on CC. CC is going to fall, but Tough Z is able to run away.
But in terms of objectives, losing out the mid turret and at the brink of losing the bottom tower, sure, pick CC. We got all 3 towers from all across the map. This is a horrible exchange for KAGENDRA. Dominator is winning the map so hard.
I will take that, man. I'm telling you, if it is gonna have to take my marksman's life, it's alright as long as I can just trade that for 3 different turrets all over the map. Look at that one more time. It's going to be Dominator Esports, the ones that are in control of the game right now.
Yeah, this is looking pretty difficult for the side of KAGENDRA, but they do have really good late game insurance in the form of Zan and Senko. The Celestial, the Steady Will, very good in that late game, so we can see signs of hope as long as the goal doesn't break over that 4 to 5k marker for the side Dominator.
You bring in a very interesting topic, right, Sagi? Because if KAGENDRA can just kind of just keep pushing it and pushing it and push it, we've already seen in previous games when that Flowborn Marksman is online what it can do. As we can see right now, one more time, the Golem is going to be the target, and it's going to be another steal by TNX. He's got it that on time.
He's paying back for whatever Facier did to him in that previous game here. But mid lane here, Annihilation catches on towards Gerald here. Beautiful engage coming in from Facier due to the death. Mirror Domain catches on towards no one here. It's just a wave here to Zan. Has to back away as this TNX build is looking for a tanky Jing. But you can see, that's the aggression that I want to be seen coming in from Fisher and Solid. This two combination needs to find more room for KAGENDRA if they want to break this game open.
Exactly. I completely agree with you in that, Sagi. They need to do things. They need to come in and start breaking stuff. If they don't break stuff and they just let this keep going, nothing is gonna happen. They have a very good option. Movement around. Just get some dynamic in here, and then you'll be able to see that it's gonna pay off for them.
Right now it's looking really 50-50 between these two teams. It's coming down to execution later on in team fights. That's tough. Z gets the first kill, but panning on towards the top side here. We see Fisher yet again finding another engager. But backline, we see TNX jumping in with the mirror domain. Catches on towards Zan. But this is a tag Jing. There's no real damage to be frightful about. They do trade jungle for jungle, but in terms of overall kills, KAGENDRA takes it 1-for-2 in this exchange.
TNX had his eyes on Zan. Zan was taken extremely low, but the problem is that TNX did not have the critical damage that he needed. If he would have had in there a tiny bit more of damage, Zan would have been got out of the equation, and probably TNX would have survived that gank. It was not on that turn. He chosen to go for the tanky build for that Jing. So it's a very big problem because he's just keep dying one more time.
It gives you more room to survive, but it also takes away the burst damage potential on the Jing.
Yes.
But it's give and take, right? He chose that lifestyle and he is slightly punished for it, but right now, 10 minutes. Shadow objectives are all across the map. We see movements coming in from both teams wanting to look at this Shadow Tyrant. This fight may be breaking out in a short moment.
Already 50% on that Shadow Tyrant, and then Fascia is so far away from the battle that it's gonna be free. It's gonna be a free Dark Tyrant for DMT.
That was relatively an easy one with zero contention coming in from KAGENDRA. Goal lead wise, they are down to 50-50, but Fascia gives up entirely of their control. Saleh gets checked on that push. We do see a push being formulated by Dominator members on mid and top of this map.
Their target is gonna be the flash lane tier 2 turret, and it's going to fall as the minions are gonna put some pressure on the high ground. They might not have the formation to actually do anything here.
This round of push is to pluck away all the outer tier towers, and then once it's done, they might look for that Shadow Overlord here. Maybe KAGENDRA, not wanting to fight the 10th minute fight, is to stall more time for Zan, for Senko, to skill into that late game marker here. But take a look at Lu here, getting pinned down by the Diadea. Very low in that health bar here, opens up the map on towards the top side for CC to drop those signaling shots on that turret. Already half health here, but with that rotation, mid is open, everywhere else is open. Tyrant is about to be down for Dominator. They will recollect this jungle resource and look for Overlord.
The Overlord is going to be the next target. 5 seconds over there, that's going to slow them down a tiny little bit, but Fascia does not have vision on what's going on. It is going to be an easy DMT Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, there's no contention coming in from the side of KAGENDRA here. They're not that behind in terms of gold, but they're just giving away these shadow objectives like it's free bees going over to the side of Dominator.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, man. Like, it's just, it feels right now a tiny bit like KAGENDRA does not have a possible answer to this, more than just praying just for the time just to keep passing and just keep building on Zan. If Zan is to fall in one of these, in one of these battles to protect high ground, that's gonna be it for KAGENDRA.
Has destroyed a tower.
Talking about this, top side tier 3 already fallen for the side of KAGENDRA here.
Yeah.
With the superior Overlord marching down the bottom side here. This might happen the same for this bottom tier 3. Winter is here, dropping onto zone away the members here. Where is the retaliation? There's no real play coming from KAGENDRA. This is such a slow bleed coming in from the El Manu.
one more Vanguard is gonna come in and put pressure over there on the mid lane.
Good domain.
Look at that, the Musashi coming in from behind. He's going to find the channel is going to fall. The mirror domain is going to be proc. The target is gonna be the crystal is gonna fall. Dominator Esports is going to take the third game and their first victory in this KIS 4.
Very well done coming in from the Dominator Esports here. Once again, in the international stage, they pulled the first victory against an IKL team for the Indonesia IKL regions here. Props to them. And look at TNX. He's just standing there. He's just aura farming, pointing it at the Dominator Esports logo, showing absolute dominance against Kagendra.
I love that. He stood on business. He came in, delivered, let him aura farm for a tiny little bit. I think that he's earned it. He's earned it. Let him go and go crazy a little bit. Very well done. Dominator Esports comes in a very dominant fashion. They came into this game. This was the...
I think it's really evident that
Sports
in this game itself,
really way better than Kagendra.
I think, Isaac, this game itself, it showed us the curve of Dominator's ability in adapting towards the game. Where game 1, absolute destruction coming in from Dominator Esports with that composition. Game 2, playing from behind, slow, composed, waiting for CC's item power spike. Game 3, learning from the idea that, hey, not the best composition, but hey, calm those nerves, calm those composures. We bring it to a game 4, and game 4, you see, even though if they lose out the early game in terms of the kills, in terms of some of the objectives, fine by it. They played the late game rotations, the mid game tower takes super duper well. Just excellent showcase coming in from DMT.
Perfect performance in here for DMT. Congratulations. They are going to take their first victory over here in Group B. It's going to give them an advantage, right? Because right now, Kagendra, after losing this game, they're going to be put against the wall. If they still want to win their group, they need to go in their next 2 matches, and they're going to have to go all in to try to take 2 victories and pray that Dominator doesn't win all their games.
That's going to be difficult, I would say, especially for Kagendra State right now. But hey, every day is a new day coming in for the group stages, so the best they can do, even if they lose everything, which I'm not implying that they will, they still make it to the knockout stage, but they won't get the privilege of selecting their opponents here. So that's something they need to look out for.
Talking a little bit about Dominator. Dominator today, they just showed us in these 4 games ups and downs that they make me a little bit concerned, right? Like, we cannot just look at the win and look at the victory and just believe that they're just this perfect team. There were some moments in this whole performance where Kagendra was way superior to Dominator. So we gotta be very careful with this. I hope that they can go back and really analyze what were the reasons that put them on their back foot so easily and so frequently in these 4 games.
I think if we were to look at it from a standpoint, in terms of drafting, if you give Kagendra a solid one that they're used to, they're really good. As we can see from the game 3, they absolutely demolished Dominator Esports. But
yes,
if you look at game 4, this is a very 50-50 draft from both teams, but the 10-minute mark is really something that scratches my brain. I'm not trying to like talk bad about Kagendra or like push shame on the players.
No, you're just trying to analyze it, man.
Yeah, we're trying to analyze like why at the 10th minute mark they gave away every single objective within a 2,000 gold lead deficit, right? They were giving away Shadow Overlords, they were giving away Shadow Tyrants for free, no contention, no whatsoever of an answer. So that's really something that I want to deep dive into Kagendra's game plan on why it exactly happened.
Maybe this is one of those moments where when you have a jungler like Faceit who's completely new to the team, like Kagendra had already understood the timings when Weroll was in charge, right? Like everyone understood exactly what was going to be the gameplay. I feel like right now when Faceit is going to be the person in there in charge of controlling the main objectives, they're still trying to understand a little bit about his game understanding and about what the team wants to do. maybe that is gonna be was one of the reasons. It is a possibility. I would love to have a conversation with the players just to kind of understand exactly what is going on in their minds in terms of having a new member in there that has such a critical position at the moment.
I think you make a lot of sense, right? If, let's say, the new player comes in, there's a language barrier, that's like lack of practice between the teams. Maybe this is something that will show on the game itself, where you see like the macro play, the map movements. It's not as clean compared to Dominator Esports.
The macro is always important, right? Like you always start thinking about like what heroes you're gonna have and how their mechanics are important. But you start thinking about like the whole big picture, right? Like you start thinking about what is gonna give us the victory in here. I do believe that in this game, Dominator had a better, bigger plan than what KAGENDRA actually had. It came to a moment in the game where it just felt like KAGENDRA was pretty aimless. It just had no direction of what they wanted to do, kind of like just waiting for a Dominator mistake instead of them trying to force it.
Perfectly agreed, right? Where we saw in moments of the Musashi plus the Liu Bang combination, the delivery system towards whichever target they're locking on. In the early game, we saw a few moments catching on towards Princess Frost, catching on towards the Bomb Weaver coming from Dominator. But after that, 10 minutes mark is where there's no action coming from KAGENDRA. It's just slow but surely giving up everything towards the hands of Dominator, and it led to a game-winning push for DMT with no struggle coming from KAGENDRA.
Well, they will still have time for them to fix this, as both of these teams still have 2 more games, right? Like in that Group B, both of them, they still have games against Team Hack and against Boom Esports. So they still have time to think about these things. The problem is that the pressure of the fans wanting the results and the pressure of the organization just hoping that this 2026 is going to be different than the 2025, that kind of pressure starts building up as well. So hopefully the players and the coaches can have enough space to really, with a calm mind, look at the footage and really just get to improve in their performance from today.
Man, it's like what we say, all right, better to lose now than to lose at a larger stage, right? Right now you're losing in group stage, maybe that gives you some form of fix of your gameplay, but you're going into that later stage to that player upset. But let's award the MVP of this game number 4. It will be the mid lane coming in from Dominator Esports, Gerald, with that Princess Force performance.
A 2-1-2 KDA, which does not show like a lot, but it was just a very important, just right over there. Look, like the Princess Frost ult in here with the Frigid Prison, followed it by the Winters here.
Yeah, and you can see this fight, yes, you get CC, but you see the entire rotation just going towards the bottom side, picking up all the towers for Dominator, and these are the few moments that we're seeing like, okay, good, Facer, Solé synergy, picking up multiple kills for the team, and even TNX going in for the deep dive. He got punished in this play, but later on, where did the aggression fade off to? There was no convincing play coming in from the side of KAGENDRA. It's just Dominator playing the team fights like it's their playground in the enemy base, leading to this easy pickup win in this game 4.
You can see the reason why Gerald got that MVP, right? Like every single ulti that he put out there, it was always on point, either just to box people out or just to kind of like just put them in, created a fence.
Yeah, that's just difficult stuff coming in from KAGENDRA. Definitely need to reshape on how they need to play and analyze the game, how they structure their rotations from minute 4 all the way to minute 10. Definitely when you're playing in such a large stake tournament, in an international tournament, you cannot be making micro or macro mistakes too frequently. So we need to see a better version of KAGENDRA coming into the later stages of the days.
All right. I want to know exactly what the players have in mind. I would love to hear it. What about if we send the image to Mara? Mara got the players right over there. Let's see what they have to see. Right? Mara, what you got for us?
And now he's here on stage to celebrate his win from Dominator Esports. Jerl, salamat. Congratulations. Gimana perasaan kamu? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling really, really good right now because we can win KAGENDRA. Long time ago, we not win against them.
But you guys showed amazing today. Now, you're back here in the world stage with that phenomenal win against KAGENDRA. Can you walk us through what happened in game number 2? Because you guys were at a disadvantage there.
Yes.
What happened?
Maybe because our early communicate not really good. And then maybe they Baichi give us chance to win.
Oh, so you think it's the opponent, whatever they did, gave
Yes.
you a chance to win?
The Baichi always give us chance and that's why we can win.
Ooh, all right, okay. Now, talk us about the journey. Because you guys, you were back in the 2024 Grand Finals of the HOK Championship from then to now. Because both tournaments are held here in Jakarta, Indonesia.
Yes. Since KC 2024, we get to Grand Final at Jakarta, right? And now at KS4, we can champion at Jakarta also. We want to bring the trophy to Jakarta.
Bring the trophy back here in home court. That is the dream. Now up next, for your next matchup, you're going to go up against a team that picked you in the draw, Boom Esports. Why do you think they picked you out of all the teams?
Maybe Boom pick us because our former farmline is Toshi.
So you think it's because of Toshi?
Yes, because of
Okay.
Toshi.
So should they be preparing now, as early as now for you guys? Do you want to send a message to Boom Esports?
Boom Esports, you guys wrong choose us.
Oh.
Wrong pick us.
Boom. They're saying it's the wrong choice. Now, what do you want to say to all the fans that has supported you all throughout the year?
Buat Domination terutama, thank you yang udah datang, yang udah support. Tetap support kita terus sampai kita menang terus lah, sampai final kalau bisa.
You know, with what you guys have shown, no doubt you will make it far. Once again, Gerald, congratulations.
Thank you.
And if you guys like what he's shown, let us know in the comment section below. And for now, we're gonna head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire.
He is a legend.
Yes, a man will always admire.
Di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Fikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepukku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kau pun pedang. Yang saya incar turawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go!
Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, jantan datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi. Old school tank mentally dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan limitasi.
Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepurku deteksi ancaman, enemiku libas seperti anoman. Yo satu pukulan tangan kosong, musuh jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih strong di power, hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam, lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana, bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya terakan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari.
Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi.
For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody, move, 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 move,
yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit dilabrak. Wah, game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang LOK. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, pula tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku susah tuh kau baca.
Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done.
Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me, go di singgah sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen, feel the aura. Menjajali ternyalain dah. If you want me, profit nuwe mah. Siapa tadi panggil, cause I'm ready. Siapa bilang aku tak punya nyali? Don't try me, ni aku sebut api. Yes, my milady, you can touch me. You ready, you jajali. Lagi coba lagi. Tegak berdiri dan kuatkan lagi. Bukan yang paling cepat, bukan yang paling tinggi. Ini menguji kepala, bukan sekadar jadi. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan. Di tangan kiri murka, kanan kehormatan. Aku datang sebagai bentuk perlawanan. Bujuk rayu nafsu ego aku kalahkan. Biarkanlah aku menjemput kemenangan.
I was born with the crown. Fortune on
Welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. I'm Isaac Peña with Misagi. We already had the first game where Dominator Esports beat KAGENDRA in a 3-1 fashion. We're gonna go into our game number 2 for today, which a lot of people are calling it gonna be the biggest game of the day. Blacklist International is going to be taking on Nova Esports. Sagi, what are your takes on this one?
Okay, let's go through historical achievements of both teams first. So, Blacklist International, as we know, history. So, Blacklist International from last year, they had steady improvements from PKL Spring. They were second place, losing to Boom Esports, and then qualifying to EWC. Not the best run, didn't qualify for top 8, but the moment they came back from that run, they started blazing through the competition, defeating Boom Esports, and then qualifying to KIC to make it to top 4. So that's definitely a masterful performance coming in from Blacklist, but they're fighting against Nova Esports, the team that achieved top 3 minimum in every single tournament of last year.
It is important just to understand that Nova has that DNA.
Correct.
It's just something that different clubs have. And different clubs have history of just being high promises and big things and big dreams, and some other teams just do, and that's it. There's not much talking, it's just results. And Nova is one of those teams. When you think about Nova, you never think about them just like, oh, what could have been. No, Nova is always there. Semifinals, finals, all the time. You don't see Nova actually in a season where you could have said like, oh yeah, this has been a disaster. This has been like a horrible season for them. They've had poor performances, but they've never have been going through a disaster of a season where they have not qualified for a tournament. That just doesn't happen. It's a word that does not happen in their vocabulary.
That's true. And talking about Nova Esports, 4 of their members were the champions of Season 3 Invitationals that happened back in Philippines. And they are coming back again to defend their title this time around in Jakarta, Indonesia. For Blacklist International, the storyline is the same, right? Back then in Philippines, they were so close, just one game away, to defeating Nongshim RedForce in pushing it to the grand finals of KIS 3. So now this is their one shot at opportunity in KIS 4 to rerun that route that they took that they couldn't make in KIS 3 here in KIS 4.
The head-to-head, when you analyze it, it is a very even data, very even numbers. You gotta understand that in 2025, these two teams did not face each other at all. It was a very awaited match that actually never happened. In here, Nova just missed, but what for me personally has been the best Blacklist that we've ever had before. Blacklist over there in 2025, very strong, very dominant. They had a very good performance overall. They could have beat Nova last year. In my personal opinion, if they would have matched each other, they could have had a very good performance. We missed 2025, but 2026, it was going to be the first challenge that this new Blacklist is going to have.
I mean, challenges are always welcome here. It's for Blacklist International, like how they usually say. Can they decode Nova Esports? Because so far, they haven't got much success when finding their rhythm against an MKL team. We've seen it back in KIC, we've seen it back in KNC, so right now is their opportunity to face off one of the best performing teams globally in 2025 here in 2026 with the opening event of KIS 4.
We have this matchup between Xuan and Chami1, right? When you analyze Xuan, veteran captain, 5-time FMVP. On the other side, Chami1, he started playing very early, like he was very, very young. He's a young prodigy. This game is going to set the stage to what is going to become one of the strongest rivalries in the whole 2026. This Clash Laners matchup today might set the tone for what this whole year is going to look like.
I think, to your point on the Clash Lane head-to-head matchup, Chami1 young prodigy coming in from Philippines, PKL region, well regarded as one of the best Clash players in the global scene. And Xuan as well. The multiple FMVP titles that we talk about. He was FMVP for KIS3, he was FMVP for the MKL Spring season, and now bringing that knowledge that both of these players, Chami1 and also Xuan, they are the players, the anchors of their teams to make those big plays when the teams are ahead or when the team needs a superhero to stand up.
Can they stand up? Can they actually do this? Let's wait and see. Right now, you can already see that the players are ready. The mission is accepted. This is our game. The players are going to start making their way onto the stage. First of all, we're going to receive in here Blacklist International. The boys from the Philippines, the boys from the PKL, they're going to come in, the 5 of them, with dreams of taking this trophy to call this KIS4 their first championship international.
And I have a question for them, right? Usually in international tournaments, last year, for example, there were 2 in Philippines itself. So they had the privilege of playing in home crowd. This time, it's like another journey for them in Jakarta, Indonesia. Do you think, from a competitive standpoint, as a sports team, does it impact their mental?
Of course it has a gigantic impact. This is one of those things where you actually, when you want to make it to the next level, your mind needs to be locked in. You need to just kind of like shush all of these extras. All of these extra factors cannot have an impact in your brain. You need to really be locked in if you actually want to have good performance. This is going to be really difficult for them. Now, when you look at the screen right now and you look at these 5 members from Nova, do you think that they look locked in? Would you agree that they look like they're ready for this, Agi?
Every time I see Nova Esports, they do look locked in. And here's a special, trivia or like a fun tip. Every time Nova plays an important game, for some mysterious reason, someone on the team will be sick for some apparent reason.
Like, do you think that it's just something that just happens, or what do you think is going on? Is it just like bad luck?
I think maybe it's bad luck, maybe it's a tournament thing that they get to gear themselves with, but of course, right above them, right across them on the stage will be the Blacklist International, the heroes of Philippines PKL region, Chami1, Just G, Golden Kite, Dragon, and Chaz. These same 5 members will look to decode Nova Esports in KIS4.
It is lovely to see Blacklist International just being one of those teams that they have a long built chemistry. All of these players have been together for such a long time, and they're gonna have to be locked in if they want to face what Nova Esports is going to bring. Mutsu, Xuan, Weipit, Kongling, and Wendy. All of these are gonna be the 5 boys from Nova Esports that we will be able to see if they can live to the expectations. Everybody has high expectations towards Nova, thinking that they might be able to take the tournament. Let's wait and see what they can show us today.
And Kongling, the new jungler that was used to be a sub coming in from Nova Esports, he has a lot of shoes and responsibilities to actually fill. Because back then, with CY, the original jungler back in 2025, they made it to the grand finals and were champions of KIS3. So, the benchmark for Kongling, it's not low at all, Isaac.
I'm telling you, man, it is tough. It is really, really tough, because already when you're coming in to not to substitute, but to take someone else's spot, and this person has had such big achievements, it is difficult not to let that pressure just be felt. So Kongling today, like, he's gonna be his first real match in the international stage where he's gonna have to be the real big man. Like, he's really gonna have to just wear that superhero cape. He's gonna have to wear on like his superpowers, and then just make everyone forget about the past and then just focus on the present. Can Kongling be that person? Is he that guy?
He has to be, right? Because being brought up to the main 5, coming in from a substitute role, he's been watching Nova play for almost half a year now from the bench.
Yes.
So right now, having the opportunity to play on the main stage with the original four, it's his time to prove himself. If not, maybe CY is knocking on the door. It's like, hey guys, I'm back. Where's my seat? You know?
Wow, that is pressure, man. That is pressure. And in front of him, he's gonna have Joshi. Joshi from Blacklist has become one of the top junglers in the world right now. After his very solid performances during 2025, right now Joshi is being respected as what he has become, one of the top figures of Honor of Kings internationally.
For Joshi, he has a very distinct and different hero pool. For other players, let's say they're playing Tank Ogren, Bruiser Ogren, he goes out of the norm and plays that full damage Ogren where he deems fit to do so. And then he has the niche picks coming in. He enjoys his lamb a lot in the jungle as well. So for Joshi, although the entirety of Blacklist International isn't very long in the Honor of Kings ecosystem in terms of esports and the game time, but the way they adapt, the way they decode their opponents is just marvelous.
Decoding their opponents, that is a phrase that I have been actually hearing a lot in these last 3 days. The more that I have been trying to do some prep up for this game, the more that people say like decoding, like Blacklist, the decoders, like they're so good at the code breakers. What do we want to even say when you say that they are the code breakers?
Well, I think it's to analyze your opponents and break them down into pressure points. You understand your opponents from the drafting wise, understand their behaviors, understand their macro or micro mistakes, and then you pressure them from those angles. Yeah, but their opponents are Nova Esports, one of the top achievers in 2025. To prove that Blacklist International is a world-class team, this is their first, and dare I say, one of the largest obstacles here to start off 2026.
If they want to break this code is gonna be a tough one. It does not get more complicated than Nova Esports. Blacklist International is going to be on the blue side. Nova Esports is going to be on the red. Let's jump into the BP. Blacklist International first ban is going to be the Dharma. Respect towards Xuan. And on the other side, Nova Esports is going to answer with a Chicha.
I think Chicha has definitely increased in popularity ever since the release, I think last year. Definitely one of the heroes that could be flexed in all 3 lanes, Clash lane, jungle, and farm lane. She's not a marksman, don't be fooled. She's actually a fighter in disguise. So banning out that and getting it off the window already in the first phase is a smart choice coming in from Nova Esports. This does open assassins like the Luna, the Pei, that Just G really enjoys. What does Nova remove in this phase?
Let's see. They're going to just keep going with that. They won't allow Joshi to take on that Pei. They do not want to allow them the early tempo of the game, the early dominance. And over that, the Blacklist is going to decide, you know what? Let's just start with a solid first pick. Let's start with the Parasola. Let's go with Arlie.
For me, in 2025, Arlie was a prime pick in the pro scene. But after the nerfs, something just feels doesn't right. Like, there's so much assassins in the meta, there's so much farm lane counters, the Chano, the Flowball Marksman, the Direnjie. Arlie's placing for me right now seems to have faltered compared to before.
Oh, I love that, man. I love that. I love that you can spot that in there. I would actually dare to say that it's not that the Arlie has dropped, but the Arlie is just very dependent of the other picks that you can actually get it with. So right now, the Arlie depends a lot on what kind of pairing you can get. For example, can you get the Diadea over there with the Arlie? It's been one of those compositions that we have seen a lot. With the Diadea, with the extra stun and the initiation in there, the Arlie is a lot more free. But yeah, you're totally right. After this round of nerfs, Arlie stopping to be that gigantic hero that we were used to have, and right now has become a little bit more human, a little bit more normal.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? So it will definitely be a pressure on the shoulders of Golden Kite to perform towards that level, because this specific matchup for the Arlie into the Breeze Heart and Pack Leader, not easy. It's a ticking time bomb. One mistake from the Parasola herself will lead to a spiraling despair. Because why? The moment that Arlie falls behind against these heroes, It's not easy. Laning phase is hard. Team fight is hard. Late game pressure is imminent for the Nova Esports draft. But good news for Blacklist International, Chaz is one of the world's best motive peacekeeper players, and Dragon has his hands on the Evernight Aspiration Kaya to play more aggressive in that early game to stop that snowball from Nova Esports.
That is a lovely pair of picks, right? Like those two, the synergy in between the two of them is going to be on point. How can they actually work on the rotations and just moving around, being able just to create that advantages, how they can actually open the map. We can see the second round of bans already happening. Nova Esports will not allow the Monkey or the Aguto, putting a lot of pressure on what their choice for Joshi is going to be. No Jing, no Musashi, no Pei, no Aguto, no Monkey. What is out there?
Oh, there's still the likes of the... Let me put my mind on towards it. Oh, there you go. The answer you immediately with the Featherfoot and Dominant Ruler composition here. Fate utilizing the ultimate of the Liu Bang, the delivery system that we saw in game 4 of KAGENDRA versus Dominator. Just in a different view, this time with the Fate. But this is the problem. We're looking at losing lanes for the side of Blacklist International, especially the early lane. So the mid lane priority on the first two waves is exceptionally important. Whoever controls it will be able to, one, Blacklist is able to defend the buffs against a strong Ogren in the early game, or two, Nova Esports, if they get the mid lane or side lane priority, Kongling is gonna march into Justy's jungle and bully him.
You just made a very important point in there, right? It's just gonna come down to just those little details. The first 2-3 waves, whatever that they can do, whatever the Dragon can do on that Heya right over there, it's gonna allow them to slow down what they already know due to their composition. It's gonna be tough times for the laning stages on both ends of the map. That is going to be very difficult for them. On the other side, for Nova Esports, I'm loving the combination of just having that Diadea with the Ogre and that Diadea with the channel. Over there, everything's looking really nice. The Xiao Xiao is a very direct pick against the early. So in terms of composition, the Nova Esports comp for me has a little bit of an advantage comparison to Blacklist.
Fully agree here, Isaac. I do think that in terms of the overall well-roundedness, it does give over to Nova Esports. But if we talk about surprise team fights, big initiations, pickoffs, I want to give it over to Blacklist International if the fate on the hands of Justy gets to scale in towards the mid to late stages of the game. That is going to be a very scary hero for the backline of Nova Esports that has no mobility. The channel doesn't have mobility. The Xiao Xiao doesn't have mobility. So those are potential targets for Justy to lock on towards to.
What can Justy do right over there? There's so many things that Justy needs to do, right? Because we know that Justy on that fate, he's going to have to be in charge of his jungle, trying to invade, trying to control the objectives. At the same time that he needs to put pressure on the back lane. He's gonna be a busy man. Very, very, very busy times coming in for Justy.
That's why jungle is not an easy role. I don't play jungle, you don't play jungle. We leave the jungle experts here. Justy from Blacklist International takes on Kongling, the newcomer in towards the Nova's roster here. This is game 1 of match 2. Blacklist International on towards the blue side versus Nova Esports from the MKL on towards the red side.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, assemble! And that's what the players are doing in the mid lane. Directly at 3 against 2 over there for Nova.
Justy here picking up
gonna
a
get it just for free?
steal. I mean, he's playing with vision here and he got the steal against Kongling here. What could have been a successful early game rotation coming in from Nova has been played really well by Justy to steal away that camp here. So that early game invade coming in from the Ogren mitigated by Blacklist International.
Talking about how Justy was going to be busy just trying to protect his own stuff, like he's busy as well just trying to steal things from others. Justy, great start. Beautiful first 1 minute. Now, what can Blacklist do with this, right? Because for the Ogren, it's going to be very difficult. Losing that first buff is going to put him on his back foot, slow down his gold. Some other people are going to have to start sharing with him.
Yeah, I mean, in the beacon bands, we were thinking like, oh,
yeah,
this looks like a really strong Ogren setup for those early game invites. You can potentially get the wild boar camps or take like a buff from the enemy because you have the early game execute on the Ogren's soul stance. And then you look at Just G, it's like, whoa, he cheesed the heck out of Kong Ling, stole away the Azure Golem, immediately mitigated that early game pressure point coming in from the strong jungle matchup. So right now, instead of being a 50-50 or a favorable Ogren early game, it's in the hands of Just G already, being the first to get level 4.
Let's break it down like this for people who love analyzing Honor of Kings and they love analyzing these 5v5 games. It is super important to understand when you have a composition that does not have an advantage due to the way that the BP went, those first decisions are going to be critical in order to just kind of like just tip the balances again. Blacklist knew that they did not have the advantage on both ends of the map. So they decided just to really focus on start building the advantage and tip the tables a little bit on their side, either in mid lane or in the jungle. And by slowing down the Ogren, right now they have achieved their goal.
Yeah, this is off to a good start coming in from Blacklist International, but still, our early game is always like this. Give and take, steal and receive from both ends. If you can take more camps from the enemy jungle, if you can take more minions, get more last hits, those little things pile up to be a significantly going into that first team fight at 4 minutes here. But so far, early game, at the very least for Global, has been more tamed in the recent tournaments. Lesser wild team fights for no exact reason, more calculative plays between teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a technical pause right now. We are solving all these technical issues. We want to keep the game fair for everyone. Believe it or not, we worked really hard just to get a fair platform for everyone. We're gonna go back into the game at any moment, as right now Blacklist again is gonna be on the blue side and Nova is gonna be on the red. Thank you very much for being right over here with us. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. This is our first international tournament of 2026.
And with the hands on towards the phone here, in just a short few moments, we will be jumping straight right into the game here. You can see players warming up their fingers, and right now, let's head back into the showdown between these two teams coming in from PKL and also NKL.
Let's see. 2 minutes of the game right now. After we have that early steal, let's see what can Konglin do, right? Konglin, I'm telling you, we were talking a lot about the pressure that Konglin was going to have, forcing Dragon just to flash away in there. He needs to do something, and that is to calm himself. He cannot just start just rushing in.
Yeah, we'll move on towards the top side here. Shen putting a bit of pressure on towards Chami 1. Those flash gradations are hurting a lot on towards that Liu Bang here. So the mid lane, Dragon wanted to pull Waypit in towards that ultimate, but Waypit immediately flashes away. So Dragon had to counteract with a flash as Wendy caught him with that spell to Honey Sweet Breeze. And that's the Fate ultimate here. That little ultimate securing, jading the minion camp doesn't allow the enemy to steal it.
Ladies and gentlemen, our CD keys are right out there. Firestorm is going to be our first CD key. We're going to fire with a 1 instead of an I. And our second CD key is going to be Wildfire. That first I on Wild is still a number 1. So please log into the game, go online, and as always, if you guys do like free stuff, go and get some.
Yeah, go and get some, hit that CD key, click bottom left, click community key, and then you can get the CD key here. But you know who's getting some? Chami 1 gets some ganks coming in from Nova Esports, gets taken down by a beautiful Honey Sweet Breeze landed by Wendy here. On towards your bottom left corner of the screen, we see an ultimate being committed by Dragon here, pulling in that 1v1. But the players are marching through. Strength gets a kill on towards the Haya coming in. Can he escape? Gets jaded by Just G here, but Kongling is a raid boss. Takes down Chaz, making a third kill for Nova Esports.
A 3-1 trade in favor of Nova. They come in. They were able to start the fight early. I know that they eat that Dragon's ulti, but as they come out, they're still being able to win. Heya, that hero, if the ulti is proc extremely early, you have to be completely fatal. The damage needs to be lethal, or else you're gonna come out to a 1v4, 1v5 hit.
And that was a very proactive play coming in from the side of Nova Esports, capitalizing Chami1's position. Diadia binds him with the spell 2, and then Wendy catches him with a Honey Sweet Breeze, and Kongling drops the execute on towards him. So that was a series of CC chain that allowed Chami1 almost zero time to get that flash, to get that dash away towards safety. So beautifully played by Nova Esports.
Let's wait and see what Chaz can do right now, because he's gonna be the person in charge of getting us the vision. The problem in here for Blacklist is gonna be that they do not have vision priority anywhere, and the only option that they have is just for Chaz to try to use his Cannon Blast in order just to provide them a little bit more information.
So much pressure though being generated by Kongling here on this Augur here. You can see a lot of the focus coming in from Nova Esports is to trade sides against Golden Kite. Make sure that Muchi doesn't falter in that side lane. Muchi needs to farm. Muchi needs gold on this channel to try to out farm the enemy Golden Kite here, but look at that combination coming in from both Just G and Chami1. Jading Wave Pit and sending him towards the grave. Kongling finding Just G. They're looking for a pincer here. Chami1 flash engage on towards Wendy. Wendy has to pop the flash and has to drop the Sprite Link to escape towards safety here. So far in this exchange, beautiful stuff coming in from Blacklist International, closing out that goal gap.
Has destroyed a tower.
Very dominant team here, very direct performance from Blacklist. Joshi makes the call for Chami1 just to TP himself over there. They take the kill onto Waypit, and then after that the rotation puts Wendy on his back foot.
Yeah, and so far in this early game, it's very different from what we saw in the Dominator and KAGENDRA series. It's really one-sided in some sort of way. This one in the series itself between Blacklist and Nova is back and forth. People are fighting aggressively for control. You give 1 inch, they will take a mile from you.
Very well answered here from Blacklist after just losing that big fight over there on the Clash lane. Right now they need to try to control everything that they can. We make it to 6 minutes and 30 seconds. The Overlord is there up for grabs, but no one is actually just thinking about just going and initiate on that.
Yeah, not a fan of Overlord actually. I feel like Tyrant has much more power in the early game, gives you so much more damage and also wave clear to rotate faster here. So Overlord is more of like a freebie. It's like, hey, no camps, no minion waves, let's get that Overlord in towards our pockets here. And back to the bottom side, both Clash laners just chunking out each other, trying to get control here. So Chami1 taking a lot of damage, has to pop the ultimate to escape from the Charlotte.
It has become like that. The Overlord has evolved into something that in the late game, it is one of the key ways to finish the game, but in the early games, it's just a very big liability. It's not something that you actually want to force a fight in order to grab. So if it is just on your way, grab it. If it is not, then do not. Fade, you can see Joshi right now just clearing the wave, trying to get control of the minion waves, trying to force a fight over there in the mid lane.
And you can see the gold here coming in for South Blacklist International. A lot of it is invested towards 2 members, Golden Kite and also Just G. And Just G being the prime member to receive all the beneficial in this case. 6,000, higher than anyone on towards the board and all the other 9 players.
Great timing in here over there from Josh. He just collecting the 2 kills that Blacklist International has already right now. Both of them have been going into his bag. Nova Esports on the other side already just trying to help Mutsu to farm as fast as possible. They know that they need that channel of damage to be online quickly.
Just G here trying to put a bit of poke on towards Kongling here. Those Azure Golems and old Crimson Golems, putting a lot of work for the Blacklist jungle. Tyrant does go over to the side of Nova Esports here. Chaz flashes in on towards Muchi, trades hits life, makes it a 1v1. But where does Just G go? Just G is completely out of position, gets punished, and that's a 1-4-2 exchange in favor of Nova Esports on towards the cross-map side. We see Dragon capturing for a 1v1, but gets immediately punished the moment they come out. When he flashes forward, Chammy 1, there's nowhere you can go as you are under a 4v1 arrest. The police, Nova, captures 4 members for the side of Blacklist International.
I'm telling you, right over here, Joshi should not have jumped in there. We were just praising him on his decisions. Chaz is being taken out of the equation extremely quickly. Joshi should have just cut their losses and run away. He engages, and right now that is music for Nova's ears, because look at that. They take the tier 3 turret in the mid lane, and that is going to be bad news for them. The tier 1 turret in the mid lane is going to fall.
Yeah, the tier 1 falls in towards the mid lane, the most important one in the game, denying the Crimson Golem away from the hands of the Arlie. Also another big marker. And right now, we are closing in on the 10th minute mark, and item-wise is looking really good for Strin. He's 4-3, 7.1k, a absolute side lane demon here. Blacklist International starting off the Shadow Overlord, but the Radiance coming in from Waypit immediately forces them to back off. They don't want to give them an option to even trade for those objectives.
You already mentioned how Xuan right now with the itemization is working completely on his way. Look at that channel, it's extremely far away. He will not be part of this. I don't think that they want to challenge this one. I do believe that they need to just split and trade for Tyrant and Overlord.
So right now, if we were to look at the setup here, Isaac, what Blacklist International realizes that Nova Esports is trying to do, Nova is split to a 4-1. Muchi on the channel is soloing the Tyrant. And Blacklist International realizes that, hey, they're down 1 member, we gotta start this Shadow Overlord. We need to force this 5v4. If they get the Shadow Overlord, and for some reason they win out the 5v4 fight, this could be a very big break moment for Blacklist International to come back into the mid game. This is a make or break moment for 2 teams.
But I think that when you put it that way, that is a completely all-in kind of situation. Imagine that right now, they jump in for this Overlord, they lose that fight. We already saw Chano just taking on the Tyrant on his own. It's going to be Overlord and Tyrant free for Nova Esports, and most likely they will be able to parade through the mid lane in there. So it's a very big gamble for them. It could be a very big win, but at the same time, it could be a gigantic, dramatic loss.
It's the risk and also reward scale that we are looking at for both of these 2 teams. If Blacklist International, they can rely on the ultimate, the hardened Jade Seal on the Fade to secure the Shadow Overlord and immediately force a 4v5 with the absence of the pack leader on the hands of Muchi, then it may be going super well for the side of Blacklist International. But the worst case scenario that you mentioned just now, they lose the Overlord, they lose the Tyrant, they lose the fight. Oh my goodness, that's gonna be absolutely unacceptable for Blacklist.
Oh my days, I don't even want to think about that. I don't even want to think about that. Let's wait and see what is going to happen over there. Ladies and gentlemen, we are one more time on another technical pause. We are trying to fix it extremely quickly. Thank you very much for being in here. This is the KIS 4. We are here in the Honor of Kings Invitational, Season 4. 2026. Sagi, 2026 is going to be a very big game. It's going to be a very big year for our game. A lot of very big changes are coming in the whole ecosystem.
Yeah, you talk about ecosystem, right? We saw the merge of the regions, right? It was KME and also KMW and also WKS. Now they're all merged into King Major League, one strong league to decide who comes out of that one single league. So the quality of teams coming out from KML is gonna be really, really prominent.
I like the idea of just having another league, like just the KML. I like the idea of just bringing all things together. I believe that opens up a very big understanding of different cultures playing the game in different ways. It's going to open up a lot of opportunities for us to see teams and players from other different regions. So the whole process of internationalization of the game is actually going to speed up through this Kings Major League KML.
An opportunity is not only for pro players playing right now. We're talking about inclusivity. We're including the Women's Series. What used to be the Honor of Queens, it has been rebranded as the Honor of Kings Women's Series. Right now, it's featuring a lot of teams, 48 registered teams, and a prize pool of almost, I think, approximately $10,000 US. So, ladies, you're free to join as well. Like, if you're capable, if you're interested in the game, drop that register every season.
Ladies, please join us. I love to see women in our game. I love to see women in our sport because it showed to us that we're all right over here just for one big goal, which is just to become the best Honor of Kings. Regardless of the gender, if it is going to be the Women's Series, the KWS, or if it is going to be through the KML, 2026 is going to bring us a lot of opportunities. Well, Sagi, we're back to the game. Look at that.
Now, Justy going for a hot and J Seal here, secures the overlord for his team. Shred immediately goes in for the splash. Red Asian flash catches on to Justy. Gets caught by the Honey Sweet Breeze on towards the backline here. Dragon goes in for a 1v1 against Conflict, but loses in the Moonscape Mirage. This is the worst outcome. Although they secure the overlord, but with 3 members only alive from the side of Blacklist International, they have a heck of a lot of defense that they need to do coming in with that top lane minions.
It is gonna be trouble. Only Chami one Golden Kite and Chas gonna try to defend that high ground. They have the minions, they can come in, take the high ground. They will not try to make the final push. It is not necessary at the moment, but super minions available in the Clash lane. This is bad news for Blacklist. They did take the Overlord, but to what cost?
At what cost? Right now, it pulled the game wide open to a 6,000 almost goal lead for the side of Nova Esports here. They just need to rinse and repeat, build up those minion waves, and force one final fight in the high ground of Blacklist International. Shen was such a key playmaker in this instant replay. Drop us down and run us through this instant replay.
Look at the replay right over there. They take the Shadow Overlord, and then as they are trying to rush away back, hitting the wall in there does not allow him to run. Joshi, sadly for him, the movement in there, he takes the objective, but at the end of the day, pays with his life, and the pressure that is going to be coming from the Clash lane might be a factor that Nova could take in their advantage.
And look at the top side right now. We see a 1v1 between Chami1 and also Shren. Has to pop the ultimate to escape towards safety here. So right now, in terms of the map, in terms of the 1v1, I don't think anyone can stop Shren on this Rose Spencer Charlotte. He's looking pretty indestructible right now. Justy meeting against Shren here. We see members of the side of Blacklist International. Nova just coming in for his fate. He's running out of spell tech right now. He's really just kiting through the map, and Nova's like, that's too much. We'll pass on that. We'll pass on that. Yeah, just you get to live another day.
I love it. I love it, man. That's why Fate is one of my heroes that I love watching. Hate playing against him, but love watching him in professional game. It's just so mobile. It can just really. Did you see that? He came from a 1v5 and they just walked through the walls and they just got out of there. Isn't that entertaining to see?
It was just flipping over walls like he's flipping patties, just like jumping around the Hero's Gorge, and he stalled enough time for his members to come in towards his cavalry here. So the more time that Blacklist International actually stalls, I wouldn't say that their late game is as good compared to Nova Esports, but hey, as long as you're in the game and your turrets are not down, there is still a sign of hope. Who knows if Justy and Champion can find the miracle engage on towards Nova.
Let's wait and see. The only time will tell. 20 more seconds until we're going to have the main objectives back online. That's going to be another of the cues for Nova just to bring up a fight. Blacklist International cannot let those go uncontested, and they need to start cleaning up the wave so they can have priority over at least one of the two objectives.
Look at top side here. Shen goes for the 1v1 here. Golden Kai is here to aid his Clash lane here, but gets figured out. So this position looks like a free Tyrant going into the hands of Nova, and there will not be an answer on that Shadow Overlord trade coming in from Blacklist International.
Uncontested is going to go for Nova Esports. Right now they're going to have 75 more seconds of this buff. They will be able to take on fights. The only thing that they need to do is just to initiate in the right way. Xuan over here taking a 1v2.
Xuan flashes in with the splash grenade here. Finds the 1v2. Gets the assassination on towards Golden Kai in a 1v2 situation. On towards the backside here. Muchi flashes away from Just G. And Hongling in towards the front line, stalling 3 members here. That's a soul. Just G in towards the back line here. Steals away the Crimson Golem here. But where can he escape to? As long as Xuan makes sure that he doesn't get back to base, the base will be in shambles coming in for the side of Blacklist International here.
Joshi over there, Xuan just on the 1v1 mark. The minions are gonna come in, turret is going to fall, and right now the high ground is gonna be the next target.
The higher pulling in, calling for that 1v1, but that's a tanky boy that you have captured in that RuneScape Mirage. Muchi doing light work off that Crystal right now. Big going in for that assassination, but where is the follow-up coming in from Blacklist International? There is no one coming in towards their aid as the Crystal will fall alongside with the members of Blacklist International. Just a few hits away, and this is Game 1 in the pockets of Nova Esports.
Congratulations to Nova Esports taking the first victory of this matchup. 1-0 advantage to them in what these last 5 minutes was a very, very dominant performance from them.
If there is a single player that we need to highlight in that Game 1, my goodness, Xuan is an absolute monster on that Charlotte Rose.
You called it. Yes, you called it at the beginning of the game, right? Like, you mentioned that Xuan was going to be a very important player in this matchup, and then he came in and then he just started building the items and building the goal difference very early in the game.
Very well played, I would say, and executed coming in from Nova Esports. Despite the fact that Blacklist International, they found a way to mitigate that early game plan coming in from the side of Nova. You can see in the mid game, especially that bottom lane fight, where the first victim was Muchi on that channel being counter-engaged by Chaz and the Liu Bang ultimate, and then Just G jumped in. He cannot reload on towards the wall immediately after coming in towards the ground. He gets absolutely demolished the moment he lands on surface. And then, without Just G, Golden Kai cannot really do DPS well when there's a active Xiao Xiao Breeze Heart in those fights. So it led to a very uncomfortable situation for Blacklist International.
It was one of those games in which Blacklist just had a very good opportunity at the beginning. They had a very good start of the game. They were really dominant at the beginning. They had the upper hand. But then after that, Nova just used their vast experience just to come and turn things around. It would not have been the first time that Nova has been put in a difficult position. So they have seen these situations. They know what to do, and they know how exactly just to turn around and be able to turn the game in their favor.
I think this also adds on to the topic that we talk about on Parasola, the early first pick in this current patch and meta. Previously in the 2025 season, Arlie was really high up there even when there's a channel because of how you can play tempo, how you can play side lane. But due to the recent nerfs on towards Arlie, it has lost its position. You need to play it flawlessly, and you will still find yourself in moments where the hero just starts falling off against strong late games, like the Xiao Xiao counter, like the channel counter. So for me, Arlie seems to be a pocket pick for some farm laners in Game 3 or Game 4 when there's lesser counters.
Let's put the attention to the Heya. Let's just turn our views and turn our eyes into the Heya. Have we seen today, in these last hours, a very good, strong Heya performance?
Sadly, to that question, Isaac, is a hard cold no. I would like to say that Haya is one of those high-tier mid-lane mages that has a lot of proactiveness, but maybe it's a player thing, maybe it's a team decision thing. We haven't been seeing a lot of early game strong Moonscape Mirage ultimates coming in from the Haya users.
We have seen a lot of people that they prioritize the pick, but up until right now, I have not seen one of them that can make me feel like there is a very clear plan and understanding of what wants to be achieved through that pick. Up until right now, after seeing it in multiple games, my feeling comes down to we are picking it just because it's available.
Maybe it's like they fall into the bait where this is strong in the eyes of like super good teams or teams that have already mastered this Haya. Because if I'm not mistaken, Haya has only been released for about like what, 2 weeks at max. So the games that some of these teams have on Haya is not enough to really master it to a full level.
Look at Kongling's digits right over here. Even though in terms of neutral objectives and GPM and invasion rate, Joshi was a lot better. But in terms of vision and damage for Kongling, he was more. He was more of a tank that allowed the whole team just to jump in. So I would say from Kongling that we were talking about, it's going to be a difficult day for him because he needs to really get on those expectations. This first performance in this first game, actually I would give him a pass.
Yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with Kongling's performance, especially in this game one. He always had a gray area where he likes to play over aggressive in certain times, but this game one, he's shown signs of improvement. His early days with O2, with other teams, it was, I would say, passable, but this is definitely a bigger step up coming in from the new jungler of Nova.
A great way to start the 2026 for him. Very well done. Well, Blacklist International did not give me a bad taste. I actually liked the way that they played, but in the other side, like they were playing against a Nova Esports that are very strong. Nova Esports came in here, a lot of people were questioning how they would perform, and actually they had a very good show against Blacklist International this first time. Well, for this game, the MVP is gonna go to Xuan on that Charlotte, the Rose Fencer.
Absolutely masterful performance coming in from one of the anchors coming in of Nova Esports lineup. We were talking about the Xuan versus Chami one head-to-head matchup during the pre-game show, and you can see when Xuan gets the team rolling, they really get themselves in towards the minds of Blacklist International.
Look at this, like the way that they played right over here. Like he comes in straight under the turret, knowing that he's gonna be taking in all that damage, and he's still very aggressive. He knows that his teammates are right over there to finish the deal.
This was the key fight that really turned the game for both teams here. Chaz finds a beautiful re-engage on towards Muji here, but this time, Joshi landing himself into 4 key members, which allowed Nova to just dice down 4 additional members, making it a 1-4-4 exchange. And coming into the Shadow Overlord fight, 4v5 in the front seat. Oh my goodness, that ultimate flash coming in from the Rose Fencer. Charlotte coming in from Xuan just captures the players, Dragon, Joshi, from the side of Blacklist International.
That was the moment that just defined the game. That right over there, just that Overlord fight, and then the fact that they lose 2 members for Blacklist. That was the moment where everything just turned black for them. Nova Esports comes in and they take their first victory of 2026. Let's wait and see if they can make 2 more so they can actually take the victory in this best of 5.
Well, let's not count Blacklist International out at all, because if we don't think and look at the post after 8 minutes fights at the second Tyrant, they were doing pretty well. In the mid game, they were looking for like aggressive trades on towards multiple members like Muji, like on Wave Pit, on towards the side lanes, and then it's those few fights that we talk about. When you lose a big fight like Blacklist International versus Nova in that bottom fight, that's where the game completely explodes. So for me, is to look at Blacklist International playing towards their comfort, something that they have played more in a more comfortable draft. I want to see something like that from them so they can execute those drafts even more flawlessly compared to Game 1.
Well, right now they might have priority over there for the balance and picks, right? Because right now they might be able to take that first pick. So let's wait and see if they're able to just capitalize on that little opportunity, on that little advantage. Right now, when you actually look at Blacklist, when you see the difference or the distance, if there is any, between Blacklist and Nova, and you compare it to a year ago, let's just say 12 months ago, would you say that the distance in between these two teams still the same, or has it shortened?
Okay. Blacklist International definitely... You're putting me in the spotlight here, Isaac. Okay.
I love the spotlight. Come on, go.
Okay.
You go first, and then I'm gonna give you my point of view.
Sure. Okay. On a analyst perspective, coming in for both teams,
yes,
I think Season 3 was the rebirth of Nova Esports. We saw Season 3 Nova Esports. They went to 7 games with Nongshim RedForce in the Grand Finals last year. But after that, they went on a insane run in EWC, Honor of Kings World Cup, took games off of TTG, and then going into the fall season, yes, they had a very good group stage. They lost to HBSC multiple times, but still, that's the sign of rebirth. For Blacklist International, it's the same. But to what caliber are we talking about same? I think the distance is still the same, but both teams have grown out of their shell.
All right, I'm gonna give you my 2 cents.
Sure.
This is what I feel. 12 months ago, if you would have asked me, we're gonna have this best of 5 between Nova and Blacklist, I would have said, yep, Nova's taking it. That's it. But 12 months after, and right now, after seeing the evolution of not only Blacklist, but seeing the evolution of the PKL, I would dare to say that the distance in between those two teams has shortened. And I know that Blacklist knows that this is going to be a great opportunity for them to actually test that. That's why Blacklist chooses to pick Nova for the group stage, because they know that in the group stage, playing Nova is just going to be a great meter for them to understand how good I am right now, without having just the high stakes of being on a knockout stage. So Blacklist just coming in and then testing against Nova, for me, is them understanding that the distance has shortened, but how much has it shortened?
Wow, that's actually a really good point. To be able to take this like a scrimmage match against one of the best teams in the tournament without having the repercussion of being knocked out of the tournament directly in the group stage, definitely valuable experience for Blacklist International. And if they can take games out of Nova Esports, imagine what they can do in the knockout stage.
Exactly what I'm thinking about. Well, let's move into our next game. This is going to be game 2. We're still having Blacklist on the blue side. Nova Esports is going to stay on the red. Blacklist International, they're going to have to try to capitalize on having priority pick. The first ban for them is going to be the Haya. They do not want to allow it for Nova Esports since they've already played it.
I think on the hands of someone that's even more aggressive like Wendy, who enjoys the Mai Shiranui, you definitely do not want to give Wendy or Nova Esports such an aggressive and playmaking mid lane here. Hence, you can see even from Nova Esports, I think they're trying to set up for an early pick, which has been sniffed out by Coach TG.
He just saw it coming, and he was like, you know what? Even though Sagi's saying that early does not work no more, I'm still going to put it out. Not gonna play my chances in here.
It's a Muji special, what can you do, right?
You gotta respect that, man, and that's one of the things that I love about coaches. When they need to analyze the big picture, and at the same time, they need to respect the specific heroes for specific players. That is very difficult to balance.
Do your best.
And we only have 4 bans, so you have to put those bans into heavy considerations in the first phase and in the second phase. With that, Blacklist International, they do finalize the first pick coming in on the blue side being the Fire Ninja, Mai Shiranui for the Hands of Dragon.
With that, they're gonna be able to get burst damage. They will be able to have an extra assassin player right over there in the mid lane. Mai Shiranui being one of those very OG heroes that we all love. That I don't remember Majus falling out of T0 or T1 ever in no tournament.
My worry here is Isaac. We're into a Yuhuan here, and Yuhuan is not the easiest to really fight against as a Mai Shiranui. And if you double down your draft here, Blacklist International, you pick the Dharma, you're gonna be countered heavily at their pick by a Magistrate DRNJ. But I'm liking the approach here. They take away the Yangjin and they pick an aggressive jungler for the hands of Just Chi here. No more assassins, but we go into a different route, a tempo jungle. Tigress for Just Chi.
Alright, so if we are going to just get the pay for Blacklist International, that's going to alleviate a little bit of the pressure on the Yanjian, right? Like we've always been seeing a lot of that Yanjian jungle pick, but right now with the pay in there, that Yanjian does understand that his job is going to be just to be tanky and to allow some initiation. What can Blacklist do with that pay in the early stages is going to define how much pressure is going to fall on the shoulders of that Yanjian as well.
At the very least, from how I view Blacklist International's draft, their rotation speed is really, really fast with the Pei and also the Mai Shiranui. So those side lanes in the mid game will be a hot place for both teams to really battle it out. And you check over to the side of Nova Esports draft, they're playing a very mid lane mage-centric carry style. Jungle goes towards the tank, and Wendy gets his hands on a double refresh, Yuhuan as a carry here.
Yuhuan as a carry,
Freedom.
that's a lovely thing to see. Look at that. Like when you look at Nova Esports over here, just having that Dolia and just having the Flowborn, having the Yuhuan, and right now adding up the Erin, the Nova Esports composition right now over here from 4 members, missing 1 in here, still stronger than what Blacklist has on the other side.
Our paths intertwined by
But still, like Nova right now, right? You see the draft?
Yeah.
I think the Laurel Princess Erin plays a big role in this draft. Like, you can go the standard build that is right now popular in rank, which is the on-hit build. You can go the Sparks Forge Doomsday, yada yada. Yeah, that works too. But if you go for the magic build, you unlock the items like the Ardent Dominion that gives you a free cleanse once you drop to a specific HP with the shield. So it's a pretty decent counter against the likes of a Fire Ninja Mai Shiranui. And to top it off, to close off the charge for Nova Esports, Guan Yu has been locked in. This is a signature pick for Nova Esports Clash Laner Shren, and it's one of the top picks in this tournament with how strong Guan Yu is due to the buffs.
The buff right now in this patch is going to make Guan Yu a very heavy hitter, right? Like right now it's going to be buffed up. Guan Yu should have been a prior pick, and it's going to be a prior pick in most of the teams. One of the difficult things about that Guan Yu, right, is that it's not a hero that you can just decide like, okay, I am going to carry. In comparison to other options that we have in the Clash lane, Guan Yu is more of a team player. Guan Yu is more of an initiation, a second initiation kind of hero, and it's not the same as when you have a Byron, when you have a Charlotte, when you have a Majin on top, that they can actually just carry themselves on their own. So seeing Shren on that Guan Yu, that's going to be a feast for our eyes.
It's down to how both of these Clash lanes really pull in the weight for their teams. This is Blacklist International taking on Nova Esports in Game 2 of this Best of 5 series, with Nova Esports currently leading 1-0 against their opponent. Thoughts on this, Isaac? Do you think Blacklist International, with this specific draft, can they pull it into a 1-0 for both teams?
The truth is that for me, this is a 70-30. For me, it's a 70-30 for Nova. It's 70-30 for Nova right now. Is what I'm seeing in here. And Blacklist is extremely dependent on the tempo that Joshi can do in the early stages, and then after that, the DRNJ can Golden Kite actually take on that 1v1 in the early games, and then just put Erin on the back foot. I don't see it as a 50-50. I do believe that the BP clearly is in favor of Nova.
We'll have to see the early game tempo coming in for Blacklist International. If they can make and break Nova in the first few minutes and make sure that Golden Kite, Dragon, and Just Chi doesn't fall off, then maybe we see Blacklist International takes more control of that mid-game before Shadow Tyrant here. But so far, we see a 2v1 setup, aggressive towards Blacklist International towards the bottom side, securing that fire peak in the hands of Golden Kite. Off to a great start, I would say.
Great start right over here. Let's see. Chami1 under a lot of pressure right over here. You can see he's going to have to use his flash. That's going to go on a cooldown. Sadly for him, he won't have that ability available anymore for a specific period of time. It is going to be about that pressure. At the end of the day, Nova Esports understands something very important about this game. It's not always about going in and get the kills. It's about going in and harass your opponent. Just force him to waste time or to waste abilities and put those abilities in cooldown. Nova Esports understands that, and that's why I sometimes believe that they are at a different level than the rest.
But Chaz here getting punched out by the Floorborn tank. Double knockup into double knockup. That's 4 knockups here, and he gets the first blood. And the solo bolo towards the Clash lane here. No flash, walking out. 3v for Shred. Shred solo kills Chami1.
Solo kill right over there. We know that Xuan is gigantic on that Guan Yu, and it is bad news for Chami1. This is a horrible matchup for him. On that Yanjian at these early stages of the game, he will not have an advantage in there. And right now, Xuan has just made that stretch a lot wider.
Immediately in 2 minutes of the game, already a 2-0 kill lead for the side of Nova Esports, and we see Chami1 putting a lot of pressure on towards Strand here, zoning him out of this minion wave. Dragon is also in the vicinity, trying to make sure that Chami1 gets this lead at the very least. Just G here, just having a few lead in towards the jungle here. As long as Just G doesn't fall behind, there is still consistent hope for Blacklist International later on in the side lane tempo.
Alright, let's wait and see. Let's look at that. Right now, Blacklist, they need to really understand how to capitalize out of these minion waves. It is important for Joshi right now to try to make a movement. He needs to try to do something. You can see him right now on the minimap. He's cleaning over there the red buff area. He's going to start rotating to the mid lane. After he cleans this wave, something needs to happen because we're moving very close to the 4 minutes mark. But what can they do? Look at that. It's going to be 3 against 2, Sagi.
Pinned down on towards the side of Muji here, but the heals coming in from Wave Pit. Common spell heal. Drop in the heal on towards the Dolga spell too. Making sure that Muji never falls below half, and Shen finding Just G in towards the enemy jungle. There is the Guardian Sprite. Damage is reduced by 15% here. Dragon, no flash. Bounce House coming in from Kongling. Picks up the first kill here. Chaz, no flash as well. Making a double coming in from Nova Esports mid lane Wendy here. Things are looking horrible for the Blacklist International squad.
Oh, what is going on in here? Blacklist International, come on. Dragon and Chaz falling in here in the moments where they could actually take in 1 kill on that Guan Yu. The Guan Yu is going to survive, but Dragon and Chaz are going to fall. That's going to start giving more and more openings for Nova Esports. The pace, timing right now, as it's just becoming tighter and tighter and tighter. It's becoming a lot harder for him to actually command the tempo of the game.
If game 1 was like an equal standard coming in from both teams, like they're just playing based on their own tempo, game 2 is completely Nova Esports dominating the early game and pulling Blacklist into a rabbit hole. The more you lose, the deeper you fall in towards this rabbit hole, and the harder it is for you to recover into that mid-game period. It's only 5 minutes, and it's already almost a 2,000 goal lead for the side of Nova Esports.
It is too big a gap for this early in the game. When you're supposed to be controlling the early stages, your composition is supposed to be taking control of this. What are you going to do in the times when that Flowborn is going to start getting online? Look at that, it's going to be a
1v3. Shen pushes onto tree, gets the Razor Cavalry here. Trades Dragon on towards the first kill here. Pins Just G on towards the wall. Just G manages to flip away for safety here, but that is Tree invested to dive 1 horse in towards that bottom lane here. This leaves Golden Kite having to expend the flash in towards the top side. not a tower traded for
has
the
destroyed
life
a
of
tower.
a 1v1
Red
exchange.
team has destroyed a
A
tower.
1v3 and he's still able to trade one back? Come on, man. It's impossible to stop the Shen glazing here. It's just crazy.
It's only a glaze if it's not true. He's just styling on the members of Blacklist International here. Kong Ling finding the bounce house on towards the members off the side of Blacklist International here. This Azure Golem is a freebie going into the pockets of Nova.
Right now, they're going to move the target over there to the mid lane turret. It's going to be Chami 1 trying to clean the wave. They do not want to let that one go. In the moment that that turret is going to fall, Guan Yu is going to have free roaming around because there's not going to be any vision just to try to find where Xuan is going to be running.
More angles as well, right? The moment the turret goes down, there's more flank angles, there's more backline access coming in for the side on Strand here. We see a bit of a poking prod coming in from Blacklist International, securing the buff for Just G. First, Unending Sorrow goes in, coming in from Wendy here. Chami 1 finding the assassination on towards Muji. Isn't able to find it here. First to fall will be Dragon. Shred finds a two-man push, sends Golden Kai into the mouths of Nova Esports. Only thing that Blacklist International can do is to back off, and now another turret goes over to the side of Nova.
Destroyed a tower.
A 2-0 trade for Nova Esports. Right now, they are commanding this game. It is going to be horrible. 7 minutes right now, 3,000 gold advantage for Nova Esports. Joshi comes in, he tries to check if there's anything over there for grabs and goes back with the tail in between his legs.
Such a difficult position for Blacklist International to be in here. You were drafting a Mai Shunui and Magistrate Direnjie in the early game, expecting to play that tower pressure, but to fall so much in the early game due to the fact that Kong Ling punished Chaz, punished Dragon for mispositioning, and right now, the DRNG is in such an awkward position. You can't push, you can't pressure with that 2-item power spike. The longer this game goes, you're just gonna be outscaled by Wendy and Muchi on this double pick.
Difficult moments right now. They have eyes right now. They've got vision in here. Nova Esports right now, they decide to come in for the push. Look at Kong Ling with the Flowborn coming in. He does not care about anything. He is just walking through the jungle in knowing that he is a menace.
He's putting so much room for Muji, for Wendy to play easily in these team fights. Every time Chaz comes in with the 2-2 on towards the members of Nova Esports, you want to heartlink back to your teammate. No, Kong Ling's like, no. You stay here, I'm gonna knock you up 3 times, and you will be dead by the time that you can actually move.
Just the multiple knockups that Flowborn tank can do, man. It's just like the design of that hero makes it, in this specific patch, such a gigantic option. The initiation, the sustain, the damage that it can provide, paired up with this Dahlia and paired up with this Yuhuan. What can Blacklist do to turn things around?
Maybe a miracle push coming in from Just G in towards the bottom lane for a Hail Mary. But so far, looking in towards the front end here, we see Muji tumbling down that mid-tier tree. Wow, Golden Kai gets pushed into the mouths of Nova Esports once again. The Destined Encounter slashes in towards the side of Blacklist International. The final tune sets Golden Kai up for that death. Wendy flashes forward with that aggressive ultimate here, gets Dragon and Just G on the back end, all the way towards the base of Nova Esports. It means in the front side, it will be a 4v2 in favor of Nova Esports. Before 10 minutes, they're looking for the game-winning push.
Bro, it's back. He's going to push the crystals to be the target. The minions are still alive. They're trying to clean them up. It's not going to be enough because they're all falling. The crystal's going to follow, and it's going to be Nova Esports taking the second victory of this matchup.
9 minutes and 49 seconds. Not even a 10-minute game. No shadow objectives were present in this game. That is how dominant this game 2 was in the eyes of Nova Esports against Blacklist International.
Nova Esports comes in and then they just completely put their foot on the ground, saying that they're not going to be pushed around. This is the Nova Esports that we remember. This is why they're one of the top teams in our game. Blacklist International, on the other hand, the first minutes of the game, it was really difficult for them to actually control what was going on. That is the problem in here. The problem is that if you have already designed your strategy to be very dominant in the first minutes and then the ball kind of just falls, there's no coming back. Your power spike is just in there at the beginning of the game, and what can you do after that?
A series of events, right? Like we saw in the top side, the level 2, the roam coming in from Wendy towards the top side, forcing out the initial flash from Chami 1. And after that, it was a solo kill on Shen's Guan Yu against Chami 1's Twilight. And then, that wasn't the only thing that happened. That solo kill was the second kill for Nova. In towards the bottom river, that was supposed to be a 50-50 matchup between the two teams. It was Nova Esports finding a perfect kill thanks to the Floorborn tank CC chain on towards Chaz Bomb Weaver that got them yet another lead. And from there on out, everything was disastrous for the side of Blacklist International.
One disaster after the other one fight lost after the other one. There was no coming back. There was no coming back in there. Again, I love the way the Blacklist finished the 2025, this 2026. They decide to take on this very gigantic challenge. And in these two games, they have not shown that they are at the level of this very, very difficult game.
But it's still a plausible thing for the side of Blacklist International. Yeah. Losing early is always fine. You stat check yourself against Nova Esports, potentially one of the champion teams coming into KIS4, and then you think to yourself, okay, now that I know what I'm lacking against Nova Esports and the other teams,
of course,
if they start to look back towards their recording, start to pick up their game pace, maybe by the time of the knockout stage, they could realistically minimize that gap.
Of course, yeah, no, I completely understand what you mean, man. And it is not, and I don't want people at home just to think that we're riding off Blacklist from this game, right? Like, there's always the possibility of a 0-2 turning to a 3-2, right? That's always, those are things that we have seen in the past. It's just that when you analyze this game, not even making it into the 10 minutes, when you are supposed to have the early advantage, that says something. That is a gigantic flag that must be addressed.
I think for me, aside from the gameplay coming in from both teams, there is a thing coming in from the draft that I think Nova Esports has been doing really well on the red side. If we go back towards game 1, the moment that Arlie's shown coming in for the side of Blacklist on blue side pick 1, we see the counter of the Chano and also the Xiao Qiao coming in for Nova Esports. That's reacting to certain picks that can counteract against your first pick. Now, in game 2, same thing happened. You pick the Mai Shiranui, and then Nova Esports immediately answers with a Dolia plus Yuhuan. That statistically and based on skill set, countered out against the Mai Shiranui. Because why? Mai Shiranui goes in, full combo, but Yuhuan pops the ultimate, she's free, and she gets another one coming in by the Dolia. So it puts Dragon into a very reactive state in this specific matchup.
I'm telling you, man, like when we saw the BP, it just made a lot of sense that Nova would have, as a team, an advantage. So I think that maybe Blacklist, what they wanted to try was just to, in terms of individual skill, try to outmaneuver whatever that Nova was going to propose as a team. So maybe they just wanted to isolate the players and they just tried to play those 1v1s and get some advantage from there. And Nova Esports did not allow them even the small chance to try to test that theory.
Yeah, with a draft discrepancy coming in from Blacklist International and also the difference in execution, it makes it really difficult for the side of Blacklist International to even contest against Nova Esports. And in this game, we saw the hyper aggression coming in from a Nova specific playstyle, the mid lane carry style. Nova Wendy with the Q caster Yuhuan 5-0 and 5 in terms of KDA, rocking the MVP in game 2.
I remember just having this conversation with a lot of people during last year's KWC about, in terms of mid laners, like who do you think is at the top level? And from a lot of multiple people that gave me their opinions, Wendy's name was always coming up in that conversation. Every single person that I asked, If I asked for 3 names, Wendy was certainly going to be one of them.
Well, that's what you see in caliber for one of the best teams coming in from the global region. Nova Esports and their mid lane definitely showcasing what it means to be as one of the best teams in the world.
Completely agree with you in terms of that, man. It's just a demonstration. Look at this, like in here, it's just that. It's just like the nature of the heroes, right? Like when Wendy and that Yuhan just procs the ulti, just completely nullifies all of the abilities coming in from Blacklist.
That's why we say, yes, you still can play a Mai Shiranui into a Yuhuan, but you need to make sure that the Yuhuan isn't able to click that ultimate. The moment she does, all the effort that you put in your flash engages gets neutralized almost immediately.
Well, things to learn for Blacklist International after this matchup. Right now it's a 2-0 advantage for Nova. Let's wait and see if Blacklist can do something and just get one more game. Let's take it one step at a time. Blacklist they just need to think about taking a victory first, and then if they can, just take the whole game in this best of 5. For Nova Esports, one more game is gonna send them back to the hotels where they can have a good rest and face what the tournament is gonna bring them forward.
Well, like you mentioned here, Isaac, it's to really try yourself against Nova Esports. For Blacklist International in Game 3, start fixing the draft first. Like, I understand the previous meta of introducing Arlie first pick, introducing Mai Shiranui first picks, but it's not as prominent as it is compared to before because of the numerous new heroes in towards the global patch. So maybe take on the reactive end on going towards the red side, counteract against the blue pick first pick. Then you can start to see more of these fancy picks, fancy compositions that allows your players to play into a more comfortable zone.
I know that Blacklist International, they've been together for such a long time. And after just finishing 4th place last year in the KIC 2025, I know that they can come up with some ideas. I know that the players have been together for such a long period, they have stability. So you cannot come and say like, oh, there's some changes in the synergy of it. No, like they've been together for such a long time. They have seen challenges. I know that they can come up with something. I just don't know if what they can come up with is of the caliber of that they need in order to beat this opponent. This specific opponent, actually.
Yeah, this specific opponent that they have selected from the group stage draw is not perhaps the easiest one, but you know, if you can test yourself against them and you can learn from them on the mistakes that you have done in this specific series, it'll push you further if, and only if, you can fix those flaws coming into the knockout stage. But hey, let's continue on the series first and bring it right into the pick and bans for Game 3 of Match 2 of Day Number 1 of KS4.
Game 3 of Match 2 of Day Number 1? I love that. I like the 3-2-1 that you just put over there. Should become a rapper, my guy.
Yeah, man, the rhymes doesn't come as often like this. It's only during some cast when I'm casting with you, Isaac, here. So, you're in for a treat here.
I am the saggy buff. I am the saggy buff.
Let's go.
All right, let's wait and see what's gonna happen. Blacklist International is gonna take on the blue. Nova Esports the red. Haya is gonna be the first one, as I can see here. They do not want to allow that. I would love to be able to see Nova playing on that hero, because they might be able to show us something different to what we have seen.
Now, Blacklist International has a very weird position right now. Do you open the early or do you open the pay? The answer is they don't want to open the early at all. There is still specific counters or equalizers against the pay, like Ogren, like Mukyo, Musashi. These are available, so locking away the early from the hands of Muchi is pretty reasonable, I would say.
Yeah, it is reasonable, of course, like you don't want Muchi to be on his signature hero, or one of his signature heroes right over there. What does that even mean in terms of first pick? What is Blacklist International going to have? Luna as the first pick with so many different counters that Nova can actually do? It's a little bit difficult to understand. It's difficult to understand. I'm just gonna say that.
Okay, Fortunately enough, there isn't the likes of the
Even
Flowborn
here, I
tank
must remain true to who I
Diadea
am.
to really counteract against the Moonblade Luna, so it's still okay.
Yeah.
But you have to
There's a
survive
beast
against the
within
onslaught
me.
in terms of jungle tempo. What does this mean? There's still a lot of strong jungle assassins that's super strong in the early game. For example, the Pei is still available, the Ukyo is still available. All these are direct counters. And of course, one more to really go into a 50-50 angle. Jay is still available if you want to play the jungle assassin matchup.
Salamat.
Nova Esports is not
For giving
going
me a
to
chance.
counter that immediately. They decided to go with two very interesting Tranfei that can be paired with a lot of different heroes. And Dharma that on its own is always a very good option for Xuan because of the initiation. They are not going to mind that much on how to counter that Luna at the moment since they have options. So they started just deciding just to take advantage on all of the other lanes.
And if we look over to the side of Nova Esports draft on the first three picks, those are hyper aggressive heroes here. If you tune it back to game one of DMT versus the side of KAGENDRA, this is the draft that snowballed the heck out of KAGENDRA.
It is a very interesting draft, right? Like when you actually put them back next to each other, they're extremely similar. Extremely similar. Are they gonna give the exact same results? Can we actually expect something like that? There's a lot of different factors that are different, right? The opponents are different, the players are different. The fact that the compositions are similar might not just tell us that we're going to be seeing the exact same result. But well, let's wait and see what is going to happen in there. Muchi decides to choose for himself a Direnjie.
It's a very comfortable pick, I would say. Almost 50-50s against anyone in that mid lane, in the farm lane matchup, sorry. And if you look into the jungle department, they're saving the very last pick into the hands of Kongling in that jungle department here. Maybe we see the Musashi, maybe we see the Ukyo Tachibana. I do think that is between these two. I don't think that he will go on towards the tank route against this Luna.
I would say Ukyo Tachibana.
Ooh.
The Fade?
It makes a lot of sense too. You want to jump in toward the back line. You want to steal away Luna's jungle. We definitely miss out on this, and it's a really good pick coming in from Kongling's playstyle. Kongling's playstyle is very different from CY. CY's hero pool is really something like the Musashi, the tanks coming in of the Ogren, and Kongling's playstyle is a mix of both. He can play the assassin, he can play the tank, so it's very unique from the previous substitute jungler from the previous jungler.
I am really looking forward to this matchup because of the mobility coming in from both junglers, right?
Oh,
both of them are extremely mobile, so I can actually just start feeling bad for the OB because it's going to be so difficult just to kind of keep the camera where the action is going to be as everyone is just running around.
There's definitely going to be a lot of action between the two junglers here, but before we go into the jungle matchup, we need to see the setup coming in from the Nova Esports side. We have the Mai Shiranui, Zhang Fei, and also Dharma, the bounce house for days, the OG composition in 2024. And now, on this side of the Blacklist International squad, we have Chami 1 on the War Saint here. Is one of his good picks as well, the Guan Yu. If he can find those big markers against Nova Esports and make the team fight super difficult for Muchi on the Direnjie to play, maybe that's a way for Blacklist International to come back in towards the series.
That would be actually good news for them. Let's wait and see what they can do on that Guan Yu. In terms of if you actually look at the matchup over there in the farm lane between the Chano and the Direnjie, you can see that the Direnjie might have an advantage at the beginning of the game, but as the game starts scaling up, I can see Chano being a lot more dominant and to have a lot more of an impact in the game than his counterpart, Muchi.
That is definitely true. Only if we're looking at a 1v1 matchup here. If we pan ourselves over to the other four heroes, I would say this game is definitely a heck of a survival game for the channel on the hands of Golden Kite.
Playing a survival game is always fun. Trying to get your objectives at the same time that you're trying to stay alive. That is gonna be a very interesting one. All right, what about if we just jump quickly into this. We're gonna have Nova again on the red side and Blacklist again on the blue.
Yeah, utilizing the early mobility coming in from the Maestro, he's scouting out where is the exact buff start coming in from Just G here. 2v2 towards the mid side. Wendy, Waypit getting the first push advantage and immediately going for the aggressive jungle pressure against Blacklist.
This time Chad is going to have eyes on them. He won't let this go uncontested. They're trying to be extremely greedy, coming in very aggressive. Guan Yu over there on the river has eyes on Wendy, but that's just going to make Xuan's life so much easier.
But that's the thing. You have to prize Nova Esports for this small movement. The moment that Xuan said, hey, Chammy will reach first in towards that bottom side river, immediately the teammates off the side of Nova is like, okay guys, give away that Crimson Golem, we are out of there.
Of course, communication is going to be vital, right? And when you are such a veteran player like Xuan, like this communication is just basic skills.
Yeah, topside jungle here currently being hyper invaded by the side of Blacklist International. Although they didn't steal away the Crimson Golem, they took away the Wild Boar, they took away the Fire Beak, they got 2 camps from the side of Kong Lane here, so it's an added advantage in the early game for this Luna.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, if you like free stuff, remember to go in-game and input our CD keys. Firestorm is going to be the first one fired with an I, 1 instead of an I, and Wildfire is going to be the second one, with that first I being a 1 as well. Remember to go online and go and claim all the freebies that we are offering to you.
Yeah, yep, got it, Isaac. I'm right now opening my HOK app and burning in that PD key as we talk about here. And towards the mid lane here, we see Dragon being forced a flash, traded with Wendy. So that's gonna be both mid laners taking their own recall in towards this early phase.
Yeah, I love how you're just kind of just in game and casting at the same time. I can barely cast and stay seated on my chair. I'm just too old for this, man. It's just getting harder and harder.
No, man, Isaac, from what I saw from your social media, you're still pretty active in football, something that I could never do. My stamina is just not there and on par with your athleticness, so don't say you're old. You're definitely not, you're definitely pretty athletic on that.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's go back to the game. Blacklist and Nova. You can see right over here, Chammy 1 just fighting Xuan in here, just trying to spot anything over there for the Azure Golem.
For this specific moment here. Yeah, and we see a big engage coming onto the Wendy here. Real Engine on towards Chammy 1, forcing out the cleanse here. Chammy finding the push on towards Wendy. Wendy positions himself and runs away here, but Chammy 1 just needs one more push onto Wendy. That's it. Luna with the new moon coming in towards the assistant coming in for South Blacklist International. Gets the kill on towards Wendy. That's still a 1-for-1 exchange. First blood goes into the hands of Nova Esports.
But the way that both Nova players were able just to hold that, it was lovely. But after that, Blacklist International comes in as a team looking for revenge, and they make this a 2-to-1 trade for them.
A beautiful knockup coming in from Chaz and channeling and CC chaining the 3 knockups. Dragons, Flowing Sign, Just Cheese, Spell 2 stun, and then it caused the side of Xuan to unable to even react with a flash or a formless mount to get himself out of safety here. So right now we see Blacklist International not trying to contest this at all because Fate has the Seal and Jade, and he does take it for free.
They know that without Luna being there to try to contest with the smite, jumping in there is just a sacrifice, and there's no winnings in there. 2v2 over here on the farm lane, you can see the rotations forcing Blacklist International to be always on their feet.
And right now into the mid game here, when turret plating is down, the sprite link protection is down, you will start to see the Magistrate on the hands of Muchi start putting in more pressure. Those tokens are able to hit the tower out of its original range.
The range coming in from DRMGS always makes him a very difficult hero to play against in terms of tower defense.
Jaded, Seal, Chammy 1 down. Getting caught by 3 members here. Over focus on that 1v1 exchange here. But like you mentioned, Isaac, the Jade and Seal coming in from Calling really puts a lot of pressure against the likes of Nova Esports. And right now, without Smite, without the ultimate here, Justin does get a pretty good set on, but look at the engage follow-up coming in from the members of Blacklist International, capitalizing on Nova Esports' over-eagerness in trying to defend that Crimson Golem, taking Kongling's life down with the steal of that Crimson Golem.
That is the beauty about Dragon's Lady Trend, right? Like that Cascade in there, it's such an interesting hero. They want to catch the Fade, and what a better way to do that than with the gigantic area of effect of her ulti.
Yep, and this is a very good game showcase coming in from Blacklist International, similar to Game 1. The early game is really back and forth between the two teams. Right now, we need to see whether they repeat the same mistakes that they did in that 8-minute team fight. If not, we might see a very competitive 10-minute shadow dance by these two teams.
Luna right now with a 5,600 gold in her pack, a total 1,000 gold advantage in comparison to his counterpart Konling.
You see an aggressive engage coming in for the side of Nova Esports here, trying to tackle down this jungle. Kongling going in for the steal, does get it. Just G is nowhere to be seen near this side. But we see bot side go. Chammy1 isolating Kongling, putting him into a dire situation. This wastes a lot of time of a jungle assassin on the hands of Kongling, giving more time for Just G to do shenanigans like this.
To do these kind of shenanigans, look at that. He's gonna be able to take this overlord. It's gonna be for free. He tries to go in for the red, comes in, he's going to smite it, but look at that. The fight is gonna start.
Yeah, assassination already being committed by the side of Kongling, getting the kill on Taurus, trying to start things off. Flash engaged on Taurus Chaz. Chaz, the first victim to fall on that subsequent play here. Kongling finds the engage on Taurus too. Jade and Steel, Just G gets taken down. Chammy1 can only run for his life. And another flash being the tax that has to be paid by Golden Kite to the Nova Esports jungler.
A 3-0 trade right now for Nova Esports. They want that to be the final score of this whole match. At 3-0 as they are starting to take on the turrets. The minions are gonna come in. This tier 2 turret is not gonna be able to stand either.
I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry Filipino PKL fans. I cursed Blacklist International. I said that they were doing good, and immediately the next play, Nova Esports just clean swept them of double buffs and also the outer turret here. I'm so sorry.
Sagi.
I'm so sorry.
Such a jinx. Ay, 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 ay. It's gonna be fine. Like, come on, like nobody believes in those kind of things, right?
Right? But hey, it happened right now, and with that jinx coming in from Sagi, Nova Esports currently holds a 5.4k gold lead at 8 minutes against Blacklist International. Not looking good for the Blacklist side.
Right now, it's going to be a free tyrant for them as well. They're going to back that one. It's going to be a 1-2-3. They're going to put it in the pocket. Right now, they have a 4,000 gold advantage. We can see Diren's, we can see the Dharma already just becoming really gigantic. In the moment that the items board comes up, you will be able to see where the gaps are actually showing.
And with that play just now committed by the side of Nova Esports, the level gap that Just G has harnessed throughout the early to mid game is completely negated, and the goal lead is severely on the hands of Kongling right now. You can see pokes coming in from the side of the walls, tries to go in for the hardened Jade Seal, doesn't get it on this initial push.
But right now they have control and they have full vision over the blue buff, right? Look at that. Shen
goes in for the engager. Umbrado Alphas catches onto Just G here. Just G has to escape with the new moon here, leaving Chammy1, the sole member, on towards the front end here as Kongling goes for the aggressive chase. Ultimate, steals his fate in this game tree.
That's gonna be it. Right now, it's gonna be the minions coming in. The Hydran turrets are gonna start falling. It's gonna be a 5 against 3 for the next 10 seconds, Sagi. This is gonna be the final push for Nova.
Flash Gold Token misses coming in for the side of Muji here. A second tier 3 tower falls into the hands of Nova Esports prior to that shadow objective right now. They're taking the safe route. They're going for that double objective take for the side of Nova.
That is actually really good. Very smart right over there. They came in, they saw what they needed. Instead of forcing it, they just decided to go back and play safe. we have seen a lot of teams that they have wanted to force it right over there and have ended up losing the game. Nova does not want to be one of them.
It's the strong basics that we talk about when it comes to teams like Nova Esports, HBSC last year, where if you can have strong fundamentals and good discipline, this is what it awards you. Every single lead that you bite on towards your opponent, it makes them super suffocating to play against you. But check out the flank coming in from Chami1. It's immediately spotted by Shren. The radar, he knows as a player that plays the Guan Yu, these are the moments that he wants to be looking for.
But that's the thing, like they are gonna take a 1v1 right over there, and the 4v4 in here, it's good for Nova Esports.
What's going on towards the
That is gonna be good for them.
Raging Sea lands onto no one. The ultimate coming in from Wavy catches onto 4 members here. Everybody has to expend the flash. 1v1 between Chami1 and Shren. Victory belongs to Nova Esports Clash Later, and with the final push, minions marching in. Final hit coming in from Nova Esports seals the fate of this game tree and the series, awarding Nova Esports a clean 3-0.
Congratulations to Nova Esports, a 3-0 first clean sweep of 2026. Congratulations to the boys in purple. They take the victory. Blacklist wanted to measure themselves against them, and the result of that is that they still have a long way to go. Still some things that need to be polished, still some things that need to be learned, but it was an amazing game for Blacklist, for them to call there, take some notes, watch some footage, and tomorrow become stronger.
It's always about improving more and more coming in towards tomorrow. It's never about sulking over towards the past. But today, we celebrate the victors, which is Nova Esports in this BO5 series. They really played splendid in this specific 3 games that they have showcased to us, the level they are at compared to the rest of the world.
It was such a beautiful game to analyze and to look at, because Blacklist International, in some moments of the game, they looked like they could actually compete and they could actually do something, right? But then when Nova wants to really step on the gas, there's no way for Blacklist to actually answer back to that. And I think that that was the issue. When Nova is not stepping on the gas and where they're just playing at a normal pace, both of them are very similar. But when Nova steps on the gas and they go 100%, the gap just is extremely clear.
This goes into the few things that we need to take note about HOK Esports. Number one, macro, right? You need to know when to go in, you need to know which towers to push, the basic game plan. Number 2, micro mechanics, which is team fights. I think in terms of macro, we definitely see Blacklist International start to match up against all these strong global teams. But when it comes to micro team fights, we keep saying like, oh, Sagi cursed them at the 8th minute mark. But if you see how they lose those team fights, it's really micro mechanic mistakes. In game 2, oh wait, was it game 1? Oh, game 1, the fade on the hands of Just-G. He went in and got decimated by the Xiao Xiao combination. In game 3, 8 minutes yet again, the fight immediately breaks open because Kong Ling captured Just-G and decimated whoever who tried to help Just-G. So that really pushes the game off to a different level. Originally a 50-50 becomes a landslide of a lead due to one team fight, due to mechanical mistakes.
At the end of the day, when you look back and you see this game, you'll start understanding the different levels to these different leagues and to the different teams. So up until right now, I would say after the performance of Blacklist today, good performance, good game, wrong opponent. Let's wait and see what they can do against their other opponents over there in Group A. Look at that. The first stages of the game, up until around 6 minutes, very leveled, very equal. But then as Nova just decides, you know what, it's time for me to step on the gas, they just take off and there's nothing for Blacklist to try to even pull them back. No
really about these team fights. These mid-game team fights are so far really deadly for Blacklist International to swallow. Both games, I think game 1, game 3, early game, mid game was looking really good for the side of Blacklist International until the breaking point where it comes out to a 5v5, 4v4 big fight in either side of the jungle that really tears the game apart, which led to this landslide. It's never an equal 10-minute fight at the shadow objectives or in either bases.
When you analyze here the maps, right, like you can see how Joshi was a lot more vital for Blacklist International in terms of neutral objectives and trying to control everything compared to Kongling. But that's the issue. As a team, Nova was stronger. Joshi might have had a very big impact in there, but the Luna needed a little bit more time to actually just be online. It had
right.
it came to a moment where Joshi had like about what, like a 2,000 gold advantage probably, and in the moment that he could actually be able to be online, that's when Blacklist started losing fights again and again and again. Probably they could have just held their ground a little bit longer. Maybe the story would have been different.
Fully agree with you, but like we see in the early to mid phase, in game 1, in game 3, Fate piloted by Just-G, the Luna piloted by Just-G, he was finding very aggressive jungle wins across the map. But these team fights, man, it really brings them back to that one player who set these team fights up for success. Waypit on the beast, Zhang Fei. You gotta say, those unbridled outbursts were really deadly.
Especially the last one, right? The last one just comes in straight up over there on the high ground into 4 members just to seal the deal. Great performance by Waypit. We're really happy to see him on that. Kanfei, the beast.
You cannot have a single weak link in the entirety of this 5-man game. You need everyone to be on form. But let's check out the replays here, right? First bullet goes over to the side of Nova Esports, but the subsequent 2 kills all fell in hands of the side of Blacklist International, which really allowed Just-G to scale really well. But this is that fight that we talk about here. Kongling, yes, he was to fall, is looking good for Blacklist, but this one, Kongling immediately assassinates Dragon that's looking to help, and then the subsequent fight immediately breaks apart. Everybody fell, coming in for the side of Blacklist International. Kongling assassinating yet again Just-G, and this is where the game immediately falls apart for Blacklist.
Just exactly there. In the moment that Just-G falls over there on that Luna, there was nothing for them to do. That is the ulti that we were talking about. That unbridled outburst straight into 4 against the wall. That was just the last little stamp that they needed for them to take the trophy, to take the victory today.
Yeah, sealing the deal in this game 3. A clean BO5 victory for the MKL representatives here. Nova Esports taking a rather dominant win against Blacklist International here. Going back to our match statement between these two teams, they never met. But now that they have met, we can clearly see the difference in level between these two teams.
Yeah, maybe there was a reason why they didn't meet in 2025, right? And hopefully, not meeting in 2025 and then meeting in 2026 is going to set us for seeing this matchup. Maybe it was the first matchup of the first day in 2026, and hopefully, who knows, by the end of the year, when we are in the KIC 2026, maybe they're going to be facing each other again in the biggest stage of the year. Maybe, who knows? This is just the Invitational, man. This is just the first international tournament of our whole calendar. A lot of things could happen in the future.
You can't stop growth. Growth is something that you definitely want to be seeing when you're progressing into the year-end tournament. Mid-season, we have what? EWC and Honor World Cup, and also the year-end with KIC. But Isaac, who's on the line that you're about to interview?
I don't know. What about if we go and check with Mara over there on stage?
You guys were so smooth. Here we are with Waypit and Xuan. Waypit, my goodness. We're gonna go back to game number 2. You were spectacular. Currently, that is the fastest game so far at 9 minutes and about 55 seconds. How did you manage to finish that game off so easily?
Because we have great communication and also great teamwork.
Great communication, great teamwork. So would you say that you didn't have a hard time at all?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's how strong Nova is. Now, in the group draw, Blacklist International picked you guys first. Why do you think they picked you?
I think they don't want to meet us when knockout stage, I think.
Oh, they want to meet you first instead of later. Okay, now what do you want to say to Blacklist International now that you were able to sweep them?
Good luck. Have a nice day.
Good luck, have fun, and have a nice day. I don't know if they're having a nice day right now, but maybe if you guys eat out after, because I know, Xuan, you're pretty close to Josh G from Blacklist International. After defeating Blacklist, who would you like to face the most in your group, seeing as everyone's saying that you guys have the tough group?
BTR.
BTR? Why BTR?
Because BTR got Zhang is my ex-teammate.
Because of Zhang Q. Do you want to say something to Zhang Q?
Good luck.
Good luck. And for sure, he's watching you right now. You know, Xuan, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but you've gotten quite popular in the Philippines. You have a lot of fans. Every time the page posts about you, they have so many good things to say about you. What do you want to say to the Filipino fans?
Mahal ko kayo.
Mahal ko kayo. Mahal ko kayo. That means I love you. And Philippines, for sure, is screaming right now, Mahal ko si Xuan. Now, what do you want to say to all the Malaysian fans that's supporting you?
Terima kasih semua atas sokongan kepada Noah. We'll do our best.
Terima kasih, Xuan. Terima kasih, Waypit. And once again, salamat, congratulations. Always showing us a great fight. And for everybody that's watching, let us know how you like their fight. Put it down in the comment section below. But you know what? The game doesn't end here. Stay tuned because we have more action coming up. You're watching KIS4.
They've got two members of our RQ, Lex, moving away.
We'll meet again. I'll make sure of it.
Grandpa, what happened in the monkey story?
Anoman. Yes, he made a promise to bring Cinta home.
Was he lucky?
He got caught, and flames rose. A huge fire. Yes, a man will always admire.
Kings Invitational Series, let's go!
Bertahun-tahun ku ditempa, harap yang karang murka, enemy di setiap langkah, Ganteng datang mencoba, panggil ku one man army, satu orang 1000 nyali, bel spirit dalam nadi, sini maju ku ladeni. Langkah sudah jauh, mereka pikirku mau mundur dan buang sau. Kehormatan yang utama di puncakku pertama, berdiri hantam balik semua yang halangi arah. Pikir-pikir lagi kalau kau mau halangi, genderang perang sebab bunyi sini hadapi old school tank mentally. Dia takkan berhenti, bukan instan imitasi. Coba kau lihat sapu cara bermain agak lain dengan strategi yang saya desain. Aku lah mastermind di balik kekacauan. Satu punchline sapu ku mundur semua lawan. Insting tepuk ku deteksi ancaman, enemy ku libas seperti Anoman. Show satu pukulan tangan kosong, jatuh runtuh panggil aku Wukong. Masih
Power hantam lawan yang menghadap. Sapu cakar lebih tajam lebih dari kopong pedang. Yang saya incar tuh rawana bukan tata singgah sana. Maka wajar apabila dong bilang saya bijaksana. Siapa yang berani mendekat kemari? Saya yang kesana atau kau yang kesini? Jutaan kalian pun saya akan lari. Seranganku cepat sulit kau hindari. Dominasi, ku kendali, berotasi ke tiap sisi, ku ambil alih. Saatnya kita untuk eksekusi. For my party, push, 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 push. Everybody move, 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 yeah, move, move. Saat datang dengan mode brutal, kendalikan setiap titik vital. Damage magic, serang mental fisik, 1000 taktik, kau kalah cerdik. Mau coba jatuhkan sama mana bisa, siasatmu sudah saya analisa. Terdapat selak, gerak, geriku sulit tu dilabrak. Game over, hancurkan semua tawa. Kombinasi skill dan power, teleportasi ala Enoku yang eloke. Kau tahu ku tak bisa redam, bulat tekadku yang takkan padam. Tuh kehormatan yang tak bisa dibeli, saat saya genggam jangan harap kembali.
Adu mekanik tingkat tinggi, siapa paling berani, aku paling gigi. Pedang raja yang kuhulus, tebasannya bak angin menghembus. Long life the king, akulah raja, dentuman zira, ini mental baja. Akulah hukum dalam wujud nyata, seni tempurku sesatu kau baca. Y'all better run, I've already won, nowhere to run, your time is done. Tidak bisa kau atasi, berat untuk kau hadapi, kalah pedangku menari, kau balik kanan dan lari,
Come get me a good sing sana. Aku cinta I'm the queen.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4, brought to you from Jakarta in Indonesia. I am your caster, Isaac Peña. With me, Sagi. We've already had 2 games today. Victories for one of them for Nova Esports on a 3-0, and the other one for Dominator on a 3-1. Losing for KAGENDRA and losing for Blacklist. From these 2 games, what has been your feeling from this KIS4?
Drafting is really, really important. It really sets the tone for your teams to be able to perform despite making mistakes in-game, because it accounts for mistake tolerance. And we've seen that in the KAGENDRA versus Dominator series, we've seen it during the Nova versus Blacklist series, and right now we're up towards the next series, the final series of the day of Day 1 KIS4, and will be the Ultimate Red Showdown. Why do you ask Ultimate Red? Nongshim RedForce is Ultimate Red, Bigetron is also red, so who's the better red? It's time to find out.
Which one is the redder red?
The redder red. The background is pretty red.
Sagi, you're mentioning about mistake tolerance, right? And I like to discuss about that because it's been a long time since the last time that we had a tournament. So we could actually say that this is the first time that they're playing since the preseason. Would you think that many mistakes right now are happening because the players might not be on the best timing? And do you think that the coaches should start adjusting their strategies to this specific context?
I think definitely, according to you, Isaac, drafting is something that accounts for difference. Where drafting in scrims, you can win a lot of scrims, but if you cannot convert to tournament success, it doesn't really work out, because your draft during scrims and your opponent's draft during scrims, it's vastly different. You are technically training for different things, and you need to see among all the 8 teams that are equally tight in terms of strength, whose draft is actually the tournament meta or tournament favorites, right? And then you see if you can adapt towards it or you play towards that counter. That's why we say drafts are not always like textbook. You need to see how you adapt and grow throughout the entire tournament.
Of course. Well, if drafts would be just that, right? Like it would be the same draft every single time. It's just that simple. Like we wouldn't need coaches to be doing their work. We could actually have just AI just to come in and tell us exactly what would be the best answer to these things. So since traps just need to be thinking about a lot of different elements of our humanity, right? Like how well a player is feeling on the day. I do believe that there is an extra level of complexity to this first tournament of 2026 as new patches come in, as new rosters are going to be put to test for the first time, and as players are going to have their first performances since 2025. So for the coaches, this is going to be really a very tough one. Let's jump straight into our next fight. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce against Bigetron by Vitality. These two teams are going through some of a rebuild, one of them to a stronger level than the other.
Well, Isaac, if you talk about it, Nongshim RedForce, they changed up their Clash and Roamer, whether it's Rattel and also Namu-san. And then you see over to the side of Bigetron by Vitality, they changed everyone.
Yeah.
That is not Zankyu. Zankyu is the only one remaining of the 2025 BTR roster. That is just how crazy it is.
That is actually a very tough one, right? Because when you start thinking about like rebuilding a roster, when you start thinking about like, okay, we need to fix things, so we need to let some people go. How do you let 80% of the team go and then you just keep the one person? How do you rebuild around that? I don't even think it's a redesign. It's a complete reconstruction from scratch. What triggered this rebuild over there for Bigetron by Vitality?
I think if we were to look at tournament results, okay, the last time that these two teams met, Nongshim RedForce 3-1 BTR in the group stage of KIS3, and Bigetron by Vitality ended their playoffs run top 8, going to EWC, top 8 again, going to KIC, top 8 again. For a regular team, sure, top 8 in international tournaments 3 times in a row, very good, very nice, but we're talking about BTR, one of the biggest, most popular clubs inside of Indonesia IKL. They want to grow for more, so the idea of re-rostering beside their star players, Zankyu, that is why they just removed everyone from the roster except for Zankyu, and picked up players that could synergize with this player. At the very least, that's what I'm looking at. They want to perform better than top 8.
Of course, that it is going to be really difficult. For them, they have already like very clean, a very clear actually DNA over there. You can see from the past performances, Nongshim RedForce, they start KIS3 in 2025. They have an amazing run. They finished runners up. But then after that, they kind of like disappeared through the whole 2025. What happened to Nongshim RedForce in that 2025 that made them just have such a great high and then drop into such a very, very low bottom?
I think in terms of growth, right, they definitely showcased an insane growth curve back in the Honor of Kings Invitational Season 3, where they reverse swept the quarterfinals and semifinals Philippines team, one of it being the current team's Blacklist International, and made it to the grand finals against Nova Esports. But after that, like you mentioned, right, the landslide that they suffered based on performance, based on standings, EWC first round exits, KIC first round exits, I think it's because they have reached their limit in KIS3 and they didn't really break through ever since, while other teams were actively improving. That's why players in Bigetron by Vitality, there is notably 2 players, Ball and Gemmif. They used to come from Basaka Esports, the team that eliminated the hopes and dreams of the Nongshim RedForce lineup originally in KIC 2025 in the group stage. So this is also a bit of a grudge match for Zankyu, is to defeat Nongshim RedForce in the same tournament as last year. Same time, same date, just last year. For Nongshim RedForce, it's with a new roster trying to prove themselves once again in the tournament that they went for, and also to claim revenge onto ex-Vasaka members like Ball and Gemmif, the clash and mid lane of ex-Vasaka.
It is very interesting because when you think about Bigetron by Vitality, it's impossible not to think about Trankyu, right? Trankyu, when you talk about people that understand the game, they can say hands down one of the top junglers in the brand. That's for sure. Like one of the top players right over there on his lane. On the other side, you have Nongshim, RedForce, you have Haku, FMVP of KME Spring 2025. He's got incredible map control, and we know that he secures a very big amount of the neutral objectives. But when you put him in front of TranQ, is there really a competition in there? Is that really a level matchup?
I mean, for Nongshim RedForce, they've beaten BTR once in the same tournament.
Yeah.
So they will want to repeat that same success. And the head-to-head matchups that we will be featuring later is definitely... Oh, we actually featured it just now. It's definitely going to be ZanQ against the side of Haku, the two junglers here. Because like you mentioned, right, junglers are the one who have the highest peak in terms of the mechanics in the early game to showcase that you need on Luna, on Jing, on all these fancy picks. Those are really important. Your hands must be hot.
It is a very cold moment right now in the season, so hot hands might be a very big ask at the moment. We're gonna have to check because these two teams have been very jungle-centric in the past. Let's wait and see if any of the other members can actually just give a hand out and then just kind of like allow the junglers not to have that big a pressure. Let's wait and see what this game number 3 is going to bring us. We just saw Nongshim RedForce making their entrance onto the stage here in Jakarta, and right now it's going to be the turn for the 5 members of Bigetron by Vitality.
There you have it. Another red symbol in the Indonesia IKL fans. They take the stage and they will be challenging on whoever is that ultimate red. It's gonna be BTR. Is it gonna be Nongshim RedForce? This is the only time that they will meet until the knockout stage. So it's definitely a statement match between these two teams.
This is gonna be our 3rd Indonesian team taking the stage today, right? On Bigetron by Vitality. But first, let's check on the lineups. Ratel, Illusion, Namusan, Haku, and Siri are gonna be the 5 names that they're gonna try to take the victory for Nongshim RedForce, which is gonna be a very big and difficult task, right, Sagi? Because in front of them, they're gonna have 5 big names of this game on Bigetron by Vitality. Who are they?
Yeah, Bigetron by Vitality featuring their star boy ZanQ in the jungle, Genmith, Bao, Langfeng, F1. All new players into the 2026 BTR by Vitality roster here. They re-rostered around their star player and look to push even forward in towards the HOK 2026 Esports year. And fun fact, F1 used to play for a team in the first edition of the roster. Lanfeng used to play for KAGENDRA and now is the farm lane for BTR. And also Vasaka used to house both Baal and also Genmith. So the Avengers coming in from the IKL has assembled in this BTR roster.
Assemble in this reconstruction of Bigetron by Vitality from the bases, right? How do you think it's going to put so much pressure on TranQ? Because let's admit it, even though he is actually really good, there's going to be still some pressure around him that the whole brand, the whole club revolves around his presence, letting everyone go but him. That's got to have some pressure on his shoulders, don't you think?
I think aside from the media value that we always see, every social media post that has ZanQ, he's definitely having some special effect to really reach out to the mass audience. But aside from that social media value, like you mentioned in towards the pregame, his ability as a jungler is just so top-notch in the IKL and also global level. That's why they rather have everyone else leave and to maintain ZanQ as the star boy of the team. It's because they believe, BTR believes in ZanQ's capabilities in making progress with this new squad.
Let's see how far they can go. Lucky for them, this is only the group stage. This is going to be their first game of the group stage. It's going to be a single round robin. So they're going to have 3 matches to kind of like find their momentum. And after they find their momentum, depending on their seeding, we'll move into the knockouts. Right over there on the knockout stages, as we're going to move into a best of 7, that's where the real deal is going to start. Right now, this is just for them to kind of like understand a little bit more of how they are feeling with each other.
You have best of 7, global ban pick rule, into the ultimate battle if it goes into the 7 games. I can't wait for the knockout stage, but I gotta be patient because before us is multiple days of the group stage that will be played by these teams, so we gotta pace ourselves towards that day.
It is such a privilege to be able to participate in the Invitational, right? It is such a gigantic privilege because it allows you early in the season just to measure yourself against the top. So this opportunity that these 8 teams are having right now here in Jakarta, it is something that a lot of people around the world would really love to have.
And we're seeing a lot of And we're also seeing a lot of these stickers, these photos of the cropped out BTR players, the local memes that they are running through, and they're showing signs of support for their local team. So that definitely puts a bit of pressure on towards Nongshim RedForce. But Nongshim RedForce, they are really good under pressure because why? Last year, KIS3 in Philippines, they were in front of home crowd Philippines in Manila, and they defeated back-to-back PKL teams in a best of 7 settings with reverse sweeps here. So these are moments that they actually strive in.
I'm telling you, they're called the gatekeepers for a reason, right? Like they were able just to gatekeep the Filipino teams last year. Are they gonna be able to gatekeep the Indonesian teams this year? Who knows? Who knows? I am really looking forward to see the result of that because as we jump into our game 1, this is gonna be Nongshim RedForce is going to be on the blue side and Bigetron by Vitality is gonna be on the red. Nongshim RedForce is gonna start us in this BP with a Luna ban.
Oh, interesting. A target ban already on towards ZonQ here, even though Haku himself is a player knowing to utilize the Luna. So removing that from the pool here does signify that other junglers picks might be available for these 2 junglers here. Potentially going for the Yang Chindolia, potentially going for the likes of the first pick Haya, potentially going for the Chicha. All these are viable ones coming in for both sides.
They need to prioritize something. Like the Chicha has been banned so many different times and just right now being available. We don't know how these players are going to be on that Chicha, right? Like we have no data yet about what their performance would be on that specific hero. So I don't know, maybe they do not want to show it right now and they're gonna go with a little bit more of traditional picks. On one side, the Loom, on the other side, with the very, very direct combo. It is gonna be the first time in today that we're gonna see this combo. We're gonna see the Dolia and the Yanjie.
Staple one so far coming in for Son of Kings by Vitality here. This is a very strong combo if the Tri-Light gets a smooth early game here. And Nongshim RedForce, they could potentially go for the likes of the Flowborn tank to really counteract out against that early game aggression. Lock in the Flowborn tank, locking in that Cascader, that's already a very solid mid-end jungler here. But the only thing that I'm worried about is their mid lane priority. It's seemingly pretty slow for the Ladies In.
Unyielding.
Lady Trend might not have that priority in the mid lane as you just mentioned, right? But then as the big fights start, it is such a vital key. It's a key player right over there when the big fights, when the 5v5 start. Now on the other side, they might want to take advantage of the fact of the Lady Trend pick and then just move on with the new Watt just to completely control the waves over there at the center of the map.
The first 3 picks so far coming in from BTR is really comfortable. You have the strong mid-jungle synergy coming in from ZonQ and also F1. The double refresh coming in the early game, and when Gem Myth scales into that mid to late game on the Celestial, that's where those big damage starts to choke out Siri on the Long, because Long wants to place close quarter mid-range fight, but Celestial doesn't let you do that.
Yes.
Creation blocks, annihilations from afar, and there is a special counter for the Nua into the Long. When Long flies up, there's vision. When he flies down and goes down with the ultimate, the Nua can time the ultimate, and the moment that he lands, he will be welcomed with a annihilation coming in by the Nua. If he doesn't flash, it's a guarantee hit.
I'm telling you, man, I love Nua because of that, because of the reach of the annihilation. It's so long. It can get anywhere in the map. So it's just a matter of timing. So if you get the timing correctly, it gives for some highlights. It just like completely just clip them on the highlight reel because it's such a lovely skill. So as you just mentioned right now, and that is something that we want to be looking at, and hopefully it's going to happen.
Well, you know what I'm seeing right now? That's a Lubu Unrivaled Warrior being hovered by the side of Nongshim RedForce and a Sunbin Time Bender here. Not the most meta ones, but hey, they're locking it in as a direct lane counter into Baal's Spark Maze. Yeah, you can be super meaty with the shields. I don't care. I'm true damage. I pierce through shields.
One of the beautiful things about this Lupu and Sunbin combo that you have in there, after 15 minutes, after all of these two heroes are gonna be fully stacked up, the Sunbin cooldown for his abilities is gonna be so short that it's just eternal movement boost, eternal cooldown boost, eternal initiation. So if Nongshim RedForce can push the game into the late stages of it, I'm telling you that Lupu and Sunbin combo is gonna be really scary.
I see the game plan as well, because usually when we see the Sunbin Lubu, the early game is too weak. But now, you compare yourself to the enemy team comp, it's a Nua, it's a Yangjin, it's not the strongest, the only strong thing that they have, strong side lanes, but the Lubu naturally wins against the Byron as the game scales. So the only part that is important of a breakthrough point for the side of BTR is that farm lane side. The channel needs to win against that long in that laning phase.
Now, the channel winning against the long in there is going to depend a lot if we're talking about a 1v1 or if we're talking about a 2v2, right? Because in those two scenarios, there's two completely different outcomes. It is very difficult for us to be able to say who would win in a 1v1. But as the numbers start growing, the channel starts having a lot more of the advantage, I would dare to say.
And I'm very interested to see what kind of build this Long brings over to the table. Is it the Frost Scar into the Axe of Torment build? Is it the pure critical build? What type of channel is he trying to play? Is he playing the cooldown? Is he playing the crit one? So these sort of small stuff actually impact the game in this situation.
Well, let's wait and see. This is gonna be Trankyu on the Yantian against Haku on the Flowborn tank. Two completely different heroes. We did not see any of those very big junglers in here, so we can understand that the tempos of the game are going to be completely different. We might be able to see something a little bit slower, something more of a tactical game, and we might not be able to see that many fights early on.
And if fights do explode in the mid to late game, you best believe the fights are going to be very long, because we have what? A Byron Spark Maze, a Twilight with so much heals. We have Haku in the floorboard attack. We have a Lubu. Big beefy boys, I gotta say.
Well, that's gonna make it difficult for us, man, because then we will never be able to understand when the kills are gonna happen. But well, we're happy to be here and we're happy to try to decode the action for you guys. This is the KIS, or thank you very much for being right over here. This is going to be our last game of the day. It's going to be Bigetron by Vitality on the red side and Nongshim RedForce on the blue.
Yeah, already to a good start here coming in for side of Nongshim RedForce, stealing away that fire beat towards the bottom here. Aggressive invade coming in for Zankyu here. Wants to get his hands on that Crimson Golem, but immediately releasing that aggression and forcing him back to his own camps here. But he does steal away some of these small camps. The Fire, Beak, the Wild Forest. Small wins are wins.
Small wins are always wins because then you can just pile them up, right? If you have 100 of these little small wins, that piles up to a gigantic advantage. Not only because you're bagging to yourself the gold and the experience, right? But because you're denying it for your opponents.
Yep, and you know what? That's new in for HOK right now. The Anoman new skin coming in from the Wukong. Check it out in your events, and you can get it at a discounted price here. So Genmif getting poked to a low health has to really slow down the pace here. The early game Floorborn tank damage is really high. We saw it before on how Kongling did back in the series against Blacklist here, so they're playing with cautious in this game 1.
The Yaria's flawless skin is here as well, right? So please get online, go into the game, explore the ways that you can actually call that skin yours, that Yaria flawless skin. It is right over here. It's the 2026. We've got plenty of cosmetic prices for you.
Plenty of cosmetic prizes, plenty of events at the venue itself. If you are in the precinct of Jakarta, Indonesia, do drop by the GBK Basketball Hall, join in for some events. Who knows, you can win some freebies. Who knows, there's lucky giveaways. There's a lot of things waiting for you at the venue itself. So if we were to come back in towards this game, so far, the gold leader definitely is on the hands of Haku here, in towards the top side here. Ball flashes away from the flash strike off the side of Ratel here. So that is a neutralized play here. Does Haku want to go for more? Bounce out on towards Bao. There's no flash. Nice silence coming in from the side of Namu. Finalize the kill on towards Bao, punishing his over-eagerness in that team fight.
Lovely performance right over there. Bao should have just taken the L and then just go back home, but he wanted revenge and he overstepped. Sadly, he was sent back home in a box. That's going to be the first blood for Nongshim RedForce.
Beautiful stuff thus far. That is a well-layered CC chain. You drop in the silence at the last possible moment, so Ball doesn't get that spell one in for that heal. And based on series attack effect, he went for the Frostguard Embrace, which is the tank long build, and big burst on towards Lanfeng. Beautiful silence to chain in, make sure that F1 couldn't press heal, Lanfeng couldn't press flash. What a well-communicated 2-1 coming in from the farm and roam of Nongshim.
Namu-san over here demonstrating the value of this member for Nongshim RedForce, right? Everywhere that he is making the movements, he's making the plays, and then they're being able to capitalize out of that. Namu-san over right now in these first 4 minutes, demonstrating that he might be what Nongshim RedForce needed.
My oh my, Namu in towards this entire roster, just putting in so much flavor here. Top side 1 kill, bot side 1 kill, and right now at the 4th minute mark, rare occasion for both junglers to not put focus on the Tyrant here. They're still sitting there, waiting for the parents to be picked up right now. Siri gets jumped on by the side of Zankyu here. No flash, no ultimate, freebie in towards the hands of Zankyu.
Great timing from Zankyu, who understands that his passive was about to be ready. Jumps in, he knows that he can take that 1v1 even under the turret. Now, they are gonna have priority over here, this Tyrant. If they want to, this is up for grab.
But it's still okay. If you took a look towards the Nongshim RedForce playstyle, they're slowly but surely scaling the Sunbin, scaling the unrivaled Warrior Lubu, and once they hit the proper item power spikes, it's gonna be pretty difficult for Genmith and Lanfeng, because what are you gonna do when a Lubu dunks onto you with their ultimate?
Red team.
There's nothing that you can do, right? That's real damage, man. That's real damage that is gonna come in. There's no amount of items that can actually help you out. You just need to come in. If you, for some reason, he takes the chain and deals damage directly onto you, you better have enough HP to take that straight to the chin.
Or you need to have like even stronger positioning, because the later this game goes, it will look even more equal for both teams. Like, if we see towards the side of Genmith, Lanfeng on the Celestial, on the pack leader, yes, beautiful late game heroes here. But the fact that you have 2 strong fighters in the form of Haku's Slowborn tank, in the form of Ratel's unrivaled warrior, which is Lubu, it scales really well with the Sunbin on the hands of Nongshim.
That is what I'm talking about, man. Like when the late game comes in and then the Sunbin's cooldown is almost inexistent, then he can just keep proccing that second ability again and again and again. And for someone like Haku on that Slowborn tank, oh, can you imagine the amount of initiation? How many times he can jump on you again? Endless times.
An additional movement speed, right, for such an immobile hero. So definitely something to look after when this game slowly grinds into a 12 to 16 minute market. But so far in towards this early to mid phase right now, goal lead is minimum in a 1,000 almost favorite into the Nongshim RedForce pockets. So the next big breakpoint will be rather in the river or someone's buff if there is a mistake.
Wait and see. Right now we're gonna move into the 7 minute mark. credit charge already available for Haku, so we know that the moment that he's gonna jump in, as long as he's got that active item with him, it's going to be lethal for his opponents. In this moment, what I can see is two teams that they understand the game that they're playing. We know that Tranquil does not want to engage too much, and that is what you can see that the only work that he's doing is just vision. Jumping in, trying to see what he can steal from the jungles, trying to understand exactly what Haku's pathing it is. Look at that, he jumps in and then he runs away. That's exactly what Tranquil's game is going to be right now.
Back to our conversation, right? Every single camp that you can steal away from the enemy is an added advantage because you steal 50 gold, you're earning 50, enemy is losing 50. So does that mean you earn 100?
That's 100 gap. Mathematically speaking, you are correct in there, man. Math's mathing. Well done.
Thank you so much. I might not be the best math person, but simple math, still capable of. But let's check out the goal ranking so far. In terms of the prioritized player coming in for Nongshim RedForce, you can see the top 4, Haku, Siri, Zankyu, and Ratel. 3 members coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce. They're doing really well to set themselves up for the latest stages of team fight, potentially at the 10th minute mark.
Yeah, potentially for that, because that's going to be the moment where the gaps are going to start opening, right? Like, look at that, Haku jumping in. He cannot deal enough damage, and what he wants to see is that Tranquil cannot have access to that blue buff.
Oh, but Zankyu still does smite it away, still secures for himself for the time being. With so many members being committed in towards the mid to bottom side river, Bal gets a cheeky steal on that tier 1 in towards the top lane.
Little movement in here for Bal, just kind of like understanding the macro of the game. If we are not gonna be fighting right now and there's no gap to be open,
goes in on towards the engage, catches on towards Illusion. Illusion has to pop the flash, and the bounce house is already sealed for the side of Zankyu here, but the double ultimate coming in from the Twilight has so much healing effect here. Haku trying to poke out Bal, but you can see the lack of DPS coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce to deal with the double fighter setup that is proposed by BTR.
That is the issue about that, right? That's why we always say that Yantian and Dahlia pair, it's such a critical pick. Because the sustain that you can get on the Yantian with the double ulti in there, easy. Like, you need to have something to deal extreme PS for you to be able to take him out. That's why the Yantian in the previous matches was not actually making any effect, because it was just a single ulti Yantian. Unless that you have a very big item advantage, it's not going to be good.
Siri forces a splash in against Gemnif here, flash for flash, and burns the infinite vastness at the shadow objective spawn here. Not gonna be a good news so far if you're Nongshim RedForce fans, as goalie is dead even between these two teams at the spawn of 10-minute shadow objectives.
Right now, we're gonna see the first fight over here close to the Tyrant. Lupu has an ulti available. He's been taken very low. Look at this, Sagi, the Haku positioning.
My goodness. Haku all the way to the back here, presses the positioning against multiple members here. Tags onto Lanfeng, but overstays his welcome here. Rata unable to find the big members here. That is the Zankyu party here. Marking down 4 members, dogging onto his side of Namu. Namu has to just run away. 2 kills. Clash, jungle, being forfeited from the side of Nongshim RedForce. Siri, you have no flash. You have no infinite vastness. This might be the end of this farm laner coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
Nothing he could have done right over there. 3-0 trade for Bigetron by Vitality. And that Shadow Tyrant is gonna be for them. That's gonna be a very big win for them. Bigetron by Vitality, as we mentioned, this might be the moment where they can start actually scaling it up.
And they're starting to ramp up the tempo here. Didn't manage to really Azure Golem, but putting in pressure into the jungle of Nongshim RedForce here. With a 2,000 gold lead so far in favor of BTR, they will definitely want to use this Shadow Tyrant to push in for more objectives, push in for more gold lead. At the very least, try to pick off that mid lane tier 1.
It is everything just kind of like turning around very quickly, right? I do not understand exactly what Haku's game plan was jumping in so deep, right? because he jumps in so deep, and I don't see that he had actually an easy target for him to take on. He jumps in, he cannot find anything, and then after that, it was Tranky the one that was able to just start stacking up kills.
It looked like they wanted to commit for a full-on engage, but it seems like there was a bit of a disparity between the members here, as we see Zankyu diving in deep, still walks out pretty much alive here with that Yangjin. Super tanky, has the multitude levels of heal, continuously utilizing the Yangjin Dole refresh to always be healthy here right now. Setting their sights on this Crimson Golem, goes effectively into the pockets of Lanfeng's pack leader.
Right now, we gotta start paying attention to Lanfeng, right? Like right now, it's not gonna be only the Tranky show no more, because that channel in the 12 minutes and 40 seconds, with the right items, I would say 2 more minutes and it's gonna be indestructible.
Yeah, right now we do see that Nongshim RedForce giving up that bottom tower push here, trying to squeeze in for the Shadow Over, but it's too little too late, as BTR has already secured this objective here. Haku has to back away. Zankyu goes in with the dog, uses the side of origin here. We see the first jump in coming in from the side of Ratel, catches onto multiple members here. Lanfeng going extremely low, but limps away safely here. That leaves all the members of the side of Nongshim RedForce to feed the meat into the mouths of both Bao and Zankyu. That is 4 for none in favor of Vitality. BTR by Vitality marching in towards the bottom side with death timers on towards the clock. This might just be the end of game 1.
Namu-san is gonna be the last member of Nongshim RedForce to try to make the stand. But what stand can you do? There's nothing he can do more than just looking from the fountain as the crystal's going to fall. Vitality is going to take the first victory of this game.
It was looking really good in the mid game for both teams. Until that one breakpoint where Haku overdove all the way to the blue side of the red team of BTR by Vitality, and then he got taken down. Ratel jumps in, wants to help, but gets cleaned up by the side of BTR. And to add on into is that even Siri had to suffer a casualty, because why? At the 9-minute 40 seconds mark, he went in for aggressive play on towards Genmin. Didn't get the kill, burned the flash, burned the ultimate, which made him into a very passive state on towards the lone.
When you look at the game in there, you just highlighted the key moment of the game. When Haku jumps in extremely deep. From them until the end of the game, there's about 3 or 4 minutes, and that's it. In a game that was actually very even, but it was that one moment that just tilted everything on one side. We knew, and we talked about it at the beginning, right? Like we said, it is not gonna be a very fast game. There's not gonna be a lot of fight at the beginning, so it's gonna be very tactical. And when you're playing a very tactical game, one mistake like that ends up in a 3-0 loss for you, turned everything around in order for Bigetron just to parade towards the crystal.
It wasn't an easy one, especially if you're making so much mistakes. That's why we say tolerance for mistakes and the amount of mistakes you can actually do. These are things that you need to be focusing on. And in terms of focus, I would say that BTR's focus from start to finish was much more solid, at the very least in this game 1, against Nongshim.
Yeah. That is true. That is true. That is completely true. And because they understood who was going to be the main players in which stages of the game, right? They were just kind of just buying time, just seeing how Tranky could actually deal some damage, could actually just lure some skills out of Nongshim RedForce, and just allowing Lanfeng just to keep building items, keep building items. Look at that. At the end of the game, he was already over 10,400 gold. Almost fully stacked.
And keep in mind, that was only like a 13-minute game, and he was just piling in gold consistently. But you check out the damage dealt by the members of BTR, Zankyu takes it first because he's consistently popping an ultimate, zapping the enemy, fighting 1v4, fighting 1v3, perfect damage calculation. And Genmif, throughout the mid-game, those creation blocks, those annihilations targeted towards the backlines, always putting so much pressure against the members of the side of Nongshim RedForce.
I see it this way. I see that Nongshim RedForce from the BP had a very clear strategy on how to win this game. And I feel like one mistake completely erased the whole strat. Because the strat was actually working. Did you see how the gold graph was actually very leveled, and it was a tiny bit of an advantage for Nongshim RedForce. So it means that the hardest part of the game was already behind them. But the problem in there is that they were not consistent enough to be able just to push it all the way through. A couple mistakes just erased completely everything that looked like a very good, strong setup.
That's why 10 minutes is one of the most crucial breakpoints in HOK, especially in esports and competitive games. Because the moment it's 10 minutes and you fumble that objective, your jungle is open, your towers are open, you give an enemy a free, strong buff that can just dominate teamfights or side lanes, and that's what you see like, oh my god, the mid game that we played flawlessly, equal all the way, is just in shambles. That's why you need to be consistent, you need to be composed in these moments.
That's the difference between good teams and great teams, right? Good teams can come up with good ideas, great teams can execute those good ideas. I think that Nongshim came up with a very good idea of what they wanted to do, and it was a very good setup, but they were unable to actually execute it to the team. Not to be completely negative for them. If we want to look for positives, Namu-san's performance on that time bender was actually something to highlight. Let's wait and see what he can do in the next game, because even though they did lose, right now I'm actually pretty satisfied with the way that he played. Individually, he actually played really well.
But before we go into how Namu was a star in the team, let's put some focus on towards Zankyu here. That tri-leg performance Yang Jin on the hands of Zankyu. Look at him. Grrr, with that face looking at you, it's like, oh, bite me.
I love that, man. Zankyu, every single time that I see Zankyu in tournaments, like he's special. He's such a cartoonish character, man. I love him so much. Do you remember when he used to have white hair?
Oh yeah, gray silver hair, right? Yeah. But these are the moments that you talk about in the early game that Namu really found those big moments. He was throwing those time bombs at the perfect timing, silencing when it matters, but this is the big turning point. All the way to the back line here. Haku, this is not your base. Where are you going?
That's it, man. Look at that. Look at the timer. 10:30. It was this mistake, and then 3 minutes after the game was done. Just one little mistake, and then one little fight, and then that was it. There was nothing else for them to do. The Lupu finally just comes in, and the fact that Lanfeng was able to run away in here. Did you see it? With just a tiny little bit of his health bar, being able to run away, there just sealed the deal for BTR.
I mean, it really came down to team fight position. The way that BTR immediately escalated, like, okay, Lanfeng, you escape, Genmith, you assist, and then Val and also the side of Zankyu, you guys dive the backline that had no protection. Because why? Namu is out of position, there's no Lubu, there's no Flowborn tank to protect the squishies in the backline. So it's like free buffet all for these members here. So right now, like the title suggests, capitalizing on Nongshim misinitiations, BTR secures game 1, which is exactly the summary of that game 1.
I like that summary. I think that that's very on point. Looking at the BP, one of the good things about this game, well, not a good thing, but one of the things that we can still look forward to is the fact that Nongshim RedForce did not use a lot of meta heroes in this first game, right? Like using the Lupu over there in Clash, using the Sunbeam for Roamer, are heroes that usually you would not see. So it means that they come into the next game with a very big amount of options. As up on the other side, for Bigetron by Vitality, they already spent the Channel, they already spent the Dahlia, they already spent the Yanjin. It was actually a very expensive choice of heroes. So maybe that's going to be the little opening that Nongshim RedForce is going to need in order to take an advantage in the next game. Maybe? What do you think?
I think at the very least, in terms of the drafting pool for game 1, Lubu, Timebender, Sunbin, not the most expensive, like I mentioned. So it's lesser draft I would say, pressure coming in for the coaching staff and also Nongshim RedForce players. But it's also unfortunate news that once you expend such an expensive draft from the side of Bigetron by Vitality, you will want to get a win, and that is what awarded them in this game.
Lovely things to say, man. Well, let's move into game number 2, right? Game number 2 is going to bring us a lot more options for Bigetron by Vitality and Nongshim RedForce to really start setting up for their 2026. When you think about these very new rosters, when you start thinking about new players trying to find that synergy, in terms of what you believe how to build a team, if you were the coach, what is the first thing that you believe that the players need to understand when you are building a new team?
Discipline. Yeah, discipline. In and out of game.
Okay.
Discipline and mentality. So that.
Would you
discipline.
be one of those coaches that are controlling everything that the players do, the players eat, the players are doing or not where they are? Would you be one of those coaches?
I would say that over discipline really causes, like, I would say, let's say like over discipline, right? It makes you into a position where you are controlling too much on the players' abilities. Like, if I'm too strict on you, players would be like, damn, why is he so strict? It really removes my feeling of wanting to play, wanting to improve. But if, let's say we meet in the middle, let's say like, oh, no phones during reviews, no phones during scrim time, you get your phone back during a specific hour, we agree onto this specific topic, and then we just make it flexible, right? Like, okay, we meet in the middle, you want to win, I want to win, because prize pools are on the line, names are on the line, everybody wants a good resume in esports, right? So you want to be disciplined, because at the end of the day, no one is content in esports to always be second or always be eighth.
No, agree completely. Everybody wants to be a champion, right? Everybody wants to be better, and even if you are realistically speaking, when you start analyzing the names around, you know that there's some clubs that come into the tournaments with a bigger chance of becoming champions, and you already know that from the start. But at the same time, it doesn't mean that you should not be aiming for that level of excellence of being able to put your hands on the trophy. So I hope that all of the teams are really aiming for that. If I would be the coach when I'm actually rebuilding a completely new team, for me, the main important thing, the first thing that we need to have is a team culture. Who we are, that identity that makes us who we are. And when you start analyzing the better teams in our tournaments, are those who have a very clear identity. What kind of game do they play? What kind of team do they want to be? When you know what to expect from them, those are the teams that become really successful.
Like, to your point as well, when you have a team that is united on one solid goal, like everybody wants to win, that's really important. Because if someone is like, okay, I'm just here for the money, I'm just here for the dough, then they're just like chilling, and then like the other four is like, yeah, we want to win, but you know, it's not in sync. That's definitely really not the team environment that you want to be having. That's why you need everybody to be in one mentality. We want to win, we want to commit our lives, and then in the game itself, everybody listens. Everybody listens to the planning, everybody listens to the shot caller, everybody pulls off the plays according to one united call. It can be right, it can be wrong, but at the end of the day, it's about team in this game.
It is about the team. Well, what about if we move into the next game? Right now, it is 1-0 advantage for Bigetron by Vitality. Nongshim RedForce still going to be on the blue side. Bigetron is going to be on the red. Luna, again, the respect. I'm going to call it respect. The respect that they have towards Tranquil on that Luna, on that Pei, it's a different level.
So, no Luna, no Pei, no Yangjie. First pick on towards the Eren, putting a lot of priority on towards Siri. Interesting stuff. So you're giving away picks like the Jing into the hands of Zankyu, which can be pretty detrimental on the correct hands.
Yes, exactly. Like, it could be a very big gamble that hopefully is going to pay for them, right? Eren on one side, we saw already in the previous games that it was a very strong hero, right? Like, we saw the laning stages for that Eren in the previous games to be very interesting. On the other side, the Tricha is available. What about if we let Bigetron by Vitality show us how that Tricha is supposed to be played?
This is the first pick so far coming in towards this entire tournament here. The second hero to be released last year after, I think, before Haya. So right now, being able to see it in tournament, it's gonna be an interesting one. Not sure whether you're flexing it towards the jungle, the clash lane, or the farm lane. Maybe they do it all the way to the final pick, because that's the benefit of red side. You get to observe what your opponent is picking all the way to the last pick.
Of course, it would not surprise me right now. Of course, like if they go for a roamer choice, right? That way they just can keep pushing and putting more pressure on Nongshim RedForce to try to see. Lapu Lapu is going to be the option for roamer in here. What are your thoughts on Lapu Lapu? Would you say that is one of the heroes that you like to play, or it's one of those heroes that you don't find that interesting?
I think it's a very good pick so far in terms of like the engaged roamer pulls that we have between Zhangfei, Lianpo, and also Lapu Lapu. Lapu Lapu offers more range and longer reach. Like, you can use your ultimate flash as a combo, you can use the spell 2 flash as a combo. Those are potential ones that you can actually do, and you're pretty tanky as well. So those are the available options as Lapu Lapu compared to Zhangfei, where you miss the ultimate, it's over. Whereas Lianpo, you need your team to be following you from a far angle. And talking about the Jing pick just now that we talked about in the first place, there you have it. It's Zankyu on yet another his signature pick, the Jing. Ooh,
Taji.
Oh.
Well, if you see him running around and just dancing and jumping and dealing damage, what a better option just to lock him down, put all the burst damage of the skies onto his head, and then just banish him from the map. Taji, that's gonna be the only goal for Illusion. Find Zankyu, delete him from the map. Okay,
so here's the thing. On paper, it's really good. On paper, it's really good. But take a look at Bigetron by Vitality's draft. How many engaged do they have? The answer is yes, that many. Because every single player on the side of BTR by Vitality screams one thing. It's the go button. The moment it presses go, it doesn't stop. Everybody jumps in.
That's the thing. Like, if you have multiple initiation, how Illusion is going to define when he needs to actually use his abilities. Do I use it on the Guan Yu that is coming towards me? Do I use it on the Tricha? Do I use it on the Mai? Or do I wait and then just put it on the Jing? It's too hard. It might be a good strategy when you think about it from a first level, but when you start thinking it for multiple dimensions, it is too complicated. It's too complicated to actually be able to land.
And Daji is one of those mid-lane mages that have no solid mobility, because what are you gonna do if you get engaged on first by the Mai Shiranui, by the Refab Datu, the Lapu Lapu, or the Guan Yu? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna be sent in all the way into the mouths of BTR that's just piling on towards you. So that's a worrying angle for the side of Illusion. His positioning needs to be super duper on point with Namu on that Diadea. If they can pull it off, they're gonna definitely be snowballing this Ogren, which is Haku in the jungle.
Hopefully we can see that Ogren snowballing in there, right? Because that is the option that I can see from Nongshim RedForce to be able to bring in some fight into this game. Just allowing the Ogren and the Diadea to build up quickly, right? It's the only option that I can see at the moment. I don't see much from the other lanes that could actually give Nongshim RedForce a clear advantage. But maybe I'm wrong, and maybe they have something. Maybe they have something over there that is just completely different and that we have not seen yet.
Only time could tell, like you always say, right? We need to see how the players actually perform in this game too. For Nongshim RedForce, it's match point on the line. If they lose this, they give BTR a shot at 2-0 and potentially a 3-0 easy finish here. So for Nongshim RedForce, this is their shot at pulling the game even for a 1-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's jump directly into this next game. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce again on the blue side, and it's going to be from Vitality on the red. The Mai Shiranui against the Taji in the mid lane, that's going to be a very interesting matchup, because the Mai in the 1v1s might not have that big advantage on that clearing of the wave.
Yep, both are quite subpar in terms of wave clear here. We see bottom side between Lanfeng Siri and also F1. They're playing super aggressive, and BTR's dual lane does secure that Firehawk in towards that bottom side.
If we understand that both of those mid laners are going to be very subpar in terms of wave clearance, right? Does that say that there's not going to be much mobility coming in here, and then the tempo might just slow down a bit?
But stop for a moment though. Zankyu comes in with the mirror domain here, catches onto multiple members here. The damage is insufficient here. Haku still level 3 on that Augurin here, yet to reach level 4, unlocks the ultimate right now. But early game, damage not the most coming in from the BTR side.
I'm telling you, man, like that ulti right over there is just like a show of strength, not actually lethal. He knows he doesn't have the damage. See the keys, Saggy. Talk to me. What are they?
Via Storm, F1RE, and Storm as the back here. So drop it into what's that community tab, the CD key, and Wildfire once again with also 1 instead of the I here, forcing Namu's flash with that aggressive charge coming in from F1. That's gonna be an important spell going into that 4th minute mark.
Now that he's not going to be available, now that he's going to be on cooldown, it's going to be really difficult for them. Look at that illusion one more time.
Flash engage on side Gen here, brings it back into the mouths of BTR. Siri, that's a bit, I would say, overeager. He was baited by the minions, and he wanted to go back to pick up the farm, but gets punished by the double engage coming in from Genmip and F1.
He got minion baited right there. Look at that, trying to one more time. It's gonna be the mirror domain.
Just to clear up the minions here, softening up the process, getting the farm, making sure that everything falls in line here. Early game Jing just needs to get more farm, get the level 8, get the Axe of Torment, and then you will see a sudden burst of damage coming in from this hero here. But thanks to that play just now, already a 1,000 goal lead going into the hands of BTR.
And that's good. And when you start thinking about like where is that 1,000 gold lead going to, it is very clear that it's just evenly distributed among them. The Trichad deciding to go with the Spark Forge Dagger as the first main item for Lanfeng.
Once you get the Spark Forge Dagger on towards the Trichad, that's the first item power spike coming in for this new pick coming into the farm lane here. She's really strong when she starts pacing into that first and second item power spike. First power spike comes into the laning phase when you get the Spark Force Dagger, and then the second power spike comes in when you get that Doomsday. Once you get those 2 items, she jumps in and starts whacking you with those Grandmaster arms.
And the way that it looks like, right? Like it's just so fast. It's really like a lot of damage coming in a very quick fashion. Look at that rotation. It's gonna be a 4v1 against that Guan Yu.
Yeah, Bao not the one enjoying that take there. 4 people, immediately Illusion flashes in, drops the charm, and he's there just to be fallen down to the ground. But yeah, based on this play so far, it's a trade between towers, but BTR still get the added advantage of getting this Tyrant.
I'm gonna say that just losing that Guan Yu but being able to take the turret exchange and the Tyrant, I wouldn't say that is not that painful of a loss. It's actually pretty okay.
It sounds like a 2 for 2, right? Tyrant for a kill, tower for tower. So it's pretty good coming in from Nongshim RedForce. Very proactive in capitalizing the timer here. Yeah, no, 4 minutes, we don't want to fight. We want to capitalize on a numbers disadvantage on towards the top side. Hence the catch on towards Bao, really reasonable.
Oh, look at that. One more time.
Engage on towards Ratel. Falling dangerously low. Multiple levels of knockouts on towards the Charlotte here, but that's all your engage tools being committed on towards Ratel. 1 Pure Sky, 1 Flash, mitigating the engager. Haku, next person to be engaged on, but there's no healing reduction. The ultimate, stamping on towards Lanfeng, has to use the flash. That is a very aggressive play coming in towards the side of Nongshim RedForce, and Zankyu goes in, finds the mirror domain, assassinates Nongshim RedForce illusion here. Haku in the midst of 4 people here, but I like the play coming in by Bigetron by Vitality, stalling Haku in towards the bottom side so Zankyu and Ball can get that mid Q1.
They did not want to go and get the kills. The kills were completely secondary for them. What they actually wanted was that mid lane turret. That mid lane turret opens opportunities. It opens the map in only 5 minutes and 50 seconds of the game.
Very well played out by the side of Bigetron by Vitality, reading the map to a very complete state, and right now they're eyeing on towards this Azure Golem in the hands of Nongshim right now. Haku gets stolen away, the engage drops over on that side of Namu, nearly getting annihilated by the burst damage coming in from ZanQ and friends. Look at Bao's positioning, he wants to sandwich this play, he's forcing, putting pressure on towards the backside, but they do pull themselves back and look at the bigger picture.
Look at the bigger picture, because just taking that tier 2 turret in there might have been too risky. They decide to make the rotation and go for the tier 2 in the mid lane instead. Look at that, like right now, it's just gonna be BTR just pushing left to right, just completely kiting around the whole map so they can actually have control of everything.
It's really well played coming in for the side of BTR. Every single rotation that I have done always benefit them in some sort of way. Towards the bottom side, we saw how they got the kill on towards the members like Illusion, and then the mid tower. Towards the top side, additional kill on towards Namu's Diadea, and then the Azure Golem. And right now, they are stalling Ratel, they're stalling Namu and Illusion, making sure that they need to put so much members in, and that's what Telsmash already committed to go for the kill here. Bao finds the push, but the heal coming in is so damn crucial coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. A lot of damage on towards ZanQ, has the Purify, starts kiting in. Lanfo jumps in with the Grandmaster's push, kiting already 2 members, slicing them down. Make that a tree before he falls down. Triple kill in towards the hands of BTR's marksman, making it a 3-for-1 special, the Lanfo show.
Lamphone shows us that triple kill. Amazing performance by him. He was not able to run away with his life, but at the end of the day, a triple kill is always an amazing mark for any player. Congratulations to Lamphone in that.
Has destroyed
Personally, a Chicha Forge Rated player myself, I love the way that he played that and found the opportunity when all the spells were committed on towards ZanQ, on towards Bao. He knows it's go time and he jumps in straight to that backline.
They just need to just have some sustain, right? As long as they're not being erased out of there because of Illusion strategy, they know that they can still fight back. They have amazing damage. They just need to really suck in some of the abilities coming in from Nongshim RedForce, and they can always counter attack. The counter abilities coming in from Bigetron by Vitality are top level.
The execution, like you mentioned, is really top level right now. They're being man-marked in every single rotation here. Genmif spawning out Namu's position, forcing them to make a big rotation all the way back to the base right now.
And that right now is going to be the Charlotte that is going to be spotted down. It's going to be Tranquil and Bao, the ones that they have eyes over there on Ratel.
They're waiting for the 10th minute mark right now. Nongshim RedForce needs to stall time, needs to get the items on towards the Daji, on towards the Laurel Princess on the hands of Siri here. For BTR, it's just another walk in the park, wait for the 10 minute, and then they start pummeling the map with those shadow objectives.
I would love to see what were the item choices for Illusion, right? Because I don't feel like he's got a lot of the damage that he would actually look like. Look, 2v1 one more time against Ratel.
Yeah, Ratel being pushed all the way into the middle lane here of the bottom side here. Push once again, uses a flash, uses the Pure Sky, but gets punished for overextending in that bottom side here, top side here. Due to the fact that they have already shown men in towards the bottom, they have to give away that Azure Golem to the side of Nongshim.
We're gonna make it to 10 minutes mark. Right now it is a 4,500 gold advantage for BTR. Even if Nongshim RedForce would like to come and contest this Tyrant, do they even have the items and the gold to do that?
I don't think they actually do here. They are going for a double objective here. ZanQ just stalling this Overlord, getting it into his pockets here right now. For BTR, it's just about collecting buffs, healing up, and then with the double objective, they are ready to stampede that base of Nongshim RedForce this time.
double dragon is going to be good news for Bigetron by Vitality. This might be the last push that they need in order to finish the game. We're gonna make it to the 11-minute mark. This might end up being another 13-minute game, same as the previous one.
It's not looking good for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Everything is looking towards a BTR clean win if it goes right, because Overlords are marching down in all 3 lanes. First thing is to take out that top tier 2. It's gonna go down in one single hit, and they immediately engage towards that mid side here. First target to go down is Theory. Namu is to follow. Illusion not longing for the roll as Haku gets chipped down by the Arm Master on the side of Lanfong. With the final snipe coming in from the Fatal Arrow, it will spell doom for the side of Nongshim RedForce in this game too.
Congratulations to Bigetron by Vitality taking a 2-0 advantage. They are one more game away from another 3-0 clean sweep. Congratulations to the boys taking this victory in this game.
I would say very solid performance as well here, Isaac. Everything that they have done so far is very calculated. To the bottom side where they were stalling Haku's Ogryn, the mid side they were like, okay, very well telegraphed. While they are stalling the Ogryn, they were also committing Ball and also Zankyu in getting that mid-tier 1, which is really smart moves coming in for the BTR roster.
It is just what good teams do, right? Like they bait. And I think that in a lot of the engages, it was just that. It was Bigetron by Vitality just baiting Nongshim RedForce into trying to believe that they had the advantage. I saw Illusion in a lot of times where he jumped in and he thought that he had the burst damage and that he had the control chain to actually be able to delete anyone, but the damage was inexistent from him. A very weird peak right over there that they thought it could actually work, but at the end of the day, it was no result.
I think the tunnel vision on towards the specific counter on towards Zankyu, while not noticing the fact that, hey, sure, that's a pretty good counter in terms of a 1v1 or 2v1 scenario. The idea and also Daji, very good in man marking a Broken Mirage like Jing. But when you look at the bigger picture in terms of BP, pick and bans, you see like, oh, that's a Guan Yu, that's a Mai Shiranui, that's a Lapu Lapu. If I'm a immobile mage like the Daji that needs to go close quarters, that doesn't seem to be an easy task for Illusion on the Daji.
Of course, I completely agree with you, and I do believe that the tunnel vision just told them this is a good pick without actually looking at the whole frame. The Daji did not have even any items to deal any damage. Look at that, only one Holy Grail in there. It's not even enough to burst anyone from the BTR roster.
Yeah,
nothing that it could have been done. A different pick right over there in mid lane could have been a lot more beneficial in this exact matchup.
Maybe something like a Yuhuan, maybe something like a different thing, like just maybe not the Heart Seeker, which is Daji. I mean, I like the idea, but the execution is so hard here. But let's check out the stats here coming in. You can see the damage dealt coming in from Zankyu is actually very, very relevant. 74,000 dealt on Zankyu's Broken Mirage here. Very high number in an 11-minute game.
No, of course, very strong, very good performance by him. I would love to. Look. There's no way. Both graphs are identical. In game 1 and game 2, both graphs are identical. It's just telling you the way that BTR is playing is just superior. It is just superior. And if we start analyzing Nongshim RedForce, when you start thinking about the way that they picked heroes, first game they come with 2 very non-traditional picks. This game they come with another non-traditional pick. Do you think that they are just trying to test things at this moment? Because I would be able to say the way that they are doing their drafting is very unorthodox compared to what Vitality is doing.
I think that just like what you mentioned, trying to experiment things, trying to see whether certain draft patterns actually work, so far is not really that prevailing thus far. And I think like so far today's win rate on blue side seems to be very low, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, that's actually a really interesting thing to look at. I'm going to do the math real quick, and then I will let you know exactly what percentages do we have for today, okay? But at the same time, like when you start looking at this, I don't actually believe that it's a matter of the blue side or the red side. I do believe that at the end of the day, it comes down to the teams just not being able to accurately execute their strategies. I think that is the biggest issue right now. Well, Nongshim RedForce, sadly for them, they are right now at the edge of losing this first game of 2026. Bigetron by Vitality in 2 very easy victories. I wouldn't even dare to say that it has been a level matchup right up until right now. And who do you think is going to be the MVP?
Hey, it's obvious. You gotta give it to him. He was flying across the map. He was just zigzagging on towards Jing the Broken Mirage. It's definitely the man himself. Zan Q. 209 in terms of KDA, 28,000 damage taken, 74,000 damage dealt, and a total goal of 10,000 in an 11-minute game. Almost a 900 GPM.
Oh, 900 GPM is crazy when you are a jungler like him, right? Like you cannot allow him to have that kind of gold. Look at that. When we start looking at the highlights of the game, it was just one-sided. It just was Bigetron by Vitality just making money moves everywhere around the map, and Nongshim RedForce sadly unable to answer back with anything.
And you can see this, Zankyu took all the spells coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce, and once all spells are done, Lamfeng flashes in, assassinates 2 players, and goes in for the Hail Mary against Ratel. His job is done, he lays and rests in peace, and it's already a 3-4-1 special. And this is the thing, Ratel seems to be playing too aggressive in this game too, oftentimes overcommitting in that side lane.
Well, I am completely loving Lanfeng's performance today on that chat, just showing us exactly what is the perfect level that can be achieved with this hero. So 2-0 right now for Bigetron. 2-0 right now for Bigetron by Vitality. Staggy, do you think that Nongshim RedForce has in there what it takes in order to level this game and try to get at least one victory? What do you think?
I think that's definitely possible, because so far we saw in game 1 it was really close in the first 10 minutes marks. So game 2 it was more of an unorthodox second draft. The Daji didn't really make sense. I mean, okay, it's like a good try because you don't really get knocked out in the group stage, so it's the best place and time to really try out these unorthodox picks. But into game 3, you have to make sure 2 things. Game 1's mistake in the 10th minute mark don't reoccur. Game 2's mistake on the draft don't reoccur as well. So it gives you a much more comfortable position going to game 3, realizing your mistakes from past games.
I agree with you, man. Like if they can completely understand their mistakes right now, they could be able just to come up with something in there. There were some little sparks of good performances right over there during the game. If one of those sparks can actually just catch up into a fire, then Nongshim RedForce could actually be able to take things for themselves. What they need is just to keep trying. They need to keep trying with this, probably with a completely different draft, going into something a little bit more traditional. I don't like a lot the way that Haku is playing today, so most likely I would just completely try to make the team roll around a different player. Do they have any other player that they could actually roll around?
I think so far in the draft that we've seen from game 1 and game 2 actually is very series-centric. First pick on towards the Long in game 1. First pick on to the Laurel Princess in game 2. So in terms of the draft, maybe swap it up a bit. Go for the strong ones like Dolia Yangjian, Dolia Yuhuan, Mai Shiranui, Haya. These are the interesting picks that we have yet to see perform well for some of these teams.
Well, Sagi, you asked me if the blue side was actually having a bad day today. Out of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 games that we have had today, only 2 victories from the blue side and 7 victories from the red side.
I think
complete
from the
red
draft
domination right
pattern,
now at this moment.
I think the draft pattern so far that I've been seeing is that blue side, there's only a few first picks that you can actually go for. Things like the Dahlia, so you can play the Yang Jin. Things like the Pei to play around the strong tempo. Things like the Long, so you can adjust between the 2 builds that you're playing, the Crit build or the Frostgar build. But then the red side offers so much value. The moment someone picks something like the Dahlia, you get to steal away things like the Pei, you get to steal away things like the Yang Jin, Yu Huan. So for me, after observing day 1, red side seems to have a lot of value so far.
Well, that is something that, lucky for the teams that have not yet started playing, they will be able to analyze. Maybe it's just because of the way that this patch is designed, the red team, the red side, actually has a lot more of a challenge. No, a lot more of an advantage, because they can actually counter. Maybe the counter is going to be the whole trend in this new patch for this KAS war.
Yeah, that could be the case, right? And already a first pick Consort U coming in from the side of Nongshim RedForce. Not what we usually see in broad daylight. So that's an interesting one, considering the fact that there's still things like the Chano available, there's still things like the J available, so that's definitely potentially a comfort pick coming in from Siri and Nongshim RedForce coaching staff.
I did not even imagine that Consort U was going to show up in KAS4 in terms of how the patch works after the redesignings and everything for this patch. Consort U was clearly the stats are dropped a little bit, and there are other options over there for marksmen that are a lot more meta at this moment. So I did not actually expect Consort U coming in here.
I have to fully agree with you. I was the one that's not expecting this as well, but based on Nongshim RedForce pick and bans thus far, it's looking pretty decent, I would say. You have the Consort U to negate the late game potential coming in from Lampong's early, to also man mark against Baal's Martial Monk, which is the Dharma engages here. So that's actually a pretty decent pick. All they need to do in this second phase is to ban away those strong mid lane mages here. Lady Zun is one, and also another long range, potentially something like the Guardian Mo. So it allows the Woodland Ranger on the hands of Siri to be playing in a more comfortable zone.
Let's see what's gonna happen in there. Right? Like Consort U, it's not a bad hero. I don't want people at home just to think that I am just trying to just troll. It's just a matter of like understanding that different patches you need to have different options. I know that it might be just like Siri's comfort pick, but if it is not working right now, then we need to adapt. But well, I'm not gonna keep talking about that. I'm just gonna move forward. Yukio Tachibana is going to be the option that they will have there for Haku, trying to put him on the early game. A very interesting hero that can do a lot, can do different things to what we had tried to do in the previous 2 games.
Oh, he's flexing a bit, he's changing it a bit. It's going to be the Wild Rider, which is the Agudo being locked in. This gives BTR a direction to potentially lock in a Hano mid, because you have a lot of these spawns coming in from the Agudo, and that is a Levi being hovered by Lanfeng, which is, I haven't seen this pick in a long while, and they're looking like they're doing it. They're almost locking it in. It's the Ziya and Levi combination here. I don't know if they're toying us, but it's almost gonna be finalized in a few short moments.
If it is gonna be, there you go. It is a lock. It is a lock. It's gonna be the Levi. Is the Levi over there a lovely hero? Again, a lovely hero, lovely pick. It does not allow any mistakes. 0 mistakes can be done with that Levi, because you do need to have the gold advantage. Due to its mechanics, it is very mobile. It can give a lot of burst damage, but for that, you're gonna have to really have items, and you're really gonna need gold. If you are to die early in the game, that puts you in front of such a steep mountain to climb, though.
And Isaac, this is potentially the first Levi that we have in pro play. I don't think I've ever seen a Levi in 2025 and 2026 I'm not sure about 2024 though. I haven't started casting then, but definitely to see a Levi in pro play is pretty interesting. And based on your points, Levi is historically really weak in the early game, something similar to a Fate. But once he starts getting those items ramping in, that's where he starts to get online. So there is also a specific starting style of Levi, which is to tax the mid lane first wave. He sets his spell wand near the wild boars of his own, and then he jumps in to tax the EXP, and then he goes back for his red side.
Okay, so could we actually see this and understand as that Gen Myth, it's going to sacrifice most of its gold in order just to funnel it towards Tranquil, so Tranquil can actually start building up a lot faster, and this difficult stage of the early stage is going to go a lot earlier. Could we see it that way?
I think yes, we will definitely see something like that, because when you pick a Shur and you pick something like a Lady Zen or things like the Zia that they harvested just now, your identity of the game is to funnel the gold into the jungle's pockets. So when you see the Shur hit level 4, he will immediately just disappear from the mid lane and welcome Zanku. Hey Zanku, farm is yours. I'll be heading to the side lane to assist Lanfeng or Bao.
Yeah, exactly. So that puts us what? 2 minutes of that Shur just cleaning up that gold, and then after those 2 minutes leaves that mid lane. And leaving that mid lane position not only means that the gold is going to be funneled towards Tranquil, it means that Lanfeng and F1 might start getting even more of a numeric advantage over there on the farm lane.
That's true. So it comes down to how they play the 2v2. Is Lanfeng going to play the mid lane rotation, like how the Ali usually does? Go for the mid lane start, clear the first wave, rotate towards the clash lane and get more of these farms, teleport back to the farm lane, enjoy more farm, or are they going to funnel more farm into the pockets of Zanku? So it's a interesting choice that they have to actually see into, but based on the game, based on the minimap that we just saw, it's going to be a funnel Zanku game in the mid lane.
Let's wait and see. This is gonna be the first Levi we have seen in a while. Did you see that? Tranquil just using the mechanics of the hero to come in. Look at what Agudo is going to start. He has information about the jungling path of Agudo, and then he can already start just mirroring that.
Yeah, getting the information is really important, because you get to tell your team like, hey, Agudo started top side, so he will be clearing all the way to the bottom side here. So Lanfeng, you have to be careful in your early exchanges, especially in that laning phase against Siri.
Oof, being put on the back hill over there, Lanfeng. Sadly for him, just facing that Consort U is gonna be very difficult. Consort U just being that Siri pick, right? It's gotta be a reason why Siri just would like to play that hero right now.
I think it's really coming down to his rank games that he actually performs over. Lampo gets hit by the Gorge Mobilization here. No flash, no parasol, gets first blooded with an easy pickup coming from Haku.
Haku comes in the right moment, capitalizes on that, and that is going to be good news for Nongshim RedForce. This is going to look good. Very early first blood for them. Very early advantage.
I think it's a very fatal mistake as well, because knowing for the fact that the enemy, you already know the vision is coming down from top side all the way to bottom side, so being caught by that means that you're not respecting the information given over by Zanku.
Exactly. Like, you received the information, because I'm completely sure that on the comms, like, Tranquil is just letting people know about this. But you receive the information, decide not to act on it. That is a mistake.
It's like you're not locked in enough, you know. But mistakes tend to happen. Not pro play is all even. F1 has a leaping savior away towards safety here, almost getting caught by the bombard of spell CC chains coming in from Nongshim's side. So right now, in terms of the mid 3v3, the priority and the bottom side, it looks to be pretty Nongshim favorite, almost amounting to a 1,000 goalie in this early mark.
And that 3v3 over there just leaves us up there with a 1-against-1 between Bao and Ratel, right? The Fatih against the Dharma. When you put those two heroes in front of each other, who do you think has a bit of an advantage in terms of mechanics?
In terms of mechanics, I would want to say the easy way of the easiness in terms of like the execution that we talk about, the level of mistakes that you can actually do. Actually, it's much more favored towards Nongshim RedForce. Team fights are easy, good pokes coming in from the side of Illusion and also Siri. ZanQ has gonna be a hard time to capitalize on Siri because Siri has a free physical immunity from that spell too.
Exactly. So Siri can actually just sustain a lot in these matchups, right? Like in these matchups, just Siri on that console unit can sustain a lot. It's gonna depend a lot on Gen Myth coming in and trying to deal some of that magical damage.
Yeah, and Gen Myth is historically playing a Sure, which doesn't really take that much gold. Unless you say that, okay, Gen Myth landing the perfect Silk Weave on towards the side of Siri, pulling him all the way into the arms of BTR, then that's going to be a good play. But realistically, is it going to be possible? That's going to be really hard.
Exactly. It is going to be extremely difficult for them to be able to do and execute all this on pair. It's going to be really hard.
And right now, with the 4-minute timer being unlocked for the side of both teams here, ZanQ potentially looking for a steal. Unbridled Outburst catches on towards the side of Nongshim RedForce. Gets the smite angle for the side of ZanQ, but gets punished immediately. Unable to blink back off that spell 1. Losing 2, but winning the Tyrant. Is that what you want, Bigetron by Vitality?
Bigetron by Vitality right now opening the doors for the Nongshim RedForce comeback. It's so tragic right now for Bigetron by Vitality. They do not have any control over the map right now. And we've talked about the fact that ZanQ on that Lipai needed to have a little bit more favorable environment for him to develop. And if he does not have that, right now Nongshim RedForce is completely in control of the match.
It's not looking good, I would say, because as a Levi, losing your Azure, losing your Crimson, losing your farming tempo sets you really back as a jungle assassin pick. You need to be always on form, always looking for farm. That's how you flourish as jungle assassin. But right now, 5 minutes into the game, 2,000, 3,000 gold lead for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Things are looking really difficult for Bigetron by Vitality.
Let's look at the gold difference right over there. The gold difference starts just showing up in very specific heroes, right? Like over there, Hakun Repel
goes in, gets the true mantra all towards Siri here. Siri flashes away towards safety here. So that's a kill negated coming in for the side of ZanQ. He gets the ultimate on towards Siri. The refresh is so real. Rambo also gets the isolation kill on Hakun here. Ratel going 1v4. Ham gets the first kill on towards Rambo as a trade. Everybody has to back up. But landing the Silky input on towards Ratel. That doesn't have the flash. Does Bao get the finalization? He doesn't. That's the ending goal. 1-4-2 in favor of Bigetron.
The reach was not enough. Right over there. Did you see how Ratel on that fatigue just stood on business, and as he was leaving back, Bao, without the flash in there, it was unable to actually get that.
ZanQ has to force the back, the spell 1 to reach the super splash into the original position. He's pretty low. I don't think he can actually contest for this Azure Golem.
No, come on, like he cannot actually go for that. He understands. He understands that these decisions in here would actually just be the end of the game. The game is not going really well. Look at that 2v1.
Going in for a 1v1 play with Bao coming in towards assistance here, getting that 2v1 kill. Yeah, pretty good pickoff here, and they immediately rotate towards that mid lane for a breath of fresh air. Right now, if you keep giving land phone kills, it's really beneficial in easing BTR stress. And you can see, they're moving across the map, they're going for a bit of a bait play. While this is all happening, look at topside. ZanQ stealing the Crimson Golem for his own deal.
He knows what to do. He knows exactly what he needs to do when he's playing that Lipai. He does not need to be participating in the fights right now. At this moment, he does not have a big advantage. Participating in the fights right now is going to put him in a very vulnerable position like this. Look at that.
The mantra finding onto Namu, but Namu gets a charge out to a safety here. A pretty tanky target, not enough DPS to actually take him down. But while all this is happening, ZanQ is having a free time, farming the top side, getting those minions here, getting those towers, recovering from that early loss.
Oh, that's the Silk Imprint comes in.
Wow, forces the flash away from Illusion here. Very good play coming in from Genmif. Zankyu forces the position, gets the tower here, but blinks back into Namu here. Namu looking for the engage, charges in, Raging Sea, lands onto no one here. Zankyu gets caught by the Dread. Second ulti coming in from Illusion. Very big play here. Siri uses Dispel too, finds the physical immunity, assassinates Landfall, and Bao wanting to find the cleanup kill, but unable to get it. That's a 3-for-1 in favor for the side of Nongshim RedForce.
What looked like a good initiation by Bigetron by Vitality turned out into a nightmare. Nongshim RedForce is able to turn this into what was a 0-1 into a 3-1 trade in their favor. Amazing performance there, and right now the Tyrant is gonna go in the bag, and it's gonna be Haku the one that is going to take it into his pocket.
And more towers are being torn down from the BTR base here. Tier 3 on the bottom side removed from the map, and fortunately this Crimson Golem is going into the pockets of Zankyu. That's still a fortunate news coming in from IKL's fan. But Nongshim RedForce fans, this is the Nongshim you want to see. Where were they in Game 1 and Game 2?
Exactly what I was going to talk about, man. Like, can you imagine that most likely after that second game, they just went in and they were like, you know what? This is not the way that we need to be playing this 2026. This is the redemption arc, man. I'm telling you, Nongshim RedForce, they need to really get in line.
Nice engage on towards Genmif here. Genmif immediately falls. No flash, no mobility. Has to give up his life. Unbridled Outburst for the disengage. Everybody needs to back off F1. Leaping Savior, but there is nowhere you can leave towards safety here. 2 back-to-back kills in the pockets of Nongshim RedForce. They are online.
BTR right now, they know that they cannot take on those fights, and they send Bao into a very common strategy in order to slow down the game. The split and push, let's just try to take control over the waves, slow our opponents down.
It's really a domino effect, right? You pick the Levi, you pick a non-long range mage against Seri on that Woodland Ranger. It really gives you so little chance. And look at Genmif, every single position being clocked out by the Nongshim RedForce members here. Bao finds the perfect initiation on Siri here. Siri being caught by multiple members here, gets taken out by BTR, and Zankyu looking to limp away. One more hit, spell 2 flash by Namu to seal off the deal. 1-for-1 so far, but Illusion has also been taken down. Bao looking for more of these plays, but the slashes coming in by Rattle is looking really solid. So both teams, they back off, but it's looking good for BTR. At the very least, they take 2 with them.
They take 2, it's going to slow down this whole process, but it's not enough to turn things around. Look at that one more time, Sagi.
Yeah, Bao finds the truth on towards 2, but it's too low to even go in. The ball drops in, gets Haku, but forces the trade. Ratel takes the Unbridled Outburst towards the face, has to use the ultimate as a cleansing effect. Now we're back to a 4v4, but with BTR's jungle alive, they have the slight advantage for the next 20 seconds.
Oh. Right now, in this moment, I start fearing for Nongshim RedForce a tiny little bit, Sagi. I am not very confident about what they're doing right now, because it looks like slowly Bigetron is coming back. Look at that. F1 is going to be traded down. It's going to be chased down. A 3 against 1. He did not have his ulti to save him out of that position.
Can't really say the same for side of F1 though. He was finding himself in a particular situation, dropping a kill towards the side of Nongshim RedForce without the ultimate being channeled here. But BTR do get themselves a trade-off here, but still losing out a 4,000 gold deficit into the hands of Nongshim RedForce. And their composition traditionally doesn't do the greatest against Nongshim RedForce. You have Physical Assassin into Siri. You will definitely need Ball to find a monstrous engage like just now.
They need to really slow down. Like, they need to take the tempo down a tiny little bit. They need to just take 2 steps back and start breathing, man, because right now I start seeing a lot of mistakes. There are a lot of movements in here, decisions that should not be taken. And these mistakes are going to start turning the game into the chaos that we're seeing right now. I don't see a very stable. Yeah, I don't see a very stable game plan for either of the 2 teams right now.
It's very volatile. Like, imagine Nongshim RedForce lead that big in the early game, but they still managed to be forced a trade with BTR into a Shadow Overlord and Tyrant trade. So, for BTR, the uncomfiness always comes in the form of the team fights here. It always requires Baal or Gemnif to land a miracle engage. If not, it's gonna be pretty tough. But Zankyu getting thrown a multi-field level of spells for mobilization. Wings of Freedom catches him with the damage, and Ratel comes in, catches on towards 2, already a double kill. Baal has to force the flash. Lanfeng wants to go in with the assassination here, but that's 1v4 against multiple members, so you do not want to take that.
There's no winning condition in that engagement right over there. The outbred outbursts come in, but to what goal? Like, there's nothing that they could have done right over there. They just need to just move back. If one procs his ulti right over there and right now it goes into cooldown in a situation where they could not actually go into the counter.
But that's the thing. Yes, Nongshim RedForce won the fight, but look at the side lanes. The Vanguards, the Overlords just chomping down these side lane turrets, and Nongshim RedForce, sure, you get 2 kills, but you can't push on the lead like before.
It is difficult right now. Look at that, 14 minutes. What we keep seeing is Nongshim RedForce keeps continuing with that same advantage. A 4,000, right now it's going to start expanding into a 5,000 gold advantage, but they don't seem to be able to capitalize out of it. They have the gold advantage, but they don't seem to be able just to make the succession of decisions to finish the game. Because if it is 14-30, and if we keep pushing back, we might make it to a moment where it's gonna be better for Bigetron by time.
Ooh, Raging Sea misses on towards Zankyu here, so that's gonna be a key spell being on cooldown later on for that objective here. Baal cleaning up the top wave first, preparing for that objective here, but Zankyu blinking back into multiple members here, uses the slashes on towards the members here. Unbridled Outburst goes wide, hits onto no one.
Right now we can see it's 5 seconds away from the next objective. Is going to be the Dark Tyrant. The Dark Tyrant fight right over here. We can see the ultimates are available, but F1 just uses his Unbridled Outburst, and that's going to be tough for him because he's not going to have it available for this fight.
Oh, nice mantra on towards Illusion here. Illusion gets to press the Splendor at the final moment. Flashes away towards safety here. But the first to fall will be Namu and also Zankyu here. Now it's a 4v4. Lanfeng going towards backline here. Trying to get assassination on towards Haku here. The Woodland Ranger has the spell to immunity to cut off any pursuit coming in from the side of BTR. 4v4 objectives being soloed by the side of Lanfeng in that Tyrant.
BTR right now makes it a 2-1. They lose Illusion, they lose Namu-san, and right now Ratel is being on trouble.
Oh, he almost got it! No through the flash, gets away to a safety. 2% turning tide.
It was just minimal pixel levels of HP right over there, and it's able to run away. Turning tides in there. You thought you got me, but you did not indeed.
Wow, that's gonna be a painful one coming in for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Ratel, that's too aggressive. You don't need to do that.
Not when you are winning by that much. What was a 5,000 gold advantage right now is narrowing into only 3,000. And if we keep going with this same trend, it is right now Bigetron, the ones that they have the minion wave advantage, knocking on the doors of the high ground of Nongshim RedForce.
All the lead that has been accumulated thus far coming in by the side of Nongshim RedForce, it's almost equal right now. 17 minutes, 2,000 gold lead. That's almost to nothing. Oh, Zankyu falls.
Zankyu gone, just like that. It is just a very big problem right now for Bigetron. Zankyu just cannot keep falling. It's already his 6th death of the match.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Zankyu on that Levi here. So there's this maybe it's a test and experiment pick coming in from BTR, but we see the positioning coming in for the side of Bigetron by Vitality, trading sides, half map for the side of Nongshim RedForce, securing that Overlord and also the top wave. So for the next 2 minutes, waves are going to be empowered coming in for the Nongshim lineup.
2 more minutes, that's going to be for Nongshim RedForce, and then after that we're going to have the Tempest Dragon over there. So can Bigetron by Vitality force it to the 20-minute mark right now? It is looking extremely difficult for them as the Vanguard starts spawning in.
All 3 waves. Zankyu is coming to the bottom side, but look at the amount of people that's chasing him behind him.
He's really got a target on his back, man. Like, there's nothing that he can do. And right now, the Illusions Garuda is gonna be the best option right over here. Look at that, he procs the ulti, and everyone needs to move back.
Yeah, no spell 2 coming in from Siri here. That's gonna be on an 8-second cooldown in this 18-minute mark. So it really comes down to whoever finds the perfect engage. Nice slashes coming in by the side of Zankyu, getting a bit of poke on towards Haku here, but doesn't really do too much. The Flickering Fury as of this point here. Lampo wants to get a bit of poke. Right now, Vanguards are marching in towards the high ground.
Illusion one more time, the ulti. It's not enough. Right now, BTR is able to defend the 2 waves of Vanguards, and they're going to push us to the 20-minute Tempest Dragon.
We're looking at the Tempest Dragon. I think this is our first one of the day here, Isaac. Our very first Tempest Dragon in KAS4 in 2026.
Well, and when we think about this Tempest Dragon fight, I do believe that BTR might have an advantage over there due to their composition in terms of the mobility that they could have in order to try to steal the Tempest Dragon. So unless that Nongshim RedForce has a very good opening to try to initiate on that dragon, I don't think that they should go for it first. They should go to try to fight.
Yes, you don't want to force a 50-50. Zankyu can come from multiple angles. There is also a Unbridled Outburst or Namu on that Raging Sea that could CC lock you from pressing Smite. So side lanes positioning is really important for both of these teams. Look at the minions marching in from top lane, marching in from bottom lane. Those have to be attended as. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tempest Dragon, the 20-minute mark, the game-ending mechanic of Honor of Kings.
This is the longest game that we have had today in this day 1 of the KAS4. Let's wait and see who is going to take this Tempest Dragon, because I can tell you, this Tempest Dragon is going to be the key to the victory. Levi is going to show in the mid lane. They know that they have advantage. The Tempest Dragon to 50% right now, Sagi.
Waves are not looking too good for the side of Bigetron by Vitality here. Mid wave, top wave, all piling in towards this turret here. And the mid tower, I think, almost falling as well. But the aggro being collected by the side of BTR. They're going for the push. They got it! Oh! Secured by the side of BTR by Vitality. Bao looks for engage towards the back side here. Siri no longer has the Saint Sanctuary, gets taken down, but look at the base here. Ratel is going for the Hail Mary push on towards the base. He's going for the push. Can he do it? Recalls are already coming through from the BTR members. I don't think they can go for it, and they have to back off. Ratel has to escape, but he's going wide. He's going for the bottom turret. He wants to equalize whatever he can for the team.
This is insane. Look at that. Ratel trying his very best. Can he take the 1v1 against Bao? Bao sends him against the wall. He's going to send it to the fountain. Look at that, Sagi.
Illusion wants to clear the way. Gets pulled by Jebib at the most important time. And with that base race, Bigetron by Vitality seals the deal in the 20-minute game.
Bigetron by Vitality showing us that you don't need to have the advantage at the beginning, the middle of the game, as long as you have the advantage at the end. It does not matter if you cannot laugh at the start. As long as you're the one laughing at the end, that's everything it counts. Congratulations, Bigetron by Vitality, a 3-0 victory, putting them at the top of their group right now.
The resilience that's being shown by Bigetron by Vitality. The early game, they have a lot of mistakes, but the composure that they have set for themselves, the ways to come back against Nongshim RedForce, slowly but surely leading that to the 20th minute mark where Zankyu and also members of BTR secured that Tempest Dragon for their team and leading it into a Hail Mary push in that mid lane. That was just a fantastic way to end day one of the group stage.
Loving it completely. It was such an interesting game to watch. I loved watching Bigetron by Vitality today in these 3 games. It was really good to watch them. It was very exciting to see this matchup. At the same time, Nongshim RedForce, I'm telling you, it's not all negatives. There is something in there. In every single game that Nongshim RedForce had today, they had some very interesting elements that they can really prioritize for the future. The problem is that having single elements that they can prioritize is not enough yet. It's not a complete failure, but it's something that they really need to go and think about.
I think to analyze Nongshim RedForce gameplay, their pre-10 minutes is really good. Solid, I would say, very good macro rotations, very good in capitalizing all these small mistakes coming in that BTR actually provided. But the issue I think that they have to fix going on towards the entirety of the tournament, day 2, day 3 of the group stage, knockout stage, all until the grand finals, they need to fix their game plan after 10 minutes. I think that's the thing that's stopping Nongshim RedForce from evolving into the Ultimate Red.
Well, they are the ultimate red, and the problem is that right now, in order to get into that position, they're still steps away. They're in the right direction, but they are not there yet. And that is important for them to really move forward. They need to decide how to take those steps, keep going in the direction that we're going. I do believe that they need to fix a little bit of their ban and pick. That's something that they still need to go and polish. But in order to prove that not all the time we are correct, look at Series Concert U. Look at the numbers coming in from Series Concert U. 6, 3, and 7. An amazing performance by Siri.
I agree, and this goes to show that in terms of fundamentals at the pre-10 minute mark, they already have it in the bag. You can see ZhangQ with the KD of 3, 6, and 5, not the greatest of the KDAs after his back-to-back MVP performance in Game 1 and Game 2, which in this game itself, you can see why there is a re-roster for BTR. They want it not to be a ZhangQ only show. They want players like Bao, they want players like Lanfeng to capitalize on the advantage that ZhangQ is being forced down, so the side laners are more free to express themselves in these games.
I love that you mentioned that point right over there, right? Like, I was checking right over there on the comments from the people watching the game right now, and a lot of them just wanted to say, like, this is exactly what ZhangQ needed. He needed other teammates that in the moment that he was not performing, they could actually be core. So a multiple core team is a better team than just having a really strong ZhangQ composition. So look at this. This is exactly what we're talking about. They do not have a gold advantage any moment in the game. Not even when the game finished, they had a gold advantage. Look at that. It's 21 minutes of trailing, not having items, not having vision, not having gold, but still like that. Did you see the amount of damage that Lanfeng was dealing? Incredible.
Incredible indeed. And throughout the entirety of the game, we have to give props to Bao, their Clash laner here. Without his big moments, those backline flanks against the members of Nongshim RedForce, this could have been an easy game for Nongshim to close it off.
Exactly. It could have been actually really simple, but the way that Bao played over there just kept the flame of hope on and alive for Bigetron by Vitality. It was really difficult just to see how their main core player was just keep falling again and again and again. The KDA from ZhangQ in this match was horrible. It was one of the ugliest KDAs that I've seen him in a while. But well, it was the risk that he needed to take on such a risky pick like Lipai. We talked about Lipai being a risky pick, and it was a gamble. It did not pay for him, but lucky for him, he had Lanfeng over here to really take him out of jail. Look at the way that his data is showing right over there, man.
145,000 damage, almost 30,000 over his opponent's Siri. High GPM, good total kills, minimum deaths throughout a chaotic game. He was really doing very well. And the hidden player that we undermined his efforts as well was F1. countless beautiful unbridled outbursts, using his tanky body to block those majestic Guardian ultimates, the Wings of Judgment coming in from the Garuda. He's always doing such a solid job for his team. But the MVP title of this final game goes over to Lan Feng. Consistent performance, that's why he's prized as one of the great marksmen in IKL.
We talked about that Parasola just falling off a little bit from the ranks of the marksmen and the tiers, right? But today, all of the teams have chosen it. All of the teams are still using it. So us that we analyze the meta and we analyze the patches and try to come up with the meta, we have been proven wrong. The Parasola is still one of the top heroes in there.
It's really, like we mentioned, one of the picks that are very player specific. If you cannot play it well, it doesn't provide much value. But Lan Feng really showed us when early Parasola is on the correct hands, it really goes crazy.
Look at the review of the whole game. It was all for Nongshim RedForce. It was all for them. What scared me a lot is the fact that they had a 5,000 gold advantage very early in the game and they were unable to finish the game. That is the problem. You cannot only have the gold and the item advantage, you need to make moves about it. You need to capitalize from it. You cannot just force the game to a 22-minute mark.
Look at this one. This one was so close coming from Ratel, but Jendin just jukes him with that flash. And this was the final moment where Zankyu secures the Tempest Dragon. And check out, wow, setting up both Siri and also Illusion. And there is a critical error coming in from Siri here. He sold his Sea Sanctuary too early and changed it to a Destiny. But the Sea Sanctuary didn't even proc.
It's just the split-second decision, Sagi. It is one of those things that you would want to be able to see and predict. It's just in that specific moment you thought that you saw something. The amount of information that goes in there, and that's for a lot of us, people that have played Honor of Kings to a high level. I'm not even talking about the professionals. I'm talking about the people that have played to a high level. We understand that it's split seconds decisions. So seeing Siri just make a mistake like that, it's actually understandable. We don't want to say that it's an excuse, but let's wait and see. Well, what about if we go and check on stage with Mara? Let's see what the players have to see for these interviews. Let's go, Mara. Take it from here.
A great start to the year for IKL's Kings Bigetron by Vitality. Here with me, Zankyu. Zankyu, kamu luar biasa. You are so amazing. Now, okay, are you a little bit nervous or something? Because you're so serious, but back there you were loosened up.
Because today you are beautiful.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Terima kasih, Zankyu. Now let's talk about that game 3. That was so exciting. We were at the edge of our seat. We're wondering, who made that call, that decision to rush the Tempest Dragon? Because that seemed to be the key for the win.
Lan Feng. Yeah, Lan Feng say he pulled out the Dragon Knight, put down, and he say, come Dragon, and we just focus the objective and we rush the Dragon.
You need to give him a hug, because it was all that decision for that win.
Yeah,
now, you had a change of roster for Bigetron by Vitality. Tell us about your new teammates and how they helped you win. Your new teammates. Tell us about them.
Yeah, we have a good chemistry, right?
Okay.
I just like you teach me. Yeah, not bad. It's good. Yeah, so far it's good.
Good chemistry.
Yes.
Not bad. So far, so good. Okay. I'm gonna put you on the spot. Who's your favorite?
Huh?
Who's your favorite for your new teammates? You pick one favorite.
I love girl.
Okay. All right. Now let's talk about your next matchup. You know, Blacklist International. They chose you last to be in their group. Why do you think Blacklist chose you to be in the hardest group?
Because BTI is easy server.
But it's an
Huh?
BTR is an easy
Yes.
server?
Yes.
You really think so? I think you guys are quite good.
Huh?
You guys are quite good.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, now what do you have to say to the bigger troopers? Because I don't know if you heard, they were cheering their hearts out for you the entire game. What would you like to say to them and to all of your fans?
Thank you, PK Troopers. Come here to watching us offline tournament. Yeah, thank you for your guys' support. Love you guys. Yes.
And thank you, we love you as well. You're always so amazing.
Yeah, I love you too.
Tell us how much you love Zanky. Put it down in the comment section below. And you know what? The day is not done because the casters have more to discuss. So casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you, spreading the love.
I love you too, thank you.
He loves everyone. Seems like he is a person that has a lot of love to show and to share around.
Indeed.
It was a really nice interview. We always love trying to interact over there with Mara. Mara, thank you very much for your amazing work right over there. Well, Sagi, it's been a beautiful day one. KIS 4 started with a bang. Great start for 2026. What do you think has been like the best moment from the whole day today?
The Levi pick coming in from Zankyu, man. That's definitely something I haven't seen for the past 2 years, man.
Yeah, that's true. That Levi pick, it is really interesting. It shows us that it might become one of those players and one of those heroes that is going to start showing up a lot more. After today's 3 matches, we can see that the standings on both groups start moving a little bit. Group A, BTR and Nova, 3 points each. Right over there with 2 very good victors, Blacklist and Nongshim RedForce. Better are gonna have to start changing things around starting from next game. On Group B, Dominator is gonna start on the top, but Boom and Team Hag have not yet had their first game. So let's wait and see what's gonna happen in between those 2 teams tomorrow.
I think IKL fans will be really happy because DMT, BTR currently sits at the top of their respective standings here. But hey, let's go over to tomorrow matches here. Starting off the day, we have Team Hawk going up against KAGENDRA, the opening debut match of Team Hawk, a new team coming in from the MPL region, and KAGENDRA looking for their first win. Boom Esports takes on Dominator Esports, a yet another PKL-IKL rivalry. And to close out the day, another PKL-IKL rivalry between Blacklist International and BTR by Vitality. So it's a very action-packed day for IKL fans. Every single IKL team is playing tomorrow.
Well, that's going to be action for tomorrow. We're going to bring you all of that action right over here. Remember to be online, go back, watch the replays from the games from today, try to make your own conclusions, right? And remember, go back, try to check on what's going on, try to play yourself, and try to let us know exactly on the comments what you think about our performances. Today is coming to an end. We're gonna send it over there to Mara so she can say the goodbyes. Sagi, thank you very much. I am Isaac Peña. I am really looking forward to see you all tomorrow. Sagi, something you want to tell people?
Hey, thank you for watching KIS4. My name is Sagi. My co-caster for today is Isaac Peña, the handsome, the great, the athletic. Take it away, Mara.
Honor of Kings Invitational Season 4. And that is just the start of a great year that is to come for Honor of Kings, as a battle for the first title of the year continues tomorrow. It'll be new challengers versus constant contenders to start the day. And then we will see another chapter in the rivalry between PKL and IKL in the next matches. This is the moment to prove oneself to the world. After all, this is our game. I'm Mara Aquino. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you tomorrow.
strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. We're no strangers to the fallout. It's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon. Blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Blood, sweat, and tears. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what